we can pick out the exit of turn 1. Oh, you know what? I'm a moron. Now the people are going to be able to hear you just fine.
Oh, okay, perfect. What was the problem there, Joseph?
The problem is I didn't click the right button.
Oh, cool. Welcome to Mid-Ohio, everybody. We're here live.
They've just heard me monologue to my imaginary friend.
That's cool. That's fun. You love to see it.
We're still waiting on timing, so
that's good.
That's not my fault.
And then, does this represent our current camera situation here, Joseph?
Yes? Question mark. Something's happening. There's been one camera. We'll work on that later.
Oh, okay, I see 3 cameras available right now on this thing that you sent me. So that's a little concerning.
Yeah. That's follow the program. Follow the program. Don't follow the multi-view.
I'll follow the program. Okay, that's fine. All right, well, I can do that. Of course, here looking at turn 1. There we go. We're going to have the exit of the keyhole. That's the number 3 Corvette getting a little on the sideways side. That exit of the keyhole there has been catching people out. It was catching people out yesterday as well. Easy to get a little sideways there as you come onto the big main straight here. Of course, the main straight a lot longer than the start-finish straight. Both of those Supras have absolutely checked out, followed by the number 123, the 99, and then the 88. So the 88 continues to fall through the field. They're going to fall into the grasps of the Choice Racing car, the 3rd Toyota Supra, and the kind of rest the gaggle of the GTO field. So, again, not going the way they want it to this morning after putting that car on the pole yesterday. So I know that the pace is in that car. It's just going to be a matter of can they unlock the pace here in the morning. It's a little bit on the chilly side, a little bit windy. It is sunny, so I would expect the surface temperatures to get a little bit better here. But, yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that, to be honest, Joseph. But the 147 is going to lead the 44 over the start-finish straight here for GP1. They've got a huge gap to the rest of everybody. The 3 is going to be chasing them down, followed by the 14 and the 46 in GP1.
Yeah, here they come across the line. Or, well, not across the line, but on their way into the keyhole turn.
Perfect. Lots of really good GP competition here. I really am excited to see the size of the GP field and the variety as well. I think people getting geared up for that GP-only event at Road Atlanta later on in the season.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what an interesting race that GTO and GTU event was. It's going to be, I think, a different dynamic, but I think we did see, you know, when you don't have sort of that multi-class element as much. Obviously, GP1, 2, and 3 will all operate at different paces, but when you don't have such a wide pace differential, it's a different dynamic. It's not a worse dynamic, it's not a better dynamic, it's a different dynamic, and it's adding that variety to this series I think a lot of people are really excited about.
Absolutely, I would tend to agree with that for sure. We got the 946 BMWs went make an early call to the pit lane. I can't imagine that is scheduled. Usually people have a little bit more time. We're looking at between at least a 45-minute stint here in WRL, if not 90 minutes for some cars. So that's an early stop for sure for that car. Hopefully they can get that all squared away here shortly.
Yeah, we are waiting on timing information. So the reason that's not being shown is because we don't have any information to show you just yet. But
don't have it.
So timing.
And there is a car stuck in the carousel, Joseph.
Ooh, is there? Okay.
Yes, there is. It's on the outside, so we might be able to see it if we can pick that camera up. No, it's going to be just to the right of shot. You just barely can't see it. It's right there on the edge. It looks like the 89X car, question mark? Again, we don't have timing right now, so I would love to be able to tell you, but that's not going to happen.
But that does... We should still be able to have access to the race control logs, so...
Okay, perfect. We are going to send out the silver and orange safety vehicle.
Hamaltra safety team on their way, Concha race in the grass. See, that truck is just fired up, as you see from the steam coming out of the exhaust. That was either
hopefully
steam
we're going to be able to get that.
Ooh, it is the 89. Yeah, 4 off drivers left and light impact to the tire wall. This grass will be pretty slippery. There was still a decent amount of moisture when we were out on track yesterday.
Yep. It's a little better today, Joseph, not significantly so.
I believe that. Yeah, we saw in that last shot a waving yellow on their way into the carousel. Well, really midway through the carousel. That is a long old corner with about 8 different apexes.
Absolutely. My least favorite type of corner on iRacing. or indeed any racing or racing similar.
You know what? I kind of like turns like the carousel because it means that you can take, any number of lines in. And there's usually a way to come back to it and not lose too much time.
Joseph, the problem for me is there's many lines, and I always choose the wrong one. It doesn't seem to matter. Turkey, the Turkish Grand Prix track, I also have a similar issue.
Hitman 34 up the inside of the TC Klein, number 93, into turn 9. Well spotted by that TC Klein car, almost turned in. Really was in the process of turning in, and then noticed that there was a vinyl wrap Supra up its inside.
Absolutely. So 3 Supras here this weekend, Joseph. We've got 1 Hitman car. They won their first race at Road Atlanta, and then we've also got 1 Thunder Bunny car that won its first race at VIR last time, or I'm sorry, Barber last time out. So I think a little bit more interest in the Super being shown here. I think Thunder Bunny trying to consolidate their approach. They had a lot of different chassis at one point. I think they've now pretty much moved fully into the BMW. I don't see the Nissan anymore. We've since no longer seen their 128i either. They did have a 2 Series club racer here in the paddock. I don't think they're running that today, of course. Got to focus the effort on the 2 Supras. But I think this Supra, honestly, a really, really good result here for Toyota of North America to be able to get this much interest in a car that I think in the professional ranks wasn't having too good of a showing, especially, in IMSA and SRO. I don't see a whole, especially in IMSA, I don't see a whole lot of them, maybe one weekend to weekend. So happy to see that they're doing well here. I'm sure Toyota loves it as well.
Yeah, and it's clearly a really strong car, right?
Absolutely.
But the sort of interesting element to that is that it's got the same sort of possibly too smart for its own WRL good in the ECU with trying to correct power that we saw with the BMWs quite a lot last year, which makes a lot of sense. Cough, cough, wink, wink. We might end up in a situation which we've seen. Oh, there's a car off here, and it's into the wall. It looks like one of the AOA Mazdas.
Ooh, going for a long ride down the hill. Now, hopefully if they haven't hit too hard, that car should be able to get going. It bounced off the rail pretty gracefully, I think, so they should be able to get back up on the track.
Yeah,
they don't get high center there. That's a decent recovery.
Yeah, and actually, the car doesn't look any worse for wear, which I'm kind of shocked by, because I
think the front right will have taken a little bit of a knock there, but there's nothing tremendously important under that front right, on the Miata at least, unlike if you had spun, say, a Cayman there. The 511 is going to jump out on the 82, has a huge run down into turn number 1. Will Choice is going to clear the Random Vandals racing car right here on the front straight. That was an impressive advantage they were pressing home there. Should be coming through the keyhole right about now as well. That AOA car is going to come straight into the pit lane. And I think we've got a little bit of a hood and bumper fold situation going on, but nothing too terrible. Nothing a big strip of racer tape can't fix. They're just going to perform a little CPR on the front hood as they just kind of flex it down as hard as they can. One of the mechanics down there, they're going to open the hood, check to see if anything's broken, of course. Radiator, transmission cooler, things like that under there. Want to make sure nothing's broken. The infamous NC Miata coolant expansion tank is pretty fragile. I would assume they've gone to a metal one on this, but want to check out that kind of thing as well for the number 55. Nobody's in too big of a hurry. I think they're waving it into the paddock. So they're, I believe, going to want to check some other things on that car. So no fun for the GP3, always competitive GP3 cars, the AOA Mazda Miatas. But not such a good start today. Again, that car is not tremendously damaged on the outside, so they should be able to get that back going at least for tomorrow, if not today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the car was able to continue, but it seemed like a feral whack on the front right corner. We were talking about that as we were trying to plan out our use of cameras for today. I describe turn 8 as a nothing corner.
Right.
But there are situations in which, two cars side by side into that, clearly it's resulted in contact. It's not been called as contact, but if we're honest, there's no way to end up at the outside of turn 8 unless you make contact with somebody. So
Right.
I expect that somebody from AOA will be on the horn to yell at somebody about something, as we've got a car spun on the outside of turn 5.
So what this part of this might be, ooh, that looks like a Porsche as well. I know that the insides of the curbs, right where the mud is and the curb ends, are very wet, is what was said in the drivers' meeting yesterday. So if we have people, you know, the first couple laps, you're stacked up a little bit, you're trying to go 2 and 3 wide, you're trying to give each other racing room. It's really easy to dip on the other side of that curb and pick up some mud, which then completely coats your race tire, which already has, I mean, the 200 tread wear, quote-unquote race tire. Like, I get it, it's a street legal tire. There's not a lot of tread. It's not like rolling around here on your Toyota Camry tires where you can take a little bit of mud. You know, you still have most of your braking ability. These tires are, at the end of the day, pretty race-oriented, very much summer designed. And, you know, rain is one thing, but mud that stays caked and all that can't be good. So that car, I believe, dead stick right there on the outside of the turn because they're very clear at this point. Could get that turned around. I wonder if they're having issues just getting it refired.
Yeah, I mean, if that's spun, it depends. I mean, if it's gotten a shot to the right rear, it may not have any drive right now.
Right.
I don't think that it will have spun on, you know, say its own oil or anything, because you would be seeing a lot of cars follow
and we're
in
going
suit.
full course yellow here, Joseph. So we're going to go full course yellow to try to collect this stricken Porsche.
Yeah, we're looking for an update on the car number. It was called in as the 99, but it's very clearly not the 99. So
that's correct. It does look to be from here a Porsche of some variety.
I agree with that. We're looking for. Worth noting, we're looking for as many hot poles as possible today, but that is at the highest speed part of the track and the heaviest braking zone on the track, so very understandable that they would go full course caution. For this instance,
100%.
So that will give us about 15 minutes to 15 minutes into the race. We've got our first full course yellow, which is gonna give us a moment to, fingers crossed, get a handle on where everybody is.
Excellent.
Because
my timing still says stand by. Oh, there we go. Hey, look at that.
Hey, we have stood by.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, and it looks like it's a good thing we went full course yellow, because there's a random Vandals car off in the grass.
Yeah, that's the 28 is steaming, but maybe caught fire. That looks
perhaps. Or there's mud on the exhaust.
That's a No, I see flame. I see flame. Look at that. Look at that.
Okay.
On the passenger side.
Right.
Something's happened to that car.
Zoom into the same
We've gone straight to red. We've gone to red.
Red flag here. So we're going to red flag the session here. Got a little bit of a situation developing on track here. So hopefully everybody's okay. It looked like I thought I saw the driver. Oh, it is on fire. I can definitely see that now. I thought I saw the driver get out, so I feel a lot better about that.
Yeah.
So we know it's not the round 3 racing Porsche that's turned around, because that's just pulled to a stop right in front of our camera view. The Homatro safety team is going to pull up here and try to handle the fire on the Random Vandals racing car. That car has been the quicker car. I understand at Road Atlanta they had a little bit of a split strategy on some type of setup situation, and Joseph's going to watch us scramble another one of the fire trucks. Great shot, great catch. Blowing a lot of steam out of the back of that. I'm not so sure about that one. But yeah, we've got some stopped cars on track here, because we've got a little bit of a,
got an extinguisher on the 28 now.
It's a cold day, but not cold enough that you would want to start a fire in your car to stay warm. I don't think that's going to be a thing that they're excited about. This is racing, of course. This kind of thing does happen. I would imagine if it started in the cockpit that it's some type of electrical fire.
It's an interesting take. I
don't know what else would catch on fire in there, really. I mean, there's a couple, maybe a diff cooler line, perhaps. I don't know enough about the cars and how they have fluids routed. But if there's a diff cooler line that runs from front to back, it could be that. But again, the only thing that's really in that passenger footwell right there is going to be electronics. So hopefully they get that taken care of.
the electronics are in good enough shape for the blinkers to be working. So there's that.
Okay. That might be on a separate circuit.
I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, it's just shame for that 28.
Absolutely.
I've got to confess, I was looking somewhere else. So even though we had eyes on that shot as it happened, I'm not totally sure how that. Did the car just peel off?
I also did not see it. I was trying to gather the timing and such to get that kind of stuff going. So, you know, a little bit distracted here.
God.
I think we've had a lot of connectivity issues here at Mid-Ohio. Connectivity issues, but the Wi-Fi service is fine. So do with that information what you will. So yeah, you know, it's been an interesting one, and unfortunately, this isn't the way you want to start an 8-hour race. They talk about it in every drivers' meeting. You can't win the race in the first 8 hours, but you can certainly lose, and unfortunately, that's just what has happened for the number 28. Now, whoever the driver of that stricken Porsche is, this ends up being a little bit better for them, I think, versus people trolling around under yellow, because they're no longer losing laps actively. And one would assume that they can get that car recovered as soon as they are finished with the 28. So that's worked out in their favor. I don't think anybody is cheering or applauding a car catching on fire, but that has stopped the bleeding, at least for the moment, for that stricken car as well. But this is exactly why we want to go full course yellow for a car that's in that kind of position, because if people hadn't been at a lower rate of speed, you know, you never know what would have happened. The fire could have been worse. The driver could have been unsighted and potentially hit the Porsche there. I don't really know, again, kind of what happened there with that, but it's an interesting place to peel off. One would think that that's a conscious decision, of course. They've just sent the flatbed from the paddock to go get, presumably, the 28.
They have found the entirety of the Homantra safety team and sent them to turn 4, rightfully so. But as Ryan noted, the driver got out of that car pretty quickly, and I believe is still standing next to it. So no issues with driver safety, thankfully, but obviously a horrible day for horrible way rather for the Random Vandals day to start. They still got one car out there in the 82. This will allow the safety team to finally address the Porsche that's come to a stop on the outside of that turn. Red flag in this case is different from what you'd see in a Formula One or an IndyCar context, where, as you see here, everyone is stopped out on track, basically as they were, to bring out a Formula One or IndyCar style red flag. That would be termed a black flag all in U.S. club racing context. So it's a slightly different scenario here. Everyone is basically just hanging out until we can go back to what we would term full course yellow, and then these cars here that are stuck in suspended animation can make their way back to the tail end of the pace car line. Yeah, nothing further to add.
Nothing to add. Unfortunately, there's no race to have developed for me to even expand on.
And we didn't have timing until it had stopped. So
Right.
I can give you the number of the car that we're attending to here at turn 4. The white Porsche that's gone around has been updated to the 997 in the race control log.
Okay.
Which makes sense. May well be, in fact, a Porsche 997.
Now, I'm curious about that because yesterday round 3 was running a TA2 car around, and I did not see them run a Porsche. But if this is a Porsche, then they have a 4th car here, and Brad had talked about that on Facebook, and then I thought he had thrown a kind of a fade here in with running the TA2 car in the afternoon yesterday, and maybe we missed them running the Porsche in the morning, but here it is.
Yes, I mean, we were trackside. I don't really remember seeing that car.
I don't at all.
So, but it does look like I mean, it looks like a round 3 livery. Looks like a 997.
Yep, absolutely.
Checks all the boxes.
I'd agree with that.
So since we didn't get to do a proper pre-race, let's make this our pre-race, shall we?
Absolutely. Let's do it. Let's check it out. DriverSeye Live to the WRL event here at Mid-Ohio. It's the 4th weekend of the WRL Championship. I believe this is the 2nd round of the Midwest Championship. Midwest and East, of course, being the differentiators there. I believe the first round of the Midwest Championship was in Alabama.
Yes, question mark.
Yes, because I said that we were going to do our first, and I checked last time out. So yes, this is the 2nd round of the Midwest Championship. So cars that were gunning for the individual championship for the region really would like a good showing here, of course.
My only question mark there is I believe the GTO cars, was Road Atlanta a 2 region?
I believe it was a combined, yes.
Okay. So for some teams it will be their 3rd, for some it will be their 4th.
Correct.
Of the season, and so 2nd and 3rd of the Midwest Championship. We've got the 997 rolling, which is good news, although please don't get stuck in the mud.
Don't be a car in the mud.
So
the Round 3 Racing 997 arrived last night due to logistics issues.
Well, they've got a new logistics issue, I'm afraid.
That's true. I would say that is accurate.
Well, really, it's a continuation, right? Because they've probably had a problem on that car that's a direct result of not being able to shake it down yesterday, right? So,
right.
Yeah, that's tough to see for both teams, for both round 3 and for Random Vandals. It'd be good to know if and when they're able to share that information, if they'd let us know what has happened to that 28, because that was a really unfortunate, as we said before, a really unfortunate way to start the event. Hopefully it's not something that, I mean, you would expect that it's going to take them out of at a Sunday's race too with fire damage.
Absolutely. I mean, the fortunate side is that that does look quite nice.
Yeah, that car is at least rolling, that 997.
The 28 at least is not a carbon fiber chassis car, so a fire doesn't necessarily write the car off.
No, but you'll need to do a lot of looking over it. Yeah,
exactly. Well, that's kind of no fun. Same with the 997 Cup cars. I know the gearboxes are a little on the fragile side. I mean, I at least start to wonder if that's what the case is here. If you end up backwards as you're downshifting into a turn and it get caught in between gears, but it was rolling away, so maybe they have found neutral. I don't know, but yeah, you'd really prefer to shake your car down and not just go straight into green flag running on day 1 of the race. So hopefully we'll see that car back out. I'm a huge fan of those cars. You know, they make a really distinctive noise. The way the chassis moves around, I think the setup on that car is conducive to having it be a little bit more compliant, so you can really see how the car is being driven, trackside at least. On the camera, it's a little bit harder to tell, but you know, if you're here at the track watching that 997 car, you can really tell what kinds of input the driver is doing and how the driver is getting the weight balance to shift with that car. It's really something to see in person for sure. Another thing I wanted to talk about here real quick, if we have a moment, Joseph. I think that we do.
At the moment, we've got plenty.
Excellent. So I've noticed that there's more than a handful of cars that have a giant front splitter here this weekend. Like
the time attack splitters, yeah.
Huge. Palomar Racing, for example, in GP1 stands out to me as one of these, where the front splitter is enormous. Additionally, I noticed today or yesterday that the 99 GTR BMW, of course, a GT4 car, with some modifications, of course, as is permitted in WRL, also has a giant front splitter on it relative to what I think I've seen them run in the past. It could be that I just noticed because I was looking for it with other cars, but a lot more front downforce being requested here at Mid-Ohio.
You almost said Road America.
I almost said Road Ohio was where I was going. Okay. I had the Ohio queued. One would imagine that helps down into turn 1, Joseph. Is that fair to say?
I mean, it helps everywhere. It's a really twisty track. There's 2.25 miles and 13 corners. There are some tracks that would choose to treat the carousel as 2 corners, frankly, because of there are basically, I mean, there's really 3 proper apexes to that. I was kind of joking about 8, but there are so many different changes in radius as you go through that turn, and none of the corners bar turn 1 are especially high speed. The run into the carousel is a bit. So to get the same level of downforce that you would expect at a lot of other tracks, you're going to have to crank up a little bit more wing. Obviously, that's going to hurt you down that long run from the keyhole down into the S's, but that's really the only long run you've got here. So if you have the option to go for a downforce setup, you take it here. This is also going to be the kind of track that I would expect is going to really favor the lighter weight cars. Obviously, these are all power to weight classes, and if you've got 2 cars that are roughly similar, except for the fact that one is on the heavier side and one's on the lighter side, you'd expect the car on the lighter side to do pretty well here because there's not a ton of space to stretch your legs. It's really that run into and out of the keyhole, and that's really about it.
Now, one thing I'd say that's kind of unique to multi-class racing here is if you decide to go for the high downforce setup, which adding more wing or a bigger wing is how you do that, you get a little bit of an advantage in running multi-class racing that you're more likely to be able to catch a draft, even off of a slower car, down a big straight. I think that you can use that to your advantage a little bit. You can't count on it lap after lap, and if you're in a battle with somebody at the front of the GTO field, you can't necessarily count on being able to have that every single time. But it doesn't hurt as much, I think, on a track when you have lots of different cars running around. If you can pull up behind an E46 BMW that's a GP1 car, which, by the way, are still pretty quick here at mid-Ohio, the power-to-weight differences, like Joseph was just saying, really kind of make a bigger difference, and those E46s are usually a lot lighter than the GT4 cars, so may still have decent legs, at least at the front of the straight. But by the time you get to the end, maybe starting to lose out a little bit, but usually a little bit smaller frontal section and then a little bit less power, a little bit lighter. You can probably pull up behind one of those and draft and at least gain some of that advantage back that you would have lost by having the bigger wings on there. Is that fair to say, Joseph?
Well, so again, because this track is so twisty, I think there's a couple different ways to, if you can get around a car, then yes, it's great, and you'll pick up a bunch of track position in doing that. If you're not, though, because so much of this track is single lane, I could also see somebody being a little contrarian and saying, well, let's actually trim this out a little bit, and we'll do the passing where it's easiest. We'll do it on the straightaways. For me, I think the best combination here is probably a lighter weight car that's a little trimmed out, because I think it's challenging to run around the outside of some of these corners. We're not going to have a marble situation like you will in a sprint series, because most of these teams are trying to do this on, everyone's on DOT tires. Most of the tires are going to go for at least 4 hours. Some of them are going to go for all 8. So you don't get the same marble buildup, but at the same time, you're not on rails. Nobody's a downforce car per se, although they're going to generate some. That's not going to be the primary way that they generate grip. So, yeah, there's a handful of different strategies, I would say. I don't think there's necessarily a right way to do it, and I don't think we're going to find out until 5 p.m. today.
Absolutely. So I do just want to make one quick comment. It's something I think Joseph and I looked at the time and went, oh, well, yeah. But I do want to, say for just the general viewing public that the timing and scoring showing on Race Hero right now is not entirely accurate, because not everybody has come across start-finish
correct
since they turned on the timing. So the ticker is not representative right now of what the actual running order is.
Hitman and Thunder Bunny, for example, will be. Actually, as a matter of fact, for that reason, let me hide that for now.
Oh, I mean,
because it's not correct. So,
so anyway, we're going to circulate under yellow, and that should, we're going to go back to full course yellow and get a couple laps in, and that should, rectify the timing. The timing isn't broken. It's just as soon as it's been turned on, not every car has cross start finish. So the timing system is, at the end of the day, pretty rudimentary in how it calculates things.
It's actually just the scoring layer. So the racing computer the timing computer is logging all the laps as it should be, right? So we've got people coming through to finish lap 9. So just because they've just turned it on doesn't mean, as we've finally gone rolling again, which tells me that we've probably gone back to full course yellow.
Right.
Yes, you see that at the flag stand. So
absolutely.
So it's not that the timing per se is off. It's just that the information layers that we've got available to us are a little behind until we've got everybody, particularly in this train, rolling. And I wouldn't actually be shocked, because obviously we've got both of these incidents cleared away. I wouldn't be terribly shocked if we went back to green this time by, but watch this space for that. Good to see the cars rolling again after a 20-minute stoppage now. All the cars that you're seeing are, at this point, are basically course cars owned by the racetrack. This accurate pace car I've seen for quite a long time, so I'm acutely familiar with that. Same as the Palmatra safety team, their Honda Ridgelines.
Joseph, if you could talk amongst yourself real quick, I'm about to get you some RTMP action.
I've got some RTMP action. It's just a matter of whether or not those come back out online now that we've got cars fired back up.
We've got the whole suite.
Yeah, I see a gamut, a veritable gamut.
Oh, did Brendan send those to you?
Yeah, he has.
Oh, okay, perfect. Sweet.
Okay, light's still on the pace car, so we will at least do one more lap under yellow flag conditions, which will be good for some of these cars that are going around at not quite racing speed, trying to catch back up to the train here. Still under full course caution. Train is making their way up towards the keyhole turn. Actually, just making their way out of turn 1 now. And if you are following along with the live timing at racehero.io, you'll see that the Hitman Racing number 34 leads the 111 of Thunder Bunny, having completed 11 laps now. There they go. And the 123 for NFC Motorsports in that final podium position. Now, they were catching lap traffic before this yellow flag came out. We saw the Palomar car has been kind of trapped a lap down, if you like, due to the timing of that yellow flag. Nobody's fault. Just a matter of how that safety car fell. But yeah, Ryan made the point earlier. I mean, these supers are having an awfully strong run, and I mean they're just playing within the parameters, and they're just really strong cars right now. Power to weight course. There's no their power to weight class rather. There's no BOP to speak of. It's there are modifiers in place for certain elements, like whether or not you've got windows open or closed, for example. That makes a difference to how you choose to set up your car for driver comfort, and obviously has an effect on aerodynamics and straight line speed. So several options to play with when you're setting up your race car for an event like this, even though you're technically getting a car, I don't know if you'd call it off the shelf in the case of these GT4s, but certainly a little less cutting and configuring than you might have to do if you are if you're one of the teams choosing to home build. Pace car is going to be coming off this time.
It is. We're going to be getting some green flag action. Both of the Toyota Supras are going to lead us to the green flag here down the front straightaway. It's going to be the Hitman, followed by the 111 and the 123 Mercedes in the 15 Palomar Racing GP1 car is actually up there right at the top 4 of the vehicles taking the green flag. Of course, I believe they've had a lap put on them by now.
Yes.
Yes, they have. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I know the GP1 cars are fast, but they're not that fast.
No, quite right.
So that's going to mean, I believe, that Palomar... Are they at the end of the lead lap in GP1, or are they leading GP1 by a lot? Let's see here.
I believe they're on the tail end here.
Yes, they are, because PC Racing followed by Moorhead is the front, just like it was before the red flag. So the timing has sorted itself out, which is nice. Seeing the cars come through the keyhole here. Again, you're loading up the left side of that car a lot. You can see the cars all lean over tremendously. Look at some of these BMWs as they come through. The whole car leaned all the way to the left, trying to get that car committed back to the inside of the turn, trying to get it a decent run so you can come down the straight and carry as much speed as you can. Any exit speed you can hold there coming out of the keyhole is going to pay dividends as you take that run down the big straightaway down into this turn that we're showing right here. The orange and yellow car about to come through shot now. That's the Moorhead Speedworks BMW. They are in second place in GP1.
That's actually changed hands. I believe the Moorhead car was leading early.
And yeah, PC Racing is now taking the lead. They're just right there ahead of them in that black BMW with the blue trim. The 34 has pulled out a huge lead. The 111 has given up second place to the 123. The number 99 in hot pursuit. The 118 Supra, of course. The 88 still continuing to have, I think, a little bit of issues running back there with the Pinnacle car at the tail end of the lead group, if you will, in GTO.
That 123 is, I get the impression it's very peaky. Either it's very peaky, or you've got a diverse mix of pros and drivers in training on that car, because it's extremely strong in that opening stint.
Oh, you can just hear the tires out of that Palomar Racing BMW.
Oh yeah. Yeah, when we don't have quite as many cars coming through shot here, you can really hear the drivers leaning on their DOT tires.
Here, listen here. I couldn't quite hear it on that one, but
you can kind of hear it.
It was really loud.
Yeah.
You can see, of course, the car is starting to get a little bit sideways, having to pick up a little bit of opposite box. Not a ton, but just trying to balance the car so you don't have to slow down too much and just keep your foot on the gas as you come to that big straightaway there.
Yeah, some of these cars are new to the field. That Civic, for example, I'm not totally sure that we've seen that Civic. So we have seen that
Civic before, because I definitely have seen the Civic that looks like a regular road car. I believe that was the last time out at Barber.
I kind of like cars like that. Almost, I don't know if you'd call that a sleeper per se, but it doesn't look like it belongs out there, but it's still clearly got a little bit of pace to it.
My understanding is that is genuinely a road car that has had the cage put in it, which is fantastic to see. It's still possible.
Yeah, that's true, because that is, I mean, that's a newer car, and you always run into these discussions about, you know, can you still do that? Will every piece of electronics in the car allow you to let it run if you gut it and put a cage in it? And you've got at least one that still can.
Absolutely. Honda, of course, a big sponsor here at Mid-Ohio. I understand that HPD is in Southern California, but Honda is here in Ohio, of course. This is where they built the NSXs, was not too far from here.
Yeah, there's an R&D, there's a manufacturing plant. TRC, up the road between Columbus and Marysville. So big Honda presence here in Central Ohio.
Big Honda vibes.
No, that's actually a Pontiac.
What's Pontiac?
Oh, we've got a car. I don't love that. Going two off.
They were going 4 wide on the big straight there. Yep.
Yeah, went 2 off to clear traffic. That is, we are still, believe it or not, in the first hour of this race. I don't think that's necessary.
We're trying to make up time on a GTO Ginetta there, I think, is part of that. Really wanting to get by, because I'm guessing they have the pace in the corners, as we had talked about. But it's interesting to me that a GP1 car has pace in the corners over a Ginetta, which is probably the lightest of the GTO cars, Joseph.
Yeah, when I was talking about cars that would suit Mid-Ohio well, or vice versa, the Ginetta was basically top of my list, mentally speaking.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, that may be down to driver. That may honestly be down to setup. There's a lot of undulation here, and if you don't quite have the car well balanced, it can be difficult to feel confident here. A lot of blind corners. Yeah, and the camber's all over the place. So if you don't have a well set up car, it's really going to hurt you. Boulder, as you see on the tower, has just overtaken J&R No Lift Racing for third in GP2. Saw that as they came across the line.
I was just watching the 44 PC Racing BMW, the all-black car, get on with its pace here. Starting to lead the Moorhead Speedworks car a little bit in the dust. Of course, we've got 7 hours and 15 minutes to go, so lots more time to let that play out. But at least early on, PC Racing has the pace in their E46 BMW. Really the weapon of choice for GP1 and GP2 teams right now, the E46. It gives you really a good combination of everything, I think. It's a master of none.
Bit of an all-rounder.
All-rounder type situation. Yeah, absolutely.
You notice as we rotate through on our timing tower that there's a GTO star entry. That's basically unclassified cars that would most likely be competing in the GTO class. So if you were to look at the overall classification, that's sort of where you'd expect that car to land, but it just hasn't been through tech. It hasn't gone through it's not quite a homologation process, but just a tech process to make sure that it's in the right category. It hasn't gone through that. That car obviously has been towed off track, but hopefully we will see that return.
Right.
And so if we do, it will not be necessarily classified. You think sort of SPX in the NLS.
Correct. Now, that's probably going to come down to the fact that that car arrived quite late today, or late yesterday. They've run that type of car before in WRL a few weekends ago at Road Atlanta.
Also didn't go great. It has to be said.
To be fair, no, it did not. It was the conditions there were a little bit on the rough side, I think, and again, a new car. But it ran at pace. It was quite effective. But again, I think Road Atlanta probably more suited to that car than here. A little bit more straight line speed called for at Road Atlanta, where I think that car can really stretch its legs a lot better versus here, where you really do want a higher downforce, more grip situation. My understanding is that as the GT3 Cup cars got newer, they got more grip and more aero. So, of course, the new ones are too powerful at this point for WRL. You'd have to detune them quite heavily to run them here. 55 is circulating again, Joseph, so whatever it wasn't tremendously bad.
That's good to see, yeah. Hopefully, mostly cosmetic. I'm sure a lot of the time that they will have spent... now, a red flag situation, I believe, is treated the same as a black flag in that you're not allowed to work on the car once that red flag comes out and until it is withdrawn. So
correct.
They won't have really benefited too much from that stoppage in terms of being able to get that car serviced and back out. They will have been able to, have the hood up and look at it.
Exactly. If you already have the hood up and you can, poke your head around and make sure everything's still together, that's a big advantage for sure.
Yeah, no one's going to stop you from writing in your notebook about what you need to fix, but they are going to stop you from actually fixing it.
Correct.
Yeah, that gap now to the 123 up to our overall leader in the 34 has gone up to about 7 seconds now. The 111 has found pace again and is trying to put some pressure on it for second. No, I take that back. Actually, the 99 has gotten around the 111, so it's the 99 that's going to be carrying the 123 here soon.
As you can see here, of course, quite windy here at Mid-Ohio today. It wasn't this windy earlier. I think the wind has moved in recently. So that's going to start to play havoc on some of your cars that that need a little bit more aero balance. I think the changing wind is going to have an impact. Now, certainly not in the same way that it would on, say, a Formula One car, But you are going to feel it. If the wind doesn't go your direction, you're going to get a little bit more of a parachute effect on the big straight. If it starts to develop a headwind, it's going to make everything worse as far as not being able to get the straight line speed you're expecting.
Yeah, I think the biggest change is going to be really is going to be braking distances, especially if it switches from a head to a tailwind,
right
down into turn 3. Now that's a north to south straightaway, so you wouldn't expect that to change too much. But if it did, then that would basically be your biggest area to look out for. The 99 is slowed coming out of turn 9. Blinkers on briefly. Now that may well have just been brake lights. That car is slow going under the quartz bridge. The other side is not labeled quartz, so I don't know if we're allowed to call it the Total bridge.
Total.
That's what it is.
No, I believe that.
It was the Total bridge, and then it was the quartz Total bridge, and now it's just depending on what your perspective is, a bridge. So
bridge. One of 2 bridges here at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, it used to be 3, and I believe, and I'm not 100% sure on this, but they do appear to have a bridge under construction on the inside of the S's, so that Honda bridge may be making a return.
A big comeback, if you will.
Yes.
Of course, Mid-Ohio still hosts a IndyCar weekend, as well as Trans Am, I believe. They still get a lot of professional action here.
Vintage Days.
Central Ohio. Vintage Days.
Yeah.
SCCA regionals, I'm sure.
Yes, but there are four events now. They've running a very compressed schedule. So it's
Oh, we got a double yellow again, Joseph.
Yeah,
is that car stopped underneath the Total bridge?
That's the 99. That has not moved.
Excellent. So
that did not. I guess you would assume that it lost power coming out of 9 and just couldn't make its way up the hill.
Right. The 99, of course, a perennial WRL runner that, doesn't necessarily have the top pace, but is always there in GTO. If they have a clean day, they have a clean race, they're always there at the end, especially on Sundays. I think they have a little bit better shot as well. Don't know why specifically, but that ends up being the case a lot of the time. So that's unfortunate for them. You think at this point, we don't have the IMSA yellow rules where we give everybody the trophy for being a lap down and do it. The number 111 is going to go off strategy here, I think, and come into the pit lane.
It won't be that off strategy.
The 118 is going to come in as well. So I think this is the Thunder Bunny. They're always the first to pit, Joseph. Always.
And I don't hate that call, especially with this timing.
Right.
Now, it's a little deceptive in that
the 82 is in as well.
Yeah, we saw that on our feed.
And the Jenetta's going to be coming down this. Okay, go ahead. Finish your statement.
Yeah, it's just a little deceptive in terms of timing here. So we're not 53 minutes in, which we're more like 33 minutes in, because we had that stoppage for the incident down at the double incident down at turn 4. So it's only we're maybe halfway through a fuel run at this point. But that's about the threshold at which you'd say, okay, probably worth it to come in. You're not really going to cost yourself. I'm not sure where. You need to keep an eye on where the leader is, and the leader is actually in the S's here. So I don't think you're going to lose a lap here if you
no,
were
they've
in
already
any.
Departed. So
Okay,
we're good.
Perfect. So no real risk there.
That's your advantage too. Is if you pit a little bit early, you don't have to put as much fuel in to get back to a full tank, so you can have a quicker pit stop as well.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about back timing. I personally, I've made my opinion known on this before. But for me personally, if you are racing in a series that has full course yellows, there's no point in back timing until you're trying to figure out when your last stop is going to be. Frankly, and then even then, because the pit stops are so long here. There's really no benefit in pitting before you need to do the IMSA thing of pitting out of the lead and then knowing that you're going to be able to reassume the lead if everybody else pits. That's not really a thing here?
It's going to happen here, though, is the thing. The 111 and the 123, or I'm sorry, the 118 are going to take the lead because Hitman, the leader, has not stopped.
Are they set up to stop, or are they going to keep going? That's the question.
They have fuel jugs on their table, but they don't look like a stop is imminent. Same with the 123. They're a little bit further down, I believe, from where... Oh, no, they're right here in front of me. They also have full fuel jugs, but do not look like a stop is imminent either. So the Pinnacle car is going to come in, and they were strong top 10 here. The 88 also going to come in. Hopefully that 88 can find some pace here after this pit stop, whether that's through a driver change, maybe a little tire change, maybe a pressure check, something. Got to start pulling some levers, I think, on that car to get it where it needs to be. They know they have the pace since yesterday.
Now, I notice, and I don't know if this has happened of its own. No, it has not. They've just come into shot here behind one of the... undertow behind one of the ridge lines. That number 99 is going to be brought back to the pits. That will not be a... Unless it's a fuel pickup issue, it shouldn't be a fuel load issue for sure. That car's got a little bit of smoke on, actually, as they come through.
No, that's from the camper behind it.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Oh, well, oh, you're right, Joseph. There is some smoke behind that car as well.
All right, so with that car off track, I would expect to see the lights go off on this pace car relatively soon. Hasn't happened just yet.
If you were planning on making your pit stop on this run through, you're now hosed.
Yes.
You're committed to the strategy now that you have selected.
From your vantage point, Ryan, can you see if there's anybody still in the lane?
So it looks like the 88 is just now departing.
Okay.
That's about it as far as what I can see. There's also a silver BMW. I believe that's Harrison or the car parked next to Harrison. Silver 46 also in the pit lane. With the hood up, though, so that's going to be a little bit slower stop.
Coming through turn 9.
So this is going to be interesting here, Joseph, I believe, because the Hitman Racing GT4 Supra was in the lead and still is in the lead.
Yes.
And they've got quite a gap back to the NFC car. There's a lot of traffic there in between, but those two cars now owe us a pit stop versus the Thunder Bunny cars. So I like now that we have both Supras here running at the same time. I believe we saw that at Road Atlanta as well.
Lights are off.
Lights are off on the pace car. We're going to come back to green here. Supra's going to take its time, waiting for the jump. They're going to jump here now. Gets a decent start, of course. Easy to get a decent start in a Supra over the number 85 AOA car. The 123 screams right around them in hot pursuit. They're going to keep going. The Thunder Bunny 111 is going to be giving the 511 a run for its money up through the keyhole, I reckon. They got a great start in that 111 Thunder Bunny Supra.
Yeah, remember that 99 was sitting in third when it broke down, so that's elevated basically everybody in GTO up the order a bit.
Yep.
You hear some of those tires squeal.
As we come down here through the exit of the keyhole, and then this corner, they're going away onto the straightaway. Here they are. The NFC cars made up a lot of ground versus where they had started on the fronts, on the start finish straight. So they're gaining some time here. Oh, you can just hear the tires as they go up over the crest here. Mighty R8. All the cars sound a little bit different. It's fantastic. The 111 can't get the move done. Still behind the 511, but again, everybody ahead of the 111 still has to pit. So if they can keep their nose clean,
yes,
just make steady time here, nice and gentle, take it a little bit on the easy side.
Yeah, the point that I wanted to make though is that yes, everybody has to pit, but they also all have to pit 6 more times. It's worked out for the 111 here because everyone else is really the only cars that have kind of not had this work out are your top 5 or so, top 6. Basically because the entire field is pitted, so they're a little bit on the behind the 8 ball in terms of track position.
Right.
It's a little bit of the sort of the late race NASCAR thing.
Absolutely.
Of you know, the top 4 or so don't pit, and then it turns out everybody behind them thinks it's a good idea to pit.
Yeah. Don't know how to make a green flag pit stop, Joseph. Don't know. And the 88, of course, I don't know what's happened with the 88. They just now came through the start-finish line, way behind that gaggle of cars. So,
well, they were trapped in the. They were kind of late to in terms of trying to catch up to the field.
Oh, you don't think they caught up all the way back around?
I don't.
Okay.
The 111 has just gone around the 261, so they're making up a great time here, carving through the field. Haven't quite cleared the 511 yet.
Yeah.
There's that. I believe that Ginetta will be the 62 for Dexter Racing, if I'm doing my inferences right.
I believe so as well, Joseph. That sounds accurate to me. I'll take it. And the 34 crosses the start-finish line again, followed by the 123. I think that gap has stabilized now between the Mercedes-Benz. The 73, I think, is starting to make some headway, though. I haven't seen those Audi R8 GT4 cars be super competitive here in WRL, but the number 73 Works 45 car, I think, starting to get their heads wrapped around that car and maybe drive it to the front. That'll be a different new winner if they can get a W here today. The remaining number 82 Continental Tire Orange BMW comes through.
Corporate teammate to the 28. Has somebody... Yeah, somebody's gone off coming out of turn 1, actually. I saw a little bit of dust in our screen, and that'll be coming through. Here's the black car that's coming through. Is that the 44? Has the 44 had an off?
Potentially. Do we not have the turn 1 camera available, Joseph?
No. That was the camera that I noted. We, for whatever reason, never came up. Or it came up briefly and then went kaputski.
Went away. Okay, cool. Well, I can perhaps service that when JT joins us. It's not a difficult trip to make.
No, thankfully. So that 111. Okay, let's follow up.
Station identification.
No, we don't need to do that because we're not on the air. We're not physically on the airwaves. Thank you, FCC. The point of those GT4 cars, that Ginetta and the Audi being up at the pointy end of things, is a good one to bring up. Now, some of that obviously is because they did not pit, and so we'll see how legitimate that is. But this has given them the opportunity to kind of stretch their legs a little bit. And we might get a chance to see what kind of pace those cars have.
Indeed, we will.
Confirmation that it was the 44 that went around in turn 1, so that will have given up the lead there if they still even had it. I'm not sure that they did, to the 147. You see in the tower there, 147 is your highest running GP1 car and is actually running in front of quite a few GTO cars that decided to take to the pit lane on that last full course yellow.
Hoping we can settle into a nice rhythm here. The number 99 is still being lowered off the flatbed.
I didn't realize it. So that means it was put onto a flatbed. A flatbed at some point. They have not been made into a panini.
Or are they putting it onto a flatbed? It's just, I see it tilted on the flatbed, so I'm not sure if they're putting it onto a flatbed or taking it off of a flatbed.
Yeah, it was obviously, it was just towed around the rest of the track, so I don't know if they've found a leak somewhere that they've decided needed to be kept off of the ground, or what's happened there. But that kind of just indicates that that's not going to be a quick fix to get that car back out.
Not at all. Now, I do wonder, Joseph, the 511 has pace. I would say that on a good day, that 511, or I'm sorry, the 111 has pace. 511 also has pace, but I would say on a good day that the 111 is a faster car, generally. I do wonder...
It has been, certainly.
If they're taking their time, just kind of tucked in behind the 511, saving some fuel, maybe? Because I would have expected that the pass would have been done by now.
Yes.
The 111 has been close enough to make lunges multiple times, and part of that is like, we're early on in the race, don't want to start making crazy moves,
Right.
and it's a low percentage move at this point, because the best thing you do is move up a spot that you're going to end up with anyway, in theory. But you don't want to keep losing time to the leader either. So I wonder if this is intentional, that we're trying to conserve the car, trying to conserve some fuel to make this off cycle strategy work.
I mean, there is a long game. I think it's tough. I think it's important to not overthink the long game here. I think conserving the car makes sense. The penalties, obviously, for contact are very strict.
Right.
1 lap if it's avoidable. Well, 2 laps if it's avoidable. 1 lap if it's incidental. So there's no point in forcing something that, a 50% move is really not worth it, frankly. I mean, it's got to be completely on, or there's no real point in trying it. The point about conserving tires, I think, is relevant. Conserving the car and then in effect conserving tires, because a lot of these teams will kind of run the tires down as much as they can. There's no camber limits here. There's no ride height limits here. So
right.
if you think you're only going to run the tires for 4 hours, you're going to beat them as hard as you can, frankly. So
Yep.
if you can keep a little bit of energy in them, I think that's a good move, and so maybe that's part of why they're hanging around right now.
I'd buy that as well.
A couple penalties have been issued since the start of this race that we need to bring up. One is for contact. We talked about, how did the 55 end up in the
grass and then subsequently in the wall?
Yes, the answer to that appears to have been contact with the 82, who were dinged for 2 laps as a result of that.
That's a rough day for that team then.
Yes, especially to start out
down with their remaining car. Yeah, that's no fun.
The other penalty of note is a 1-lap penalty for the 197 having passed, as it turns out, car 82 under yellow flags. So that's been handed a 1-lap penalty, that overnight 197.
And I have to wonder if that's just a lack of attention thing, because the 197 being a lower class car, the 82, not a difficult car to see on track.
I suspect it was a blend line issue, because this is under the full course caution.
That's kind of the direction I'm heading, honestly. Blend line, or they had also talked about you're not supposed to be stepping out to pass people, to set up your pass when you go back to green.
That's true too, yeah.
That was mentioned as well, but again, I don't see why they would be stepping out on a GTO car. Doesn't make a ton of sense. You know what I'm saying, Joseph?
Yeah, that's why I'm inclined to go the blend line.
The blend line. I believe that.
I would say Specutainment, but that's been taken.
There you go.
I feel like we're dropping frames. Are we dropping frames?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Great. I love that. I love that for us.
I heart dropping frames. Dropping frames is the best.
How's my upload? Let's find out.
Let's check it out. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, let's see what the deal is.
Yeah, it seems to be dropping frames pretty universally.
It's rough. It's rough. I love Spectrum.
Spectrum are great. I pay for the top tier of Xfinity, and they can't even have the internet at my house working during working hours, which, with my wife working from home, is quite frustrating, in fact.
My download is great. My upload is in the garbage. So,
and that's why I have to pay for the top tier, is to get any reasonable upload speed. I have to pay for the Supreme tier. And then it doesn't give me the download speeds they tell me that I'm supposed to get either. So.
Yeah, Spectrum is great because it doesn't matter what tier you're on. The upload speed for home internet is bad.
Excellent. Well, that's good.
Yeah, Love it. If anyone would like to deliver additional fiber internet to the Columbus suburbs, you have my email address.
It's out there. It can be found.
Yeah, but not at this neighborhood.
Absolutely. Joseph, have you? Oh no, because that has a slow upload as well. Yeah, never mind. I was gonna say maybe you'll have to contact our Lord and Savior Elon Musk.
Well, we'll figure it out.
We got something working. We'll get it going.
Yeah.
What kind of resolution can I get via smoke signal to the track? Like, have it digitally scan the smoke signal and then reconstitute the image.
We tried that earlier, and so maybe there's some interference.
Okay. That could be a problem for sure.
Yeah.
Well, this is fun. DriversEye Live. Joseph's about to make the change to 720p, everybody.
Hardly. It has been an interesting race, interruptions notwithstanding. Incident under investigation between the 62 and the 73 for contact down at turn 9.
Okay.
And that actually came out just before the top of the hour.
Joseph, might this be a good time to run an ad?
No.
No. Okay.
This would be a terrible time to run an ad because it would be it would not be the advertiser's best interest.
That's fair. I was more hoping that it would run it to the advertiser, and then we could work on getting the internet cleared up.
Well, I don't know there's anything I can do about the internet.
All right, that's fair. All right.
Other than transfer it to another continent, which we may do soon.
There's some strong potential for that. I think we'll pick up some delay on that, but it would be interesting if it was a different continent and indeed an island off of a different continent, and that allowed a better signal quality. You
know what? I think there's a decent chance of that being a better option.
You'll love to see it. The number 14, Palomar Solar BMW E36 comes into the pit lane. They're going to open the hood on that bad boy. I don't think this is a scheduled stop, Joseph.
Do you know which Palomar that is?
That is the number 14.
Okay, that car was looking a little on the front nose earlier. I don't know if maybe it's a handling issue that they're trying to work out, or if they've got some other issue.
All right.
Yeah, we still won't have been to a full stint, and you'll basically know because of this car that this 34 has not yet pitted.
Right.
They are increasingly looking like they're going to have to do a green flag stop. So I want to dive into the strategy side of things.
Do it.
Yeah.
Take a dive.
Yeah.
You're going to take a dive for the thing.
So,
and then when the strategy doesn't get the call it wants, you're going to get up and be upset.
So when I say I don't agree with back timing at this point, it's not. I'm not saying I don't agree with pitting under yellow flags.
Let me back
like that.
Here.
No, I'm not backtracking. It's
okay.
They're different things.
All right.
So, I think we talk about back timing in long races like this. It shows up in other series too, in international series, where we talk about we're going to back time on X number of stints. You can do that. The thing is, your strategy is going to change as soon as a yellow flag comes out when you weren't expecting one.
Correct.
So, that's a different thing than saying, okay, well, this caution has come at an opportune time for me. I'm going to come in and I'm going to top off or whatever. I think that still makes sense, but I think that's different from back timing.
Right. And for all of you pro teams out there that are in the paddock, or if you work for a pro team, Joseph is available.
I'm actually not.
Run strategy for your SRO team.
Okay.
Or your 24-hour series team. Joseph can call your strategy. Oh, I guess 24-hour series, you don't really have strategy, do you? Because of the silly lap time and pit stop rules.
Yeah, I don't follow Creventic very much, if I'm honest.
It's not good. It's not great. I'm happy to be here. Let's put it that way. But anyway, if you do run a professional endurance racing team, Joseph is available.
That's
his day rate. His day rate is very affordable.
It's $1 billion.
Maybe he'll give you the same rate he gives us, and then we can fly you out to Po or wherever.
Does anyone run a race at Poe that's longer than 8 laps? Because if they don't, I don't think I can be useful.
Somebody has to. There has to be like some 2CV cup or something that goes to Poe.
Hey, we fixed it. We fixed the thing.
Hey, oh, you spoke too soon.
Have I? It looks alright.
Oh, it looks terrible from my end, so.
Oh.
This broadcast not brought to you by AWS.
No. Well, Brendan says I'm back to normal bitrate, so maybe your situation is slightly different.
I'm behind. That's fine. I believe that.
You know what? It's entirely possible you're behind because of my wonderful, beautiful computer.
All right.
We might be okay. We might stay on North America for now.
That's not gone well. Joseph, put it back.
What do you mean, put it back?
I've frozen.
Okay, that's on you.
There we go. Okay, cool. We're good.
We're a top-notch professional organization.
This is very professional.
We do birthday parties.
We do.
As one car has put 2 wheels off. Is that the Hitman car has put 2 wheels off at turn 1? No, that's one of the Pinnacle cars, I believe. Yeah, we do birthday parties, special events. We cater.
We do.
But only to the lowest common denominator.
Got him. These hallowed grounds.
Yeah.
Mid-Ohio. Was that where this joke originated? Was here?
No, it was in Coda.
I thought it was here. Coda was...
no.
Well, maybe... I don't know. Anyway.
Pause back up.
Oh, that's what the joke... It was the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
A Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
Yes, correct. There we go.
Ooh, that is not where I would send it. One of the ACP cars going on the inside of the 178 at turn 9.
Ooh, that's a rough look. 111 still being very patient, staying behind the 511. Right there, working through the traffic, right there behind the 511. Still has not made the move.
Yeah, and I don't mind that. To be honest, I mean, really the only real risk is that they go a lap down, and they're not going to do that.
And the
because
118 is going to pull out on one of the ACP cars down into turn 1. Hopefully we'll see them come up through the keyhole.
The other angle here, Ryan, is that depending on how you look at it, the 111 is still the effective leader of the race, right? They are,
right.
If you want to call it that, because everyone in front of them is going to have to stop again, or is going to have to stop before the 111 is going to have to, because they're on a staggered sequence right now.
Right.
Whether one is off sequence from the other, I mean, I would call those 5 that stayed out, those 5 or 6 that stayed out, I would call them more off sequence.
More off sequence. Okay. All right.
Just because they're sort of out of there's a larger group and a smaller group, right? And now they're in the smaller group at this point. Is the way that I would phrase that. Sorry, I thought I saw a slow car, but it's just a different class car.
It's interesting how Joseph's voice slows down just as the bit rate does.
Yeah, no, my internet and I are one and the same. We are intertwined.
Excellent.
I'm going to uninstall Backblaze. That's my takeaway from today.
Absolutely. The balance always, of course, trying to bring the people a clear, beautiful broadcast and one that actually has a reasonable bit rate. Difficult at times to find that balance.
So a thought occurs, Ryan.
Yes.
Would you like to, while we're waiting on JT to, I forget what JT had to do today, but JT's joining us later, and then we'll harass him for not being here right now.
Correct.
If you would like to, while I'm switching cameras,
yes,
tell us about what's going on in the. Oh, I suppose I could do that too. But if you want to keep an eye on some of the general production classes.
All right, I can do that. That works for me. We'll give you a little rundown.
Yes.
I need that rundown, Jim. I'm going to need it by the end of the day. It's important.
Oh, I don't know about that, Jim.
Need the rundown.
Oh, can you run the clock? I don't know. I don't know about that.
What's a run? I don't know, but it sounds really important. You should probably get on. I haven't even started. I don't know what a rundown is. The 147 Moorhead Speedworks BMW is currently in the lead of GP1 over the number 46 Ginger Racing BMW, followed by the 44 PC Racing BMW. The number 44 had been in lead of GP1 quite comfortably and then appeared to have a little bit of a situation down at turn 1. I think is the reason they are now 24 seconds off the number 147. The 147 always competitive. They show up to play. Moorhead Speedworks, of course, one of the leading lights in the world of BMW E46 parts. Ginger Racing, one of the leading lights in cars driven by people with red hair. One of JT's favorite teams. Followed by, in 4th place, the number 3 for Dale 94 Racing, or 94 Motorsports Chevrolet Corvette. It's a C5. Just rumbles past my commentary position here. Another great looking car. They're about to be lapped by the number 34, of course. Down in GP2, we have the number 164 Harrison Motorsports BMW E46. That was last season's Eastern Championship champion. They, of course, lost the Midwest Championship as well as the overall championship to the fastest team in Maple Plain, Minnesota. That would be North Loop Motorsports, who are not here, and I don't believe will be joining us most of the time this season. So the number 164, the reigning champions in GP1, or I'm sorry, GP2, currently leading the way. Followed by number 27, Rapscallion Motorsports. 2007 Mazda MX-5, a stout GP2 car in 2nd place right now. Currently showing them a lap down. If I had Joseph's timing thing pulled up, I would be able to tell you specifically how far behind they were. 32 seconds. We just had to wait for the timing to update there. Followed by the number 37, Eric Foss Racing LLC. BMW 323 IS. That's going to be an E36, the older body style. I like seeing the E36 making a little bit of a comeback. Palomar Racing's got a couple of them in GP1. We got this one in GP2 running in 3rd. 4th place, the number 122 Tooth Autosport Honda Civic SI. That is the road car that is making its way around here. Just looks like a white rental car that you could have picked up here at Columbus Airport. I, of course, did not pick up a Honda Civic at Columbus Airport, but what are you going to do?
What did you pick up, Ryan?
They took the only one available. I took up a liveried Mini Cooper. It's fantastic.
I maintain that that's been stolen from a Turo.
It's got the labels on it and stuff, man. I don't know what to tell you.
It doesn't seem like a car that should have come from a rental.
So I do know, Joseph, I have an inside scoop with Enterprise, which owns National, and that's if you manage the Enterprise location, you basically get to pick whatever car you want to be your personal car, like a work vehicle, if you will. And then as soon as you don't want it anymore, you just put it into the rental free, and then pick another one. So it could be that the general manager of the Enterprise and National at the Columbus Airport, the John Glenn Columbus Airport,
you're right,
decided that he wanted to, or she wanted to drive that around for a few weeks just to see what it was like. The JNR Racing number 178 is going to come to the pit lane now as well. Just trundling down here as we look at GP3, the number 93 TC Klein Racing. BMW 330i. They are currently leading GP3, followed by the number 65 Open Throttle Racing E46 BMW. That open throttle car, a new addition here in WRL, having a nice GP3 team available to people who want to climb the ladder with them. Very reasonable rates.
I will make the point really quickly. TC Klein, a local entry.
A local?
The
local boy?
Sure. Out of the Columbus area.
Phantom Menace.
I'd never seen a Star Wars. I don't know what you want.
The number 85, AOA Racing. Mazda MX-5, the unstricken X5, currently in 3rd position, sponsored by Liqui Moly. That's your rundown with the GP1 class, or the GP classes, if you will, here at Mid-Ohio.
Thanks.
Not a problem. Anytime.
Yeah, so TC Klein out of, I believe, Hilliard, Ohio, which is very close to where Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan is or was based for quite a long time. That's all.
All right. Thank you for that.
And here they are. And there they go. What's that?
Available? You think they have spare BMW parts available at Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan?
Well,
probably none that would fit anyway.
Right. I mean, technically, yes. It's an off-the-shelf hybrid, I'm sure. I mean, they still run the LMDH program.
They probably have the historic car. The GT2 car is probably there.
Where's Andy Prio? We want Andy Prio.
We want Andy Prio.
I'm gonna make.
What a time!
I'm gonna make the broadest racing references I can possibly come up with, just across the board, and I'm gonna run through them all in the first 2 hours of this race.
Is that Aston Martin factory driver Andy Prio?
Oh no, Mike knows Andy Prio. Oh no.
Oh.
What have I done?
See if he can get me a ride in that Valkyrie thing. I don't think I fit, but let's try anyway.
Sure.
When is RJ going to open this up to like a GTX class, where it's just all these like track day, multi-million-dollar specials, and they just run like a 30-minute race on Friday? And we just see how slow people drive them because they're worried about wrecking their $5 million cars. I'd quite like to see that.
KSP Jones is reporting that Starlink's actually working pretty well for Mid-Ohio. So I do know that. So if KSP would like to hook us up with a sat link for our cameras, that'd be great.
That'd be pretty tight.
Yeah. I don't know if we have enough cable to hook everything up, but.
Well, there's Walmarts in Central Ohio, I'm led to believe. So
yeah, Walmart's
probably make something work.
Walmart's aplenty. There's a Micro Center. Micro Center also local to Columbus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think
based out of Hilliard, Ohio? Believe it or not.
I believe that. Here's a question.
Yeah.
I would assume that somebody who works for Micro Center is here at the track. Somebody in a high-up position.
I don't know why you would think that, but you know what?
I mean,
great.
You've got local teams, and maybe somebody's rented a seat that works for Micro Center corporate. You never know.
Someone's locked up in the door.
Oh, excellent. With the dissolution of the Fry's chain of electronic stores in the West Coast, we really could use a Micro Center in California. Have you ever heard of? There's this region of California. I don't know if you've heard of it, Joseph. It's called Silicon Valley.
Yes.
It's where all the
I'm
tech
familiar.
people live.
It's where all the sand ends up when it they put it up in the mountain and then it just kind of all just drifts down.
It just runs right down. Yeah. Absolutely. But it's the heart of tech in this country, or it was at one point. I guess it's now Austin, so I'm told. And there isn't a chain computer retailer there. What's up with that? Why is there no Micro Center in California? Can we get one?
I think
they probably one in San Jose. And
they probably all have access to. Oh no, this is why. Because they all work for places that give them work laptops.
You don't go to Micro Center to buy a work laptop. You go there to buy parts and peripherals.
You absolutely do go to Micro Center to buy a laptop.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
I order laptops. That's the only thing I wouldn't buy at Micro Center is a laptop.
I like the experience of being oh yeah, this display is good. This display is terrible. This keyboard layout doesn't make any sense. That kind of thing.
I just buy ThinkPads, so I don't need
unbelievable.
that. ThinkPads are great.
I would love it.
Also based in Ohio. No, they're not. They're actually not.
Watching for loose parts on the number 55, which, if we're honest, makes sense.
It's funny you mentioned that, because about 4 laps ago, and I didn't want to say anything about it, but the bumper has slowly become more aerodynamic, I think. I think the winds have pushed the bottom part of the bumper further into the car, to where now it has like kind of a chin to it, if you will.
Sure.
And so I reckon it's bits of probably the grill. Actually, it just went by again. I reckon it's probably bits of the grill have come out.
Okay.
So the 34 has hit from the lead in GTO. They are just now heading back out of the pit lane. So that is your one stint, folks. We'll see where they cycle out relative to... I think they're going to lose the lead because I believe the 111 has already come through.
Yeah, and they should
lane.
because they're having to make a green flag stop here, and the 111 was able to make it under yellow. So, I mean, the point about... to kind of rewind about 40 minutes or so, I think it still would have made sense for them, even though they would have lost that track position, to come in after the field had already stacked up their safety car. I think it probably still would have been the better move here. Obviously, hindsight is 20/20. They totally could have caught another yellow and been just fine.
The Ginger Racing number 46 is now in the pit lane as well, Joseph.
That's a GP. Is it GP1 or GP2 entry?
GP1.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry, maybe I can't read.
No, you're right.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep. There goes the 111, followed by the 511. Oh, there we go. So that pass has been made. It is done. 111 has gone around the 511.
Dexter Racing has pitted their Janetta.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Can I help you?
No.
Dexter Racing has pitted their Janetta. I don't know if you heard that.
All right.
Sounds like you did not. Choice Racing will be... Let's see.
They're very due at this point. It would surprise me if that car is better on fuel than the Supra.
That 111 will go for a while. I don't know that we've seen the same fuel burn strategy out of the 34 that we have the 111. I think I might have said that backwards. The 111 will go for a while. The 34, I don't know if it quite goes this long. Maybe it does.
I mean, there's no reason that it wouldn't.
Oh, well, unless they've got the map differently. You know, they're not completely off the
It can't
shelf.
be mapped that. It must be like Formula 1 in like 2012. Where it was like, sure, the Ferrari is like 1% more power, but it also burns fuel 1% more. Like, there's only so much you can do with.
I haven't seen their spec sheet, so I don't know if they're working at the same weight or not.
Right. RJ, if you could get us just the mastered PDF that has everybody's sheet on it, so we can figure these things out, that'd be great.
I'm working on an Assetto Corsa mod.
For $15.
Yeah, right.
On the WRL.
There's probably an angle there.
I think so. RJ, let's talk. Let's talk rights.
Yeah, let's talk right to all these teams that, all these marks that definitely have not given up branding rights.
It'll be the Circle 4 circuit.
Okay. All right.
No, I don't know. Supercharger Steve's.
We're basically filling airtime until we can figure out how the order is going to shake out after this round of pit stops.
After the pit stops, yes, absolutely.
So if anyone's like, if
airtime until Joseph wants to put some RTMP links on the broadcast, I grandstanded about it, and then now we aren't showing any.
Well, it's because I was trying to stall for time. It's kind of a cascading thing, right? Because if you don't have time to put up one on board, like you can't really stay on one shot for too long, or people complain. So
right.
So I've got to get
fire up the rotation.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
true.
I can kind of
hold on. Yeah, let me get the playlist going.
Okay, cool, awesome.
Let me get my cheat code playlist going.
Cheat codes. Joseph, did you know they've recently found cheat codes for Gran Turismo 4?
I did see that. Yeah. which leads me to ask the question: who's still playing Gran Turismo 4?
I played it like 6 months ago.
Was it you? Did you find the cheat codes?
No. No, yeah, I did not.
That 55 is looking slightly caved in. I mean, good for them for getting that car running and out there. I mean, it still looks like it's putting competitive times in, but you can definitely tell where that's made contact. That is,
you just pull that bad boy off.
It's a little bit of a, it's not quite a smile on that car anymore. It's more of a smirk.
550 into the pit lane as well. I think they've just finished their stop.
That'll be 5th gear, if memory serves. big lockup
that's
from
right,
Ginetta
that's
into
Tim
the...
Liddell in that car.
Okay.
And Jason Plato.
The 62, I don't think they've quite got the setup sorted in that Ginetta, because that was a big old lockup through the middle of the carousel, which tells me there's a ton of body roll going on with that car.
So the issues that Ginetta had in the dry, or I guess in the dry, the Ginetta was really good at Road Atlanta, where it was coldish.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume that if they have the same tires, it would be good here as well.
I think it should be good, but like I said, I think it's tough to set up for a track like this because there is so much undulation. Like there's an awful lot of slow shock loading that goes on, right?
Right.
And in different directions, and forward and backward, and like I have to believe it's a difficult track. I don't know how difficult of a car it is to set up.
Right.
I mean, it runs in a spec series in
Working AOA cars into the pit lane. There's several spec series, in fact.
So they can't be that difficult to set up. Or if they are, then there must be setup sheets aplenty.
Well, I'm sure it's easy to find a setup sheet for a Ginetta at like the Silverstone Club circuit, or whatever they call it now. The
Sure.
small one. But like, are there readily available setup sheets for a Ginetta at Mid-Ohio? Maybe not. Especially when you figure the tires are a pretty big factor in that as well. I believe the Spec Series does use actual slicks.
That's true. That will be different.
Versus the 200 treadwear tires here, which on a light car I think is going to make a big difference.
Yeah.
Got that in play too. There's a learning curve to all things.
Yeah, there's a ton of stuff.
But we don't do racing for it to be easy. We set ourselves the challenge of running in WRL not because it is easy, but because it is hard.
We choose to broadcast from a cell phone and to do the other things.
By the end of the decade,
we will have reliable upload. I believe that we can do this. Ich bin ein Berliner. Anyway.
we're live here in Mid-Ohio.
In 1962. Boy, that Khrushchev's a bad egg, huh?
The BMW is into the pit lane, the number 15. Wow, what a strong man opening that trunk.
Okay, it's not the 30s. I don't know what this period piece is, but I don't feel like it's quite right. All right.
Mid-Ohio.
Okay, all right. Newswire. Stupid. Okay, so where are we in pit stop rotation? I have to be
Let's
JT
check it out.
now.
Now we can do it. Now that I think we've gone through and everybody has stopped. I don't think the 511 has, question mark?
JT remotely says that there's 2 micro centers in SoCal, and that's fine. That's not Silicon Valley. You know
Southern
that.
California may as well be on Mars to me, frankly. Like, I don't care
That's
about Southern California. Palomar Racing, I'm sure it's fantastic there. I'm not a big SoCal guy.
Wow. What a slam.
Fantastic. Great weather.
Okay, is that all? Is that all? We're keeping it to non-contemporary world leaders. Thank you very much.
Only Orange County. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the OC.
The OC.
What do you think Lauren Conrad's up to?
I don't know. Is that where they did One Tree Hill as well?
I don't know.
All right.
I only know about 2 shows that were ever on the WB, and they were both the Animaniacs. So.
Do you think that's public domain yet? Probably not. Here comes the Tooth Autosport Honda Civic is pulling into the pit lane here. They're going to hop over the wall. They're going to put the tray down. We're going to see the fuel jug come across.
Okay.
Oh, no, we're not. See, they're putting the tray down before they do the fueling. That way, as soon as they finish their driver change, it's ready to go. Yeah, there we go. Scott would be very excited to have seen that pit stop in action.
Where is Scott?
Somewhere on the East Coast.
What's happened to Scott?
Not far from here. Why didn't Scott come down? He could have come down in his.
Okay, all right. If I don't have my scale of geography right for Virginia, you don't have it for anything east of the Rockies. It's insane.
Brendan drives here and makes it seem like it's not a big deal.
I don't think he does drive here. I think he flies
Yes,
out.
he does. He picked me up from the airport in his rental car Chevy Cruze once.
That's Pennsylvania. That's closer. That's probably not quite. It's maybe 2/3 the distance of.
Oh, really? Oh,
the distance to Scott. Yeah.
That bumper on the number 55. I wish JT was here to take like time-lapse photos, as it just slowly becomes less and less attached. The number 44 PC racing car was running 3rd in GP1. They're going to come into the pit lane. They're sponsored by Qua. The door has been replaced. I believe that's the Quantum Cool Suit. Not Cool Suit. What's the name of the brand? Chill Out Systems Quantum, I think is what it's supposed to say. But right now it just says Qua.
Is this Tooth? Did you say?
Tooth is in the Civic, yes, and then the 469 is also into the pit lane. That's the beefy boy NC Miata. Number 44 is Choice Racing, or not Choice Racing, I'm sorry.
You should be sorry.
I am sorry. There's about 8 teams here. PC Racing, there we go. Joseph, you can only form 150 relationships and keep them up. So,
are we going to bring up Dunbar's number in a World Racing League? Is that what we're going to do?
my wife said psychologist, so whatever.
All right.
She works in business.
She works in business.
Yes.
That sounds like somebody who does not work in business.
I couldn't tell you what my wife does on a day-to-day basis. I can tell you what her degree is. I actually can't tell you what her job is.
It's technically organizational psychology, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but like, what does she do day-to-day? I have no idea. Not a clue. I'm sure it involves the things that she went to school for, which is like fantastic. I'm very proud of her. She did fantastic in grad school, fantastic in undergrad, and like very good at her job, supposedly.
It would be wild if you were like, yeah, she's a complete idiot. So it's good that you didn't do that.
No, I did not do that. That's true. But yeah, no, not a clue. I wish I could be here and like network for her and stuff. But like, oh, what does your wife do? Like, well, I don't really know. So, has meetings, has meetings and deliverables. I know that. So
that's good. You know, everyone should have goals. My goal was to get the playlist set up so I could actually set up onboards, and you know what?
Nice.
I believed it and I achieved it.
If you believe, you can achieve.
So now we can pull in onboards.
Some pit stops in GP1. Don't believe Moorhead has stopped yet. They have not. And they just came by the start-finish again, so they're still not needing to stop. It's the Moorhead Speedworks diesel BMW. Now on the pit cycle, the 701 has not stopped yet either. That's the round 3 racing Porsche Cayman. They have not stopped yet. They're up into 2nd, so those two are not for real. And then
they are for play.
The Free for Dale 9.4 Motorsports Corvette also has not stopped. So you're looking at the 46 has stopped. So depending on the kinds of times the 46 and the 147 can be doing, I would be interested to see who comes out in the lead there. The 46 is a minute and to P1. Oh, it's going to update here real quick. Just want to wait and see. See, the thing is, JT actually waits for all the stuff to cycle through and then talks about it.
JT knows what he's doing.
It makes it sound like he's just on one, and like I'm trying to do it here live, and it's not working.
JT is a consummate professional. JT takes notes. JT gets in the chat.
It's unreal, dude. It's unreal. I want to be JT when I grow up. Just straight up, no question.
We can only dream of such things.
I can only dream of living in the Seattle area, enjoying Pete's Coffee, Pike's Market, Space Needle.
Space Needle,
Sound,
fresh air,
berries. Visiting Vancouver.
Is this for position here? This Thunder Bunny car going around the outside of the Choice 501. It's not the 111.
It is. That's the one. That's the 118, and that is for position. And they're going to get it done as well. So that, I believe that new Supra to be not the car that Laura Hayes is in. I think Laura Hayes is going to stay in the 111 as she has been in all seasons. So this 118 is the new car, presumably for some renters. And their pace has steadily improved over the course of the day.
Listen, Laura's already done...
That's going to put them up into third, and they've already made their stop.
Laura's already done 6 hours of a 7-hour race. I see no reason why she can't just be in 2 cars at the same time.
Just be in both cars. Do the Scott Tucker, if you will.
No. She's got to one-up Scott Tucker.
By do the Scott Tucker, I mean run in 2 cars, not fraud thousands of people.
Yeah, I don't think
dollars.
Yeah, sure.
That's not what I meant.
Good of you to clarify that we're not...
Clarify that, yeah, absolutely. And then Laura Hayes decides at the end of the race which car she actually wants to be in to, like, get her podium. No. Tell Luis Diaz to come in. I need to be in that car.
Well, could be worse. You could hire factory drivers and then tell them to slow down so that your car can win. Petit. You could do that, too.
Oh, Christopher Bucket.
Well, I was talking about a different... I was talking about a...
I know you were talking about a different...
yeah.
Based in Wisconsin, in fact.
Sure.
Wisconsin, which is basically cold Ohio, I've decided.
All right. We do have Grandpa's Cheese Barn on I-71.
Has taken the pit lane. So, hold on. With the 123 having pitted, 111 and the 118, that's a 1-2 up front. And the 118 is only 17 seconds behind. So we're back to a top 3, or it was a top 3, but the 34 just pitted. So top 2 are both Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supras. That's fantastic.
I will say, we've still got a really tight top. I mean, it's really almost top 10 in GTO. The biggest gap between cars is the 940's 20 seconds back on the 34. That 118 is about 18 seconds behind its team car in the 111. Mm-hmm. Everyone else is within about, ballpark 5 seconds because we've got one of the ACP cars dive in. Yeah.
So the 123 is going to come back out. The 701 in GP1's coming to the pit lane, so they are going to come out of second. Of course, that's only on pit cycle. The 12 for Team ACP with Tangerine Associates. Not just ACP, but with Tangerine Associates. They have come to the pit lane now as well with their Sour Patch Kids pit board, which is quite funny.
I'm working on the multi-view. I'm trying to make the multi-view more useful for you, too.
I don't want the multi-view to be more useful. I would like all available extra manpower to go into having onboards.
All right.
If I can
say
make
so.
a request.
It sounds like you just did.
So,
all right.
Joseph, our Eastern European correspondent.
What?
Blue, black, and white bars. That's the Estonian flag, is it not?
That's okay. Yeah. So that's why I was like, why is there a rhinoceros holding an Estonian flag on top of the ACP tent? Do we have a? Is it? Well, Catesby's in the.
An answer.
Okay. You said you'd love an answer. Or you have an answer.
I would love an answer. Yeah.
Okay. Catesby is or was in the chat, so I'm hoping we get something from him.
There we go, and the 12 is going to head back out with Tangerine Associates.
Onboard setup. Let us set up some onboard, shall we?
Onboard. Vest. Joseph, you got your vest?
Oh no. Can't believe you've done this. Yeah, it turns out when the guy at this flag stand, as a matter of fact, at the Honda flag stand, asks you if you have your vest, what he means is, do you have the photo bib that has a fun number on it so that they can tell you that they know
they can
you
tell
are by
you with
number.
specificity what a hat you are, if you will, a hat.
Okay.
And then call your cell phone and tell you that you need to leave.
Yes, right.
That's what the number is for.
Yes.
That did not happen to us because we didn't have it. So,
Right.
life hack. If you have...
Okay. I don't know if that's a life hack that we want to promote.
Here's a pro tip. If you have your photo bib on, at the Long Beach Grand Prix and you decide to go in the one spot at the Long Beach Grand Prix track that they tell you 9 times during the media meeting that you are absolutely not allowed to go to, which is that right-hander turn 4, I think. Like, you go through the fountain, and then there's that right-hander. That whole block right there, you cannot be on the inside of. And some had his photo vest on and was, like, the only person standing against the fence taking pictures there, and then was astonished when his credentials were taken.
No, no.
So, you know, maybe he was late to the media meeting like another prominent member of the sports car media was that day. But who knows?
Yeah, there were a couple points yesterday where I was like, "Oh God, I'm gonna end up on a social media video, and I'm gonna get yelled at."
Probably.
But we learned.
Do you think there's a subreddit just for creators in the sports car racing space to like pick at each other, or does IMSA fans have that pretty cornered?
Wow. I mean, that is the #1 rule of Fight Club. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay, got it. Sounds good.
I'm trying to get these videos, and they're being real pains in the neck. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Wow. Okay. All right. That's disappointing to hear.
It is disappointing to hear.
Because I made a big entreaty at the meeting, and the people have delivered. So
I know.
Just gonna check timing here again. So Pinnacle, I believe, is on roughly the same cycle as Thunder Bunny, and they're in 3rd place right now. They were about 10 seconds behind the 118, and that is for real. The 127, they're going to be racing the 134 on track, and I think the 134.
Hold on, the choice cars.
They just went by.
I don't know how long ago this went. Yeah, you see the choice cars now on the tow rope going through turn 9.
Rope. Oh, okay.
So that's I don't know.
Unfortunate.
That clearly did not happen a moment ago, because
no,
that means that they've sent somebody out to hot pull it.
Right. And we've got no indication of yellow. This is one of the few tracks left in North America that will do hot pulls.
Yes, and let's try to keep it that way by
absolutely
being super cool around them.
Be super safe.
Super safe.
Stay alive.
511 was noted as slow coming out of turn 2, which would have been the keyhole. Made it all the way down to the S's where it came to a stop. That happened about 5 minutes ago.
Okay. That's unfortunate for Choice Racing there, having a decent day. One of the, I think, lighter crews in terms of people running GT4 cars here. I think they run the leanest GT4 team, and are usually quite competitive as well. And that car is going to be towed into the paddock here. We're about to be clear on track. Now, in theory, nobody will have made up a bunch of time on that part of the track. So I can check this again. Yeah, Hitman Racing was going to come around, and I think they have. They have got it done. So the 127 drops back down to 4th. Hitman Racing back into 3rd. That makes it a Toyota 1-2-3 at the lead of GTO. I don't think we have ever said that before, but it is a Toyota 1-2-3 at the front of GTO and the front of the field overall here in WRL. We're running back down through the list here. We got the number 147 still out. They still have not stopped in their E46 BMW. The number 3 94 Motorsports Corvette also has not stopped. They are in 2nd place. Ginger Racing, PC Racing, and Round 3 Racing have all stopped. But the number 147 has a pretty substantial lead on those guys, so I think they will be able to come in and get back out and at least be in the fray, if not still in the lead in the number 147. So good on those guys. Staying at the front, keeping it sharp. GP2, Harrison Motorsports still in the lead, number 164 in their BMW. They have not stopped. So the majority of the GP runners are going to be coming up on their pit window here as we enter the 2nd hour of the... I'm sorry, as we enter the 3rd hour of the race. They'll have to be very close. We had a lot of yellow running, of course. We had the pace laps at the beginning. We had some red flag action, so that took a little bit of time. Joseph, we figure it's like a 90-minute stint for the GP classes. Is that about right?
Yeah, GP2, GP3 can, depending on the car, can get all the way out to about 2 hours.
Okay.
So, yeah, there's a decent spread. Just something to keep an eye on.
Right.
Basically, somebody may end up pulling just a. You wouldn't call it a blinder because everyone really knows what each other's got, but.
Right.
Hey, we've got exactly one. Count them, one RTMP link. Love that.
But I have a bunch.
No, they don't work.
They don't work. Okay, that's cool. That's fun.
Yeah.
So the three Corvette is here on the pit lane. They have stopped. They're putting some fuel in the back of that bad boy. Unfortunately, one of the onboards you had queued up was the number 99 I saw earlier, and that's not on track.
No, that is not a surprise that one's not operating. I don't know.
The 147 ducks into the pit lane, so that is the limit, folks. As I was speaking just a moment ago, the Moorhead Speedworks car now comes down pit lane, presumably to take on a load of fuel, probably no tires. The GP cars can commit to running a whole day on one set of tires. With it being this cold, I'm not sure where the line is between you've scrubbed all of the grip up versus it just hasn't worn them out at all. But it's on a hot day, so I would hope they could get the whole day done on one set. Maybe a change late in the day tomorrow.
Yeah,
or late in the day today, and then they can start on those tires tomorrow.
I think
Pinnacle car pitting again, the number to 127.
the thing that I think will help out a lot of teams is that we don't
I'm sorry,
have...
Joseph.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Joseph. The Thunder Bunny crew is preparing for a pit stop. They have the pit board in hand. This is going to undo, I think, any pit strategy they may have earned by pitting under yellow. I think they're going to lose that all here. And it's going to push the Hitman Racing Toyota Supra back up into the lead. They still have not come in, but they are definitely holding boards with the intent to pit. Now, here's going to be something. Those Thunder Bunny cars, both of them are pitting together, and the number 940 Janetta is pitted right next to them. So it's going to be quite a squeeze. Fortunately, I think they're going to come in order. The 111 will have the middle spot, and then the 118 will have the last spot. So there shouldn't need to be any squeezing going on as far as trying to find your pit lane. Now, they have not come into the pit lane. The number 111 stays out. I wonder if they told the driver of the 111 to stay out another lap to avoid this pit situation that I had just described. I would like to think that I'm correct about that, because they looked very ready, and then the other car came in and they stopped. So the 118 is coming down the pit lane. Joseph on board the 701 here, the Round 3 Racing Porsche Cayman.
This is an RTMP feed, so this is about as live as you can get it, and pretty good quality.
Excellent. I like to see it. 118, of course, just a routine stop here, taking on some fuel. They're going to change out camera cards. It's got some kind of noise artifact in the background, which is unfortunate.
What do you mean noise artifact?
It's like you can like hear it. It's like a weird feedbacky buffering noise. I don't know what it is.
I don't have that at all.
Oh, I can definitely. Oh. Anyway, so that's it, huh?
I don't know if you noticed this, but I am a professional, and so I was switching between the trackside cameras and the onboard cameras, because that's what you can do when we have a live RTMP feed.
Something going a little bit wide there.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Great shot, great shot. Under the Total.
Ish. It's a partial bridge, really. It's not quite a Total bridge.
111 comes by the start-finish stand again. So the 118 coming in for a pit stop here, right at the 2-hour mark, screams to me, it's been 2 hours to get out of the car for a room turn. Versus a straight, like, this is when we have to pit situation. Because and I would support my assertion of that by saying the 111 is still out and still circulating And they don't look like they're prepared. Yeah, people are taking helmets off. It doesn't look like people are prepared for another pit stop in the Thunder Bunny camp, so I think the 111 is going to remain out. Joseph, did you just switch to the car going by the track and then back to the onboard?
I sure did.
That was fantastic. You'll love to see it. But this is, folks, this is what we can do if we have the RTMP link. It makes it so we can do this a lot better, a lot quicker. If the RTMP links aren't working, then obviously there's not a whole lot we can do about that. But
yeah, we need to
does, like,
dig into.
well.
Yeah, we need to dive into what where the disconnect is there, but because I truly do not know. But yeah, it's a great feat on board this car, and as I noted to you yesterday, the cell service is so much better in Mid-Ohio than it used to be a few years ago.
It's fantastic.
These are not for position. It should be noted. The 147 is a lap ahead, and it's not quite the same deal that you would get in IMSA, where you get wave arounds for every car or for every class. Good to see that they've retarded turn 1, by the way.
Yes.
Makes a lot of sense because that's probably the highest downforce corner on the racetrack.
It does.
But this is not for position, and it doesn't matter quite as much. I think the 701 is mostly going to appreciate having the leader in front of them so they can kind of get a sense of, are there any places where I can improve my line? Can I get up to the pace of the 147? If I can get up to the pace of the class leader, well, then we've got a shot at clawing back some time and getting back some spots. At the moment, the 147 is continuing to gap them, so their time being able to use them as a reference is dwindling, as we've got the 73 behind us in this rear view camera.
Yeah, really, the switch to 5G has allowed this broadcast situation to become much, much better as far as being able to have constant coverage around the track, very few frame drops, everything just kind of working effectively here.
We've got a standing yellow here, and
it's in the carousel, I think, because we've got green at the... It is, so there's a car stopped.
I believe that was the car that we saw getting kind of squirrely into turn 9 on this camera, in fact.
Too. If you could switch to the carousel camera, we could probably see it out there, because I think you can see this part.
It's the 37.
It is the 37. Yep, there we go. Stopped in the carousel. Now, Joseph, here's my question. Do you think Home Auto currently sponsors Mid-Ohio, or do you think that this is just the hand-me-down IndyCar trucks and they just haven't bothered to remove the decals?
They have had these trucks for such a long time.
Right, but like, why mess with them if they still work? I highly doubt that Home Auto is contributing to these at this point.
They still call it the Home Auto safety team over the PA.
Is in the pit lane here. Going to take on some fuel.
I have to believe that's because they need it, because we haven't gone full course yellow yet.
Right, and that's Laura Hayes getting out, it looks like. You grabbed her seat insert. The 111 is going to head back out there now. They'll have lost the lead on that, I reckon, to the 34.
Well, maybe. It depends on what kind of pace the 34's been doing, because truth be told,
34 had a 21-second gap before, so I feel comfortable in saying that that's going to have been done. Now, they should still come out in second place, but now you've got the 88 has worked its way back into the fray here. And the 88 is on the same cycle. Well, they're not... The 88's on the same cycle as the 111, roughly. They came in like a lap later. So they're going to need to hit as well. So that makes the 34 the leader. The number 325...
There goes the 34.
Also going to need this. The 325 is going to need to stop. Yeah, that's the 34. They'll have definitely taken the lead here. The 111, I don't think, is close. fact, I think the 118, the 118 is probably a lot closer. Let's see how this... Oh, the 118 is a lap down. No, so that's that. The green flag pit stop has cost them dearly. Now, the 34 is going to have to make another green flag pit stop. So there's still time saved in hand. But as we talked about earlier, eventually you start talking about back timing the race, and you still have to do the same number of stops. So Thunder Bunny have still saved that bit of time that they did save, but they also had a shorter stint at the beginning. So you have to kind of see what's going on with all of that.
Yeah, yellow flag has been withdrawn as the 37 has been pulled away. So we should be clean and green through the entirety of the track again.
55 to the pit lane. Stay with the 197.
Reminder.
Yes.
To anyone who might be listening to trackside, we're over on the infield. So if you want to pop in, if you've got a few spare minutes to chat, to promote anything that you'd like to promote, that's where we are.
Absolutely.
Give Ryan some company.
100%.
He's very lonely over there.
It is. It's cold, too. If you come to the thing here, you want to keep your jacket on. For sure. This building is quite cold.
But yeah, we've crossed over 2 hours, and so we're at the point here where I think it probably does make sense. We've got a stable internet connection. That's the important thing. So now we can put out ads in their
We're gonna run ads
in their full glory. Yeah. Is that going to be the entirety of your setup for the ad?
Gonna run an ad.
Okay.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
In the pit lane.
Cooper. We're back.
Live at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Here
What a disaster.
in Central Ohio.
You're right.
Hello.
Okay. All right.
It's WRL.
It is.
Fourth weekend of the WRL season. I'm Ryan. That's Joseph. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. Good evening.
Why
I'm
do I
Ryan
have-
West. This is NPR. The number 511 is on the pit lane today.
Okay.
They're currently putting fuel in the car. They're
Okay.
hoping to get back out there and make some progress on the track.
What
This
is this?
is NPR.
Are you trying to be Terry Gross?
Whoever does the updates, like every few hours, NPR puts out like a 5-minute podcast that's like just the like news rundown, and it's a different person every time. I think there's like a rotation, like 5 of them.
Okay.
And they all talk exactly like this.
They're trying to be calming and soothing. I have the wrong cam 4 in. Is that embarrassing? It's so embarrassing.
Nice. How embarrassing. There's the 147, the leader in GP1, coming through the S's here. You can just start to see the cars get unloaded as they go over the crest here. I'm tempted to move the camera more to the right later and or tomorrow, so you can see a little bit more of that action as it goes on. You've got the cars breaking down from the main straight, so from the left you can of course see on the camera there's a little display. So this is the cars starting to slow down to take the turn, and then the next camera that Joseph's going to show is the actual turn. So it goes from this one to the next one. No, I'm sorry, this is the keyhole. I'm talking just complete nonsense here. Disregard everything I just said. Not a problem at all.
Why stop now?
This is the exit of the keyhole.
Oh, something has fallen off of a car. That is not supposed to be there.
Drummer.
That is debris. That is big
that a
debris.
Yellow bumper from a Miata? Oh, here comes the 997, Joseph. It has emerged from the paddock.
Okay, so, I can tell you where that debris has come from. It's come from this Miata.
The yellow one?
I think. And then at the same time...
Oh, no! Trouble.
No, sorry, not yellow. I wasn't listening to you at all. Yeah, so that car is stopped.
Okay. So it's lost its bumper and then it's lost its drive.
And, yeah.
Those two things, car fans, are not necessarily connected.
Well...
Oh, my. There's a... Okay, so, Joseph, the Palomar number 15 has had some front left damage. The front left of the car has been pushed in rather substantially.
Full course caution.
They're having difficulties even getting the hood open at this point. I would imagine these things are related? Question mark? Could that piece that's fallen off be a fender from a E36 BMW? Oh my, and the 118's missing part of its bumper as well. That's come off, so there's been some big trouble. The front left of the 15 and the back right of the 18 are... oh, they're trying to send the fueler away. They do not want fuel. They, of course, waited until the fueler went back across the thing to tell him to go away. The 34 has had to pit in the whole thing. Oh, and they had to pull the car back. The 118's in the 34's pit stall. It's gone all wrong for the 118. The 134 has had to pit out of position, hoping the officials will be a little bit more lenient on the 34 for that. The driver of the 118 probably a little on the nervous side, having... I think there's no other way of saying it. The back right of their car is torn up quite badly, and the front left of the 15 is broken as well. Again, I would assume those two things are related. They're roughly the same angle there. It kind of makes sense where that's happened. But just imagine it's your first race in this beautiful Toyota Supra. You get in, you're getting costed. Maybe you cut it. I don't know the specifics on who to blame or whatever. But yeah, a little bit frazzled there and missed the pit stall. They're ripping part of that rear bumper off.
Yeah, I mean, depending on where they've made contact, they may be out of alignment. They may have something wrong with their brakes.
What was interesting, Joseph, was that the 34 dove into the pit lane under the double yellow. So they were able to get a nice top-up almost for free over the 111. So now they've both saved the same amount of time on a pit stop. Are they going to be back on the same... I mean, roughly, the 111 just pitted not too long ago, so I think the 111 and the 34 are now in the same strategy, and the 34 is going to have track position now as well. But I think the dreams of the Toyota top three have evaporated here as the 118 is having its rear bumper taped on. It looked like there was a flap that had kind of come apart. They're using some racer tape, I imagine, to secure that to the rest of the car. I think they're just going to send the car back out at this point.
Yeah, I want to see. I don't know that we've got a replay of our multi-view available, but I want to see what's happening here.
118 is going.
because I don't believe that we have anywhere near the full story here.
There was a lot of carnage here. There's a lot.
I mean, there's 3 different cars. One of them has made it all the way around the track. 118's clearly been involved and was noted for being stopped at the carousel.
More drama unfolding here at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, and I mean, it was really at the point where I was tempted to say, wow, it looks like we've really kind of settled out.
Clean race.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
So that's an unusual part of the track to have that significant. It's almost like somebody braked way earlier than somebody else is expecting.
So they've picked up the 123, and then the 997 is actually the 3rd car in order. So what'll be nice is that 997 is going to get some clean running with no traffic when we go back to green. So that'll be a really good way for them to keep shaking that car down for tomorrow.
Apparently the 360 has also stopped out on track. The sector right before.
The 34 is pitting again, this time for a driver change.
Okay.
I wonder if this was a case of they're trying to split the pit stop into 2 so they can catch the pace. Like they did the fuel, and now they're doing the driver change. And there goes the 111 right now. So this 2 pit stop thing has put the 134 back on the same strategy as the 111, but they're now losing substantial time and track position to the 111. They
the 34.
still have not left yet. Yeah, the 34, yeah. The 44 is in the pit lane now as well. The 37 is in the pit lane.
118 has just come across start finish.
34 still has not left. Now, at this point, it doesn't really matter. They're now firmly at the back of the pack, so they can take their time because they can catch back up to the front of the pack in rather short order, as long as it's safe to do so. But I don't know what happened there, Joseph. To be honest, I don't know why you don't do the driver change at the same time as the fuel, unless the driver wasn't ready. Maybe the driver wasn't in the pit lane when they called the yellow. And I think that extra stop has just cost them, potentially being in a pretty advantageous position where they were on the same strategy and had track position, and now they've lost it. They've made 2 stops effectively. Well, not effectively. They have made 2 stops.
Uh-oh, that was a mistake. I've broken the multi.
This whole thing was a mistake, Joseph.
Yeah, so far.
December 2014, that's when it started.
It might have been 2013, actually.
2013, whichever.
I'll get you your multi-view back. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if that was me or not.
No. It's
okay,
me.
cool.
It's
all right,
me.
that's fine. Take some time to mess with that.
It's a good time for me to break that. In that it was a good time for me to.
It's not a good time because we're about to go back to green. Number 997 is going to come back down the pit lane, presumably to get out of the way of people trying to race, which is quite nice of them. The 123 is going to lead the cars to the green flag. See them all come through here. The 88, the 178, all the cars coming through. That's the 111, who I think will be the effective leader on pit cycle, and they are the real leader as well. Followed by the number 73, Works 45 Audi. So a nice top 2 run for the Audi. They are not due a stop for a little while yet. So that's a nice feather in their cap, if you will. And then Pinnacle Motorsports now in 3rd place. They had been hanging around the top 3 because they were on a similar strategy to the 111 as well. Hitman Racing, 20 seconds behind the 111, but we were under yellow when that timing was last updated. So now they've just got to burn some fuel and get that 20 seconds back. Get back up to where they were. The 118 is down in 13th place. They're 2 laps down.
Do you have your thing back yet?
I heard it, and then now it has stopped.
Oh, okay, great.
So let's try again.
We're doing really well here.
We are, and there we go. Here comes the 37 across the start finish straight. That's a GP2 car, but it's got a lot of aero on it. Even some modifiers there. Here comes the 123 again. They've got a big gap, the 123 to the rest of the field, but I think they're at the tail end of the lead lap. Here comes the 88, the 82, the 52. So yes, this is the tail end of the lap, tail end of the lead lap for GTO. Lots of people fighting to stay on it. Oh, I'm sorry, the timing hadn't been updated. Let's wait for... No, Pinnacle's in the lead. That's what that is. So Pinnacle Motorsports and their Porsche, they lead the race right now with the number 111 3 seconds behind, followed by the number 73 Audi. They're going to be hot on their heels. Number 34 Hitman Racing Car also clicks through. They're 15 seconds off the lead. So they're getting on with it, doing what they need to do. This stream is not refreshing.
It's because you're getting a new link, because I restarted it to give you the right feed.
Okay, got it. Your input cannot be opened.
Boy, don't I know it.
Where have you sent the new link?
I haven't. I said I'm gonna.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, got it.
Oh my
Okay,
goodness.
Okay. All right.
Gracious.
Sorry, I thought
God,
you said you had.
just because you don't have the video, just because I'm not doing my job.
I mean,
now, somebody.
Like 100 yards of the track. 76 comes through. The E36 BMW. And the GTO Gaggle is going to come back through. That's the 123. They are doing what they need to do to try to make up that lap. The 123 is not hanging around. They are making it happen. The 88 and the 82 go through. Both GT4 BMWs. You know, Joseph, it strikes me it's weird how it used to be that the Porsche Cayman GT4 car, and then the Club Sport as well, were the car of choice for GP1. Number 55 going very slowly down the front straight.
I sent you a link.
Thank you. That Porsche GT4 car used to be the ticket, the car that you wanted for this, and then the M4 GT4 car started coming around, and that caused, you know, a little bit of a rift because a GT4 BMW has way more torque, and so it was a little bit more effective in traffic. Even though the ultimate pace may have been on the side of the Porsche, that 4-liter naturally aspirated 6-cylinder just didn't have the grunt on demand to, you know, pull up and get around a lower class car, whereas the M4, despite its size, has quite a lot of power, you know, right on tap. And Joseph, wouldn't you know that when you take the big torque motor out of the M4 and then put it into a smaller chassis, that actually ends up being a really good solution? Would you believe that?
I would believe that, and I'd give you full credulity for that because
Excellent.
I wasn't listening. We did have this open throttle car that's coming through shot run wide at the keyhole.
Okay.
I can tell you that much.
And so, Joseph, I can't help but notice that your multi-view feed is worse.
What do you mean?
There.
Yeah, I did a bad job.
I've gone from having 4 views to 2.
I did a bad job. But I've got the playlist going, so I can, and we ran an ad, so now I can actually spend time on making it not bad.
Outstanding. Number
I'm
7
very good at
looks
this.
like it's missing a bit of rear body work as well. Before you get too involved in fixing the thing I just asked you to fix, do you have the log up and you can see what the result of that melee was earlier?
I mean, I think we're gonna need a debrief on that because.
Okay.
So the call was, I think there were 2 things basically that happened, effectively simultaneously, and that's why we went to full course caution. So initially we had contact between the 46 and the 550 on the way into the S's. That was the big one, as far as I could tell. 46 I think would have been that Miata, question mark?
The 46 is a...
No, that's Ginger, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Ginger Racing. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that's the GP1 car.
Oh, okay. Well, so this doesn't make any... Okay. All right. Okay. I think we've
We
had.
need a debrief on that, is what we're saying.
Well, we've had 2 incidents. Okay. And
Okay. All right.
one is between the
Sounds good.
118 and the 15. So that's car A and car B have come together. That was actually called at start finish. And so I'm not. That was immediately preceded by a call of the 118 being stopped at start at turn 13. So I don't know if the 15, which I believe is an AOA car, has actually made contact with a 118 that was struggling.
The 15 is the Palomar car, I believe. That was
Oh, you're right. They're 14, 15. 15 is an AOA number that they're no longer using.
that no longer exists. Yes.
Okay, so Palomar and the second Thunder Bunny Supra have come together around start finish. And it's unclear whether the debris came from that incident or from the other incident, which was between the 46 and the 550 on the way into that was at turn 5 though. So basically there's 2 things and we have picked the bones out of none of them.
Nice. All right, that's good. Thank you. Thank you for that update.
So if you're listening and you're confused, rest assured it's because I also am confused. So
Perfect.
you're not missing any information.
I'm glad we could clear that up. That's been fantastic.
Anytime.
Thank you for that, Joseph.
I don't fully understand a lot of things.
I don't fully understand racing. I don't even understand what we're doing here.
What's our deal?
What is Mid Ohio?
I don't believe it exists.
Many times. I don't think it exists. I haven't seen it. I don't think it exists.
Yeah.
I'd like to go see it. I'd like to go there.
See
go
the
to
Kia.
Mansfield, Ohio. See if that's a real track.
It is. We were there.
No, that's a real one. I've been there. I drove past it. Well, I know the outside's real. I haven't actually seen the track.
I'm gonna be honest, slightly baffled.
You're slightly what?
Baffled.
Excellent. That's good. You know, Joseph, if you keep this up, you're gonna get.
Hey, did I add that camera successfully?
You did. You did do that.
All right.
Here's the deal, Joseph. We're putting on a performance improvement plan, and you're going to prove to us over the next 60 days that you're a valuable member of this team.
Oh, I don't feel like I'm qualified.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, I think you can put that one in the bin.
You want next ad break? Switch him out. Switch him out. Mike,
Ooh.
you're in.
You promise?
You're out.
I don't know if he's ready. We haven't talked about. He needs additional information, including ads. I think I need to get him some new ads.
Go run an ad.
Well, he can't run an ad because he doesn't have the right ads.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Can we just pull Cooper ads off of YouTube and just get like a different selection? And also, I saw an ad on YouTube that was delivered to me by Hagerty that was Mo Dadka and Shea Holbrook talking in the paddock of a WRL race. Why don't we have that one? I would like that ad. That's people that we know are in it.
Oh, we got an update. He's got ads.
We got ads. Mike can run an ad. Is Mike also part of Bottom Split Nation?
No, I don't think so.
Is he a splitty?
I don't think so.
That.
He's a. You absolutely do not start that. But he is. He's in the Simverse.
The Simverse, but he's not in the Jordan Worth orbit.
No, he's on a different continent, as we've discussed.
That's fair. Well, I mean, Timu's on a different continent.
Well, Timu is Timu.
That's true. There's only one.
Yeah.
If we talk about random GP2 drivers from like 2012, will Mike Yao know who we're talking about and be like, oh yeah, we're mates?
GP2. Oh. I mean, maybe Jordan King.
Okay, all right. Young Jordan King.
Yeah. If I shout out Jordan King. Hey, he knows Jordan King. All right.
Hey, there we go. All right, sweet.
I'm working on the multi-view, so I'm going to be completely useless in terms of actually describing what's happening on track. So
If I say your name, just say yes, that's correct.
sure, I can do that.
Okay, awesome. Just a general agreement is going to be good for that.
Okay.
I'd like to just take this opportunity to remind everybody that I am available. I can absolutely get some interview action in here at WRL here at Mid-Ohio.
The harder we flail, the more they'll flock.
The more. You just come across that Cooper Tire Bridge in your car, in your pit bike, in your, whatever you want. Just come on down. We got fun stuff. We got a laser temperature gun thing. So if you need that for your team, you can come grab it. Totally okay with that. It's Harbor Freight, highest quality.
Oh, that's true. Can we get some temperature checks? Can we get some surface temperature checks?
The window surface temperature is 46 degrees, Joseph.
Okay. Cool. That'll be useful for about 0 people.
I mean, would you like me to go outside? We could just let the broadcast be silent.
Wow, look at that car, that 37 over the crest at the keyhole, just getting super light. Anyway.
Excellent.
That was
Gun
a
is
relatively
not working.
quick full course yellow, actually, that we had
It
for
was.
what seemed like 2 pretty substantial moments.
Joseph, if it's been less than 15 minutes since the last yellow, you don't have to do the wave around procedure.
This is okay. You're going to confuse people who have no idea that that is not
You're
true.
right. You're right. I'm sorry.
That is an IMSA rule that does not apply.
That's
Nothing,
not a WRL thing.
nothing that applies in IMSA other than cars are on track and they're in
Yes.
different categories. There is
Yes.
no crossover between that and IMSA, between this and
And
IMSA.
they have people in the pit lane. They have to stop for fuel.
That's true.
That's the same.
They have multiple drivers.
Multiple drivers. 4 cars on track at the same time.
They make their speed in different ways. I'm Alan McNish.
WRL connects the new and the true sports car fans from around the world.
Talking points, observations. You've got them. Keep them to yourselves.
I didn't do the fobs to victory again.
Well, there's only 2 of us, so.
Oh.
Kidding. Look at this onboard.
Look at this onboard. Check it out.
We are in the
Beautiful.
process of trying to figure out how to get more of these bad boys.
We've made some calls.
We've made calls.
We're in progress here.
This
go.
car, this round 3 car, now sitting pretty comfortably in 3rd in GP1.
Yes.
They've got about 10 seconds advantage over the number 3 for 9-4 Motorsports.
The number 3 for Dale, 9-4 Motorsports.
It's a Corvette. It is a white Corvette though. It's not that GMAC Corvette. Yeah. Or Ally if you like.
No, I don't like, actually.
The company formerly known as GMAC.
Yep.
So does that mean
you
that
name yourself something cool, then like people forget that you were bailed out to the tune of billions of dollars.
so does that basically mean that who runs the 48 right now? I'm blanking on the name.
Hendrick.
No, that driver.
Oh, well, okay, but that's the thing, is like the 48 isn't really the 48, because the 48 crew went to the 5. So it's like not, like the number is saying
no,
that,
the
like,
5
they
has been
changed
around.
crews.
The 5 is. I don't care about the cruise. The 5 has been around forever. It's about the charter.
The chart.
Because the
Okay, got it. Then
the
yes,
48.
It's not Alex Bowman, the other one.
No, it is Alex Bowman.
The sim racing one.
No, that's the 24. Sim Racing Boy is in the 20, or the William Byron is in the 24.
William Byron, that's what I'm saying. So it is Alex Bowman. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I think the 48 is the old 25, right? Because I don't think they have a 25 anymore.
Yes.
And 25 used to have the GMAC sponsorship. So that actually tracks. That's actually continuity.
Actually, that makes a lot of sense. I never thought of that. Thank you, Joseph.
All right.
That's great.
We've all learned something today.
Look at that. Wow.
Wonderful.
What car does... Oh, no. No. Can't slander a... anyway.
You know what?
That wasn't going to be good for anybody. We're just going to move on from that one.
Okay. All right. Still working on the multi-feed.
Okay, great. I do have more cameras now, so that's nice.
Yes. I wonder if I can add I don't understand how this has been set up. I'm gonna completely level with you. I don't understand how.
I'm gonna level with you. I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea how to do my job.
It doesn't make. Oh, you know what? I know exactly what's going on. Because some of these are zoomed in to make us look like we're better than we are. Some of these are zoomed in and rotated a bit.
Oh, you don't have the zoomed in and rotated dot. Okay, I got you.
Well, so I'm fine with that.
Better than me?
No, I'm iterating on your wonderful process.
Thank you.
That I trust. But I don't understand why Mix 2 and Mix 3 aren't showing up right for you. It's very confusing.
That's fun. I honestly
can't wait to hear what's coming up.
I'm gonna filter. That was the filter working. I don't care about the multi-view at this point so much. Is that the preview pane? If I could just have the preview pane and the regular, I would be happy. I don't need the multi-view.
I don't think I can do that.
Okay, well...
I'm sorry, Dave.
I'm sorry, Dave. I can't allow that.
Beep boop.
Dave, we really should talk about this.
The 261 is back out on track.
It was the 997. It made a couple pit trips in and out of the pit lane, but they're here.
261 out of the pits after an hour and 10 minutes of service.
Perfect. That is a slow stop. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. I think they can get those numbers down.
I think so too. I think they can bring their average way down.
I agree. I agree with that for sure.
And here comes the Audi to the pit lane. It's going to be the number 74. 74? Yeah.
73, right? Or did they have 2 Audis?
No, just one. 73. My apologies.
Okay.
Oh, it's because it's the 40-something team. That's, yeah. Works 45. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Yeah.
I don't know if 45 is taken, or if there's a significance to the number 73. For that,
some kind of like internet joke. I'm not. The 34 has caught the 111. That has happened.
You know how, like, in some...
They needed to make up, like, 20 seconds, and they did it.
You know how in some workplaces they talk about, like, alphabet soup?
They talk about what?
Like alphabet soup, like people just talk exclusively in acronyms, and you have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah.
I feel like we can fall into the trap sometimes of turning it into like number soup, where we're just like, you might as well just be like listing off the lottery numbers, and we'll see if like Thunder Bunny won straight or boxed, like that kind of thing.
I mean, all right, that's fair.
I don't know how to get out of that. I guess we gotta just actually refer to team names.
Thank you for emphasizing it and making me feel more self-conscious about it. I hope that nobody had noticed but me. We're streaming through... Well, alright.
I did that. I tried that. Anyway.
They only have one output at a time?
Well...
Or 2?
No, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, alright.
We're on board with the car. Still not for position, by the way. Still a lap gap, but you see that with the full course yellow, they've. I don't think the 147 of Moorhead has actually pulled out much time since the restart here, because I think we saw them make a move on the inside of the 701 for round 3 racing. And we've got a slow ACP entry. Has this been a collision? We've got a bunch of cars stacking up here. That might have just been getting single file for this yellow flag zone. We're probably still in until we cross the start-finish line here. No, flag stand must be...
Start-finish line does not have a flag stand, or does not have a green flag out.
No, it doesn't. So that green flag must be earlier in the lap. Let's cut back over to that camera. See if we can...
Hape on the 118 holding exceptionally well.
I think you can just barely see, I think there's a green flag being held out here, sort of middle of the shot on the driver's left.
Zoom in and enhance, please.
Okay. I can do that. Enhance. Yeah,
there we go. That's better. Oh, okay, cool. Now, can you make that back into 1080p resolution, please?
I cannot.
Oh, okay. All right.
I can do that.
Use AI to do that.
Oh, God.
No, I literally mean, can you get Alan Iverson to come be a producer?
I can get Adobe Illustrator.
All right.
Is that anything?
Can you Adobe illustrate a man holding a green flag? Oh, we got double yellow again. Trouble.
What for? I wonder if that's for the 12 still.
I buy that.
We'll come back around to the scene. No, it's a separate thing. I wonder if they've come together, actually. So we had the 52 stopped at post 11, which was that left-hander on the way into the carousel.
Right.
Someone has lost a tire.
Oh, that'll do it.
That will do it. I don't think they've gone off.
And
I hear
the 111 is.
I hear the
going to
static.
hit- Oh, now you hear it.
Yeah.
The 111 is going to hit the pit lane here.
Yeah, we'll hang on this. So 52 was stopped. I think we're still waiting on identification on the car that coast to a halt in Thunder Valley.
Going back out into the fray.
I will scan our trackside to see if the pace car has caught our leader yet. I don't see the safety car out on track. Yes, I do. It's coming out of turn 1 now, so that's just been scrambled, and it's picked up one of the Pinnacle cars by the looks of things.
Okay. That makes sense because the 111 came in. So the Pinnacle car would be the leader at that point. Oh no, they are the leader. The 111 wasn't close.
That's a good showing from that Pinnacle team.
Absolutely. Now they are going to have to pit, and the 34 and the 111 have now already pitted, so they do still owe us a stop.
Sure.
There's that tire noise we were talking about.
Yeah. People still giving it full beans trying to catch up to the safety car queue.
The fool beans.
If ever you've thought, I think I could get away with partial beans here, I've got news for you. It's full beans only. Although, right now, no beans. I don't think you want any beans at this point.
No,
You're under
no
safety
beans
car
available.
conditions.
Correct.
404, beans not found.
Great. All right. All right. We've got 5 hours and 18 minutes remaining here.
This is really
Now,
going to mess up the predictions.
Is this the first race we've had this season, Joseph, where it is truly an 8 experience and not a 9 and 7?
I think this is the first 8 and 8. Yeah, I think that's right. I was thinking about that too. We're going to go collect an automobile, by the looks of things.
With the wrecker. Wrecker.
The question is, I thought they were going to go counter race to pick up the car at turn 11, and maybe they still are going to do that, but we've seen a few crews go into the runoff here to make that happen.
A few crews going to runoffs?
I don't know where the runoffs actually are this year.
I don't think they're going to be at Mid-Ohio.
No, they're not at Mid-Ohio. A few cars taking the pits. Let's keep an eye on this shot.
Is Raj going to make Indy available for Raj?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean,
127 comes into pit lane.
I'm in a level with you.
You know Raj, the owner of Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
I honestly was thinking like R-A-J. I was like,
no.
I don't know. I don't know a Raj.
No, R-O-G.
No, I
real
get it
OG.
now. Okay. Yeah, he for sure on the O.
For sure on the G, dude.
I don't know about that.
Let's make like an IndyCar broadcast and ask about Roger Penske's golf handicap. What do you think he shoots? Think he's over or under 100? But I played Augusta with him last week. I love golfing.
Okay. What is this, NBC Sports?
Yes. That's why I said you gotta make like an IndyCar broadcast.
You could make like an IMSA broadcast and relate everything to being a pilot.
He's at the controls.
Speaking of pilots and segways, Brian Till is an instructor at the Mid-Ohio School.
Is he?
Yeah.
Never mind.
I would love to know where you're going with that. Would love to maybe not broadcast it on the feed.
Do you think we can get him?
Do we think we can get Brian Till? If Brian Till is here, I would love to have Brian Till. That's
like Brian Till would like have me sign a contract. Like he'd walk up here and be like, "Yeah, absolutely," and then like hand it over. Like actually, we owe him $5,000.
Well, just don't sign it. Duh.
There we go. Brian Till, if you are here and you are listening, come on out, say hi. RJ can take care of your check.
Okay.
So just go talk to RJ about it. It's fine. Wins.
Send your invoice to
RJ Till, Chattanooga, Tennessee. Care of ACI Motorsports.
So I think we've got some activity that's being obstructed by the walkover bridge here.
Do you think we have some activity in the bullpen?
Oh, you know where it is? Actually, it's in the middle of shot here. It's still that 52 that ground to a halt at the apex there. So that's what we're picking up.
Got it. 325 here coming down the pit lane with their swan neck wing on their NA Miata. Looks pretty cool. 511 coming to the pit lane as well. We got lots of takers here. Lots of pit takers. Got the 34 Hitman Supra.
And make sure you enunciate big time on that phrase. Doing great so far.
Mr. Peter Ian Staker.
Okay. The interesting scenario on the back part of the circuit where it looks like the 127 is behind one of the safety trucks and is unsure whether or not they should pass them.
Well, the rule is that you can, as long as you are careful, or you can pass them when they're stopped. No, you can pass. Yeah, okay. Doing some pit service on the 701.
Yeah, fireball at the ready as it should be.
That's about 2 seconds behind.
Okay, that's not bad.
No, not at all.
Given that, gotta...
Okay, he's just now running away with the bottle. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. All right.
Okay. I think we're gonna be clear of this incident relatively shortly, as long as there isn't a second stopped car on track that I haven't gotten eyes on.
Right.
Not to be confused with
I don't know if I
eyes
would put my eye on an A car. I don't think that sounds comfortable.
Well,
probably not the decision I would make. Okay, here it comes. One of the ACP cars being towed in by
52.
a Ridgeline. This is the most a Ridgeline has ever towed. Probably over the capacity.
wow. Okay, so let's keep an eye on the lights on the safety car through Thunder Valley, under the bridge, around the corner.
Uphill, round the bend.
Okay, I think... lights are still on. I'm surprised by that.
Alright.
Well, although, to be fair, yeah, I think there might be another pickup happening, because we still got a Marshall.
It's a Ridgeline, it's not a real pickup.
Cool. There's still a marshal here, indicating that drivers should stay to the right-hand side, which they are doing. So,
Oh, and we got a car coming to the pit lane. We got the number 27 Mazda Miata is coming down the pit lane. We'll head down to our pit lane with Andrew Marriott. Andrew.
Yeah, down here in the pit lane. Anyway.
You gotta be on your toes, Tom. It's gonna change. We're gonna change it up.
Oh,
We're gonna
good.
change it up.
This is psychological torment. I like Andrew Marriott. I know he's a little rambly, but I kind of get a kick out of him.
What do you think we are? What?
Yeah. I can't slam him for that.
So when you're on dial pad making a call, it will tell you you've been talking for quite a long time. Consider letting the other person talk. It's like, oh, great.
What's on dial pad?
My work runs all of the phone calls through dial pad.
Okay.
Sucks. It sucks really bad.
Lights are still on, and I don't believe that marshal has moved from. They are now.
Here.
They're limbering up, and I am actively debating whether or not to. Yeah.
You're not ready to make the call at the decision desk?
We're having a good time. Okay, now that truck is pulled forward a little bit. I believe it's the tow truck, so it's actually not the ridgeline. It's so you can see the lights flashing right above the A in quartz.
All right.
So that's the reason why we are still keeping the lights on here.
Well, we got to keep the lights on.
It's not a Motel 6. So there was a report of a tire that had gone away from the car that it used to be attached to, and that's
what you like to see.
That is on the 76 apparently. I have big news, Ryan.
Big news. Huge.
At 10:27 a.m., the hitman number 34 received a pit lane and fueling infraction for traveling 40 miles an hour down the pit lane.
Oh, no.
At 11:46 a.m., they received a pit lane and fueling infraction for having a visor up during the fuel stop. That is going to cost that hitman team, which has led so much of the race, it's going to cost them a full lap here.
Oof. So, what potentially was a Toyota 123 in the space of about an hour and a half has turned into really only the 111 has a shot at being on the podium here, which is unfortunate.
Yes, we've got several more takers of the pit lane, as I'm sure you'll see from your vantage point.
Lots more pit takers.
So I suspect that a lot of this delay here in getting us back to green is about, I don't know which corner we've lost the wheel from on that car, on that 76, but I suspect it's just a matter of trying to get that car, which will be not exactly level anymore, just trying to get that onto the flatbed or onto the tow, because I'm actually not sure that they've scrambled the flatbed. I think they might just be trying to get it onto the tow, which maybe tells us it's off of one of the front corners.
I believe that. Sounds reasonable.
Thank you. Love to have reasons. Somebody is going to get an earful for getting too close to a safety vehicle.
That's not really that cool. It really talked about that. And safety crew
at length
really makes it so that we can do this.
Yeah.
It was one of the key subjects at the drivers' meeting after people were heckled by the Discovery Parts guy. So, that's disappointing. You literally do hate to see that. I use that phrase a lot, but I do genuinely mean it right now.
Yeah. And
Joseph, they're doing some more work on the front of the 701. Maybe we can... Perhaps we can go talk to Nick Damon in the pit lane. Nick.
I can't do it. I can't do a Nick Damon.
Nick Damon.
I'm afraid.
Oh, okay. All right.
My Nick Damon is about as good as a certain Twitch personalities, Hermie Sadler. Like, I'll put it that way.
Okay, got it.
Although Nick Damon is the best member of Radio Show Limited. Okay, so I think here we've got a great illustration of why it's taken us a moment to get this car cleared away, because it appears that it's come off the rear actually, and they've lifted it up on the rear tow hook.
Yeah. That's a tough scene right there for sure.
Actually, it has
just put it down and then lifted it back up.
It has come off the rear, and they also don't have a tow hook, so that's why it's taken.
They're gonna send it green right now.
Love that. Love to see it.
But we're going for it.
The field is going to be led by a GP car.
The 455 takes the green flag into turn number 1. The 111 is going to look on the outside down into turn number 1. We'll pick it up as they come down the chute towards the keyhole. The 111 takes it nice and easy.
What are you doing?
I can't do the call if you don't change the cam. There we go.
Well, they're not here yet.
Oh, okay. Awkward. All right.
Like, this is why all the cameras needed to be a quarter mile away. 111 making good hay now, so they'll have clean air very early on in this green flag period.
Crisp, yellow, crunchy, nailed correctly.
Yes.
Every now and then I hear voices in the commentary box, and I have to look into the other room to see if somebody's waiting to speak to me. But
Are they?
Much like middle school, nobody ever wants to talk to me.
Oh, no. What a shame.
What a shame. Games.
So, that 33 Ford's got a lot of pace, right? And I think maybe our storyline for the next few hours is going to be, can they claw back this lap disadvantage that they've given themselves?
I think they can. I don't know if they are going to be able to claw back the lap and get back to the front. I don't know if they can do both.
Yeah. So where have they ended up here is the other question. Have we cycled through? Have they been given the penalty? They have.
I do not know. I'm currently looking at the GP1 field.
Okay.
We got the 3 for Dale, 9-4 Motorsports. Corvette actually currently leads GP1. And they pitted recently enough, but that's like a real deal lead.
118's been shoved wide here. Not too bad
off. More drama for the 118. Tough debut for that car.
Yeah, look at this. We've got 3 basically GT4 cars that have broken away from the pack here. 111, the 73, and I think it's the 12 question mark? I think it's one of the ACP cars. And probably not the 52, given where we saw the 52.
Correct.
What a stack up.
Is currently in front of me. 997 is in the pit lane again. I wonder if there's like a setting they're trying to mess with on the 997? Because they come in and out. I don't think I've seen the 997 take a lap at pace. Like, come down the straight.
I mean, do we think that maybe what sent them around is some kind of... Ooh, that didn't sound great. Do we think what sent them around was maybe some kind of diff locking situation, or just a brake balance issue? Maybe maybe brakes in general?
I don't know. They're not looking... They've got the car up on the jacks. They don't appear to be doing any work. Like, not like, oh, they don't work, but like, they're not physically touching the car, it looks like.
Okay.
It also doesn't look like their air jacks deploy in like a level fashion. Seems like it would be really annoying.
I mean, they've been campaigning that car for several years now, so I'm sure it's developed some fun quirks and weird things as we go 3 wide through the carousel, which is ambitious.
They seem to have kept it clean here, Joseph.
Yeah, I mean, well done for everybody.
511 doing a good job trying to pick through traffic here. Joseph, great news. The number 99 is back out.
Worse news, the onboard for the 701 doesn't appear to be operating.
Excellent. That's good. You like to see that.
Yeah, love it.
And the links aren't working.
Settle.
That is vexing. 701 is still circulating, so that is not the problem.
Yes, it's a good point. Because the last time we saw it was in the pit lanes. Probably a situation where they switched it off and it hasn't come back up, or it's come back up on a different link.
Correct.
93 for TC Klein's been overtaken by several GT cars. Oh, the 99 is on track. So it says...
Yeah, I said that. I literally said that.
Oh, I wasn't listening. I'm doing like 8 things, and none of them well.
This is the 12, yes. So it's the 12 right behind the Audi. PC Racing currently in second place in GP1. Ginger Racing in third. Moorhead Speedworks in fourth. So that top 4 has remained the same all day. It's shuffled around. There's been those 4 cars in the lead in GP1. Harrison are followed by Overnight, 164 by 197 in GP2. In third place is going to be the number 27 Rapscallion Motorsports car. GP3, we've got the number 65 Open Throttle Racing BMW ahead of the number 85 AOA Racing Mazda MX-5. That is the one that hasn't had any issues yet. And then the 455 HC Autosport Spec E46 in GP3. They are currently in third in GP3. I think they're a new entrant for us. Welcome.
I'm impressed to see that.
Pinnacle. Oh, go ahead.
I'm impressed to see that 55 still riding around after the shot it took.
Still on there, like it's functioning. It's doing bumper things, if you will.
Just bumper things. 2 hours and 8 minutes is the time loss for the number 99. Again, good to see them back out there, but it does mean that they've lost. They've been in the pits longer than they've been running, so hopefully things go a little better for them for the rest of the race.
Absolutely. And did just go back in the paddock.
Well, never mind.
So there's that.
Maybe just a shakedown lap to see how things were going.
See what's going on.
Yeah.
See what we got on the docket. So the 111 has lost time and positions. They are now behind the 73 and the 12.
Well, all we know about that car is that the driver is currently not Laura Hayes.
Correct.
And so there's always a question of how much that time is worth.
Other fun news, the number 62 of Dexter Racing, Janetta, is currently in 5th place in GTO.
And hitting the curb with some velocity.
Yes. Really got some compliance built into the car, so you can just hammer the curb.
Yeah, it complied with something.
Joseph, have I ever talked about the 2010 Le Mans 24 Hours? Have I ever spoken about that?
You talk about like it's a secret, like nobody knows that the race happened.
Have I talked about the Peugeot strategy on the air that they used to win that race? Have I ever talked about that on the air?
If you have, I've forgotten it.
I talk about it literally every single weekend, and so I'll go ahead and tell the story again. It's not a problem at all.
Great.
So, the lead 2 cars, the lead 2 factory cars, decided they were going to just flat out maximum attack the entire track. Whereas the car led by, I believe, David Brabham at the time, I think it was the Brabham, would have been Sarrazin and Words, maybe, in that car. Anyway, David Brabham's car was the 3rd car for Le Mans. They decided that they didn't want to run any curbs, ever. The car would not touch the curbs. We're going to use no curbs, take it nice and easy. And both of the 2 lead Peugeots had gone out of the race with suspension issues, and the 3rd car ended up winning the race, even though they were like 2 to 3 seconds a lap slower by not using the curbs. Can be competitive in an endurance race, even at the top end, at the bottom end, wherever, by just keeping the car nice and clean and staying off the curbs. So, you know, it's tempting to make up that time to, scrub a 1/10 of a second here and there, and of course at Le Mans, an 8-mile track, you can make up several seconds doing that. But here, Mid-Ohio, tight course. The turns are important, yes, but I really, on a Saturday, would rather see the car stay a little bit cleaner, stay off the curbs a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen different types of cars hit curbs, you know, often enough and with enough. Oh no, Brendan's listening.
Oh, good.
Oh God, Verge Brabham and Janae. Brabham? Why did I say that? Brabham. I made him Spanish, but he's not.
All right. But it was words, so that's fine. I got that part right. So it was Janae and not Sarah. I'm okay with that.
But no, I mean we've seen several cars in this series, including ones that are, you know, modified factory builds. You hit the curbs often enough, you know, it's a lot of load, and B, it's a lot of load cycles on these things. So you will eventually break things. They're not made of diamonds, because that would be rather heavy, and also not very flexible.
They're heavy, yeah. So,
Oh, we might have an onboard. Look at that.
got an onboard.
Got an onboard.
Go on board. Delivery check.
I don't think we want that on board. Anyway, but yeah, no, I think it's a good point. Some of this is going to be down to familiarity with the track, right? Because it's going to take several laps to actually learn where the bumps are in the road, where the rough ride all the way down, if you will.
Hello?
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 Oh, good. Can you hear us? Ryan,
Yes.
are you there?
I am. Hello.
Wonderful. I don't know what's going on at Chateau de Lexington, but
Acura. Acura. Oh no. Oh my. That's not good. Now I can hear it.
what are you doing?
I'm not doing anything. I'm literally standing. I'm not doing a single thing. I'm
Okay.
touching nothing.
I don't know what's going on. It sounds like you're in distress.
I am not in distress.
Okay. That's good.
I mean, all things considered, yes, I would say so. Hello?
What?
Okay.
I'm recording some gripes. Don't worry about me.
Oh, okay, got it. Oh, I see.
Don't worry about that.
Coming across the front straightaway, the 147, the 127. So the Thunder Bunny car has now fallen 5th place here, dropping down the order.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think that should really be a surprise because
I'm not saying I'm surprised by it, I'm reporting on it.
Sure.
I'm not telling you how to feel about it, like a good journalist.
Well, I am, because I'm a bad journalist. I don't think that
Okay,
should come
that's
as a
fine.
surprise, because we know that car's been through a driver change, and we know that the hot shoe is not the one that's in the car. So, what that
Correct.
turns into for that team... Ooh, we got a little bit of light contact between... looks like a Palomar car and the 37. What that kind of turns into for that 111 squad is a game of, okay, let's see what kind of advantage our hot shoe and this applies for a lot of teams, right? Especially drive and drive teams. Not so much for teams that are, you know, a bunch of guys that all know each other well, or that have a more consistent lineup. But if you are one of those teams,
The 123 is going to get the pass on the number 111 as well here.
if you're one of those teams that has a pro or semi-pro, you know, a driver coach and a trainee, you're basically
A Padawan.
Sure. I've never seen a Star Wars. The thing that you're basically looking to do is get as much of an advantage as you can in those early stints, or those stints where the hot shoe is in the car, and then you're kind of hoping that the slower driver, I guess if I'm going to be more frank about it, that they don't lose too much time on track. So then if you've got another ringer, or in Laura's case, the second ringer, or the same ringer,
right,
then you can come back through and make up some of that time, especially if a safety car comes out. It's really, that middle stint seems to be the most common position to put drivers who are still learning, who are still getting that active training. Because at the start, it's a very dense track, right, and it's very easy for things to go awry, and in a big way.
Right.
At the end, it's that's when all of the the safety cars that will have compressed the field. That's when they actually, I'll back up. I'll describe it a different way.
All right.
In the middle stint of the race, you can afford to lose sometimes because safety car periods are going to help compress the field a little bit more. So,
nice.
if you've got a safety car, if you've got a slower driver in, you can basically say, okay, well, it's not ideal, but we'll make a ton of this time back up if it ever goes full course caution, which it probably will, especially the way that this race has gone, where we've had cars that end up stopped in pretty precarious situations, and so you've got to send out a crew to do it, and you can't do it in a hot pole. It's whatever it is. But you can take advantage of that by saying, okay, well, let's put our driver in the middle stint, get a full course yellow, then we can put another hot shoe in, or the same hot shoe back in from the first stint, and see how much ground we can make back up. And that's what's great about WRL, because you end up with these really exciting finishes where the field is kind of recompressing, as you've got some of the faster drivers coming back in and using up the pace of that car in a way that you don't always see in this middle stanza.
Well said.
Eventually.
You brought it in. You landed the plane. It was great.
Sure.
You were orbiting. You got called into your slot. You brought it in. You flared.
I flailed, but then I flared.
And then you flared. Yeah.
Harrison, that 164 has pitted.
Yes, they have. In their Yokohama Advan colored BMW.
And I'll tell you what, I don't think that was of their own volition. Remember, I said they might not, race control won't take too kindly to drivers not playing nice around safety vehicles. That 164 has been issued with a mandatory driver change, and so I think that might be what's happening there.
And they have changed drivers, in fact, has occurred.
So, yeah, be cool to the people who are traveling at 0 miles per hour.
Don't be evil.
Okay, that too.
Yeah.
Let's see, and we did catch a couple other penalties. The 82 has picked up another lap penalty for a visor up in the pit lane. That won't be huge for our overall running because they had issues earlier. I will say, their cumulative penalties in that 84 squad are a 2-lap penalty for contact with the 55, which is the reason the 55 is a little askew today, and the 1-lap penalty that they just copped for a pit lane infraction, and they are how far behind the GTO lead? 3 laps. So they absolutely could be in the fight if it wasn't for... Oh, not behind the lead, excuse me. Behind the next car in class. But it does mean that they really don't have anybody to race against right now, as a result of those kind of self-inflicted woes.
Makes sense.
Are they? You know what? They're also 3 laps behind the leader. So we just have a super compressed field right now, which is which is great to see.
Right. Thanks for a little bit more entertainment on trackside, for sure. Really wish we had some onboards.
Okay, is that all?
Like functional.
Is that all?
I understand that it's not your fault, Joseph, but we don't know who.
You know what? Let's go back to the tried and true. While we've got this rotation going on, let's
play the how much GPU overhead cancel fair game?
Yeah, I mean, we can throw a couple in the mix, for sure. We're only at 32% usage right now, so hey, the sky's the limit. Just kidding, not the sky.
Should we... can the RTMP feeds be looked at in Great Britain, or no?
I
tried that.
We have tried that, and he has corroborated.
Okay.
Multiple people have corroborated
That it does not work. Okay, that is fine.
that things are askew.
As long as we're all on the same page, we're trying stuff. I'm aware that you guys.
You're I know, no, I get it. You're like, well, this
but I'm
idiot.
also not relevant to the goings on, so it's like I at least want to ask.
This grade A prime moron. Let's make sure that he knows what he's doing. Oh God, that is. Brendan wasn't kidding when he said that was iffy.
I'm gonna come back to East Westerton, Ohio, or wherever it is.
Excuse me?
And find all of my things.
Are you unsuccessfully trying to dox me?
East Westerton, right?
Oh, hold on. I've got a treat for you. Oh my goodness.
That was all I needed to do was threaten to dox Joseph, and now he can make the onboards work.
Yeah. That's all it takes.
Oh my gosh. Was it the tower? Was it the tower animation? Is that what the treat was?
Oh, no. I mean, if you like that, then great, sure.
That was just brilliant.
What happened?
I thought that's what the treat was. I was like, that was great. Look at that.
No, I don't even know what just happened. That is completely hands-free to me.
Like, all of the bars moved up to the top of the screen individually. Look at that. Look at that.
Oh, no.
Oh, I haven't seen that before. That's brilliant. I love that.
I'm pretty happy with where this tower is going. I'm going to be honest. This tower is going places.
You worry about those fighters. I'll worry about the tower.
What? Okay. I've never seen the Star War.
You have the poster in your house.
I didn't see the Star War. Somebody else saw the Star War. How do you know what my house looks like?
Quick question, why do X-Wings have air intakes?
I don't know. To pee with?
I mean, I'm just wondering. Like, do you have an answer to that? 997's back in pit lane.
Why do I have the what? Do I have the answer for fictional aerodynamics?
Well, there shouldn't be any aerodynamics. They're in space.
I don't know.
Why not?
Because I didn't invent it.
You didn't invent space?
I didn't invent Star War.
Make it so.
This looks really good.
Warp 9. Gauge.
Okay. There's an onboard on the way.
I see that.
Oh, you can? Oh, no.
This is a choice onboard, let me tell you.
Stop. You don't. Hey, don't tease it before it's ready. What if I was like, I don't like it? And then Bill would come up. He knows what I look like now.
Right.
Bill would come up. He'd sock me.
I'm disappointed that they've removed the tire temperatures.
Lame.
If you're listening, Will, can we get the tire temperatures back on the broadcast? That'd be great. Just
Yeah,
for
can we just
science.
completely blow up your spot? Just telemetry
Completely blow up your
wise.
spot. What do you got working? What kind of pressures you run? What kind of pressures you got? How many clicks do you have on your front shock? I heard they have a
Anyway.
shaker rig at Choice Racing. And a wind tunnel. I think they're in there working hard on the car.
Yeah, it's biggest customer at Windshear I heard is Choice Racing.
Choice Racing.
A lot of people don't know that.
Do you think they used Chip Ganassi's secret tunnel?
That he's burrowed underneath Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of people
And then
don't know
drivers
about.
talk about it and be like, yeah, you know, like once you get it going straight, like you just like read, like you do what?
Wasn't there some crazy? Isn't there like an unused tunnel that someone's turned into a gigantic wind tunnel for?
No, that's what it was. It's Chip Ganassi owns it, and it is a wind tunnel. That's what
I thought that was
it for.
no. Isn't
They've driven Indy cars in it.
I thought that was Multimatic or somebody else.
No, it was Chip Ganassi. He might have sold it, but like that was Chip Ganassi owned it. They talked about it on Dinner with Racers. They had like some driver who had actually like been in. It might have been in Dario, but they asked about it. And Dario was like, "Yeah, that's true." Like, we did that.
Huh. I think Multimatic might own it now, but not 100% on that.
Okay, I believe that. Chip Ganassi, of course, winding down his involvement in racing.
I don't think that's correct.
Well, his NASCAR team certainly is third now. So
Yeah, because he got a great offer for it.
yeah, that's true. Got Justin Marks, Chico State alumni, represent.
Are we gonna go to GoPro later?
What was that?
Are we gonna go to GoPro later?
I don't know what that is.
It's a go-kart track that he operates in the, I think, Charlotte area.
Oh, no, I'm not in Charlotte.
Okay. Well, if anyone has been to GoPro, whatever it is, GoPro Motorplex.
I've decided that I need to weigh about 75 pounds to go go-karting with anybody. I carry my own success ballast, which, unfortunately, when you were talking about a 10 to 15 horsepower cart, is substantial. So,
Well, no, it just puts you down in GP2. It's fine.
I could be the best kart driver in the world, but we would have no idea because I'm vastly overweight and tall.
2 incidents under investigation, by the way, since the green flag.
Okay.
These notes are about 20 to 30 minutes old, but they are still relevant because they haven't been squared away yet. The 178 and the 85 possible contact at the keyhole, that would have been, I think, a lap after our green flag. And then another 2 laps after that, possible contact under investigation between the 123 for NFC and the 73, which would be that, was it Apex 45? I'm going to get the name wrong. Works 45.
Apex V2 45.
I know, that's what got me. There's too many 4-letter words with X at the end.
Apices.
Apaches?
Apogees? Is it the apogee?
Apogee.
Or the
yeah.
perigee?
Well, certainly in that case, they were very para. They're not nearly apo enough.
Right.
But all G. I love this. This is great. Big fan. I'm pretty sure that, well, this may be behind because the timestamp is back, but I don't know. I think that's just the wrong timestamp, which really throws off my go-to in terms of when I decide that a camera is not usable.
Well, if we wait a moment, I will see when they come across start finish, and then we can time it. Okay, they are. Oh wow! Oh my! It is. They can start finish now.
That's not crazy for YouTube. If they're not running low latency, then that's not crazy for YouTube.
All right.
So that might still be relevant.
All right.
Now the question is going to be.
Another famous Texan.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The possible issue here. Does this click over? Okay. What is their last lap time?
Their last lap time is
A 1:35.7. So okay. So this is
extremely behind, but it is correct. Well, not behind.
Okay.
Like the information that's on the overlay in terms of time and lap count is behind, but the overlay, like the video itself, is fine.
Okay.
And the lap information is correct. So I don't know what happened. It's probably been reset at one of the red flags, actually, is the answer to that.
All right.
Would you buy that for $1?
I believe that.
Yeah, that's, oh, no, it was reset at the pit stop. Cool. So treat that as like a stint timer. And then I guess the clock is just completely wrong for reasons that are beyond my comprehension. Anyway.
That's fine. We're all right with that.
My top sleuthing.
Joseph, is it too early to run the Predictomatic 6000?
I mean,
of course, yellow. So, yes.
yes, it is. It's the 178. 178 is stopped at turn 8. Let's see if we can find it. We sure can. Here it is. That has pulled off with a mechanical. That is not... If that had gone off track in an incident, that would be in the wall.
Nice. Joseph, can we run an ad?
Why'd we do that?
Hey, if they keep paying me, I'll keep running them. To see my statement from last month.
I mean, I guess I could run an ad. Do we really want to run an ad?
That is, of course, a quote and not a thing that I am saying.
I don't know.
I
You
would
sounded
really like
pretty
you to run an
confident
ad right now. I am going to step away whether you run an ad or not. So, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course outside of Lexington, Ohio. Approaching halfway through our first race of 2 this weekend. It'll be an 8 and 8. This is the 4th round of the championship. The 2nd or 3rd, depending on how you're counting. 3rd race of the championship for the Midwest Championship in GTO. 2nd in the general production classes. They'll be making that up later this year, trying a split class strategy down at Road Atlanta with a GT only race and then a GP only race.
It's gonna be great.
I'm looking forward to it.
I hope I can go. I want to go.
Just leave. Get out of here.
I would like to be a part of that.
They've pulled the 178 away from
from that incident down at turn 8. So fingers crossed we may be able to get back to green flag racing shortly. And I think a lot of people are kind of anticipating this will be a short one because I didn't see too many people take to the pits here.
Yeah, the 511 and the 34, the 88, the 15, the 197, 55. 178.
Are you directly contradicting me?
In the paddock? I
can't believe you'd do this to me.
Never seen anything like it. Of course, because of the proximity to the other yellow flag, pits are open straight away for all classes.
Again, that's not how that works. Cannot stress enough that those are not the rules.
Look at that. Palomar up on the jacks, change the tires, back down, and they're right back out. About a 3.5 second pit stop there.
The only time the pits are closed during WRL operation is, and really it's only the pit exit is closed.
Right.
During in preparation for scheduled red flags.
Yes.
So if there's a scheduled break in operation.
No.
I don't know where you were going with that.
It is Easter Sunday coming tomorrow. Hope you all have great plans for Easter.
Ours are here.
Yes, they are.
And
Joseph,
the lights are out.
Will you be doing an egg hunt at your house?
I will not. That's an interesting procedure that we've
And
just...
we're going to go back to green here. The number 127 takes the green flag, going down into turn number 1. Really would like more to say than that. Here we go. And we'll watch the feed. We'll be correct. The number 127 takes the green flag, headed down towards turn number 1. We're going to pick them up on the other side of turn number 1. They're going to be streaking right up the straightaway.
The 118 duck into the pits. Actually, several teams have come in. I wonder if those are calls that were taken when they crossed the stripe last time through.
There it is. There goes that Civic, the road car Civic, of course, the white one that had just gone through the screen.
It's unusual to pit straight off the jump on a green flag.
This is the 118, though, that's got some bodywork issues. I think they're just trying to get the...
That one makes sense. The handful of cars that pitted after them make less sense to me.
Got it. Well, what are you going to do?
I want
Estonian
answers.
Team ACP with Tangerine Associates number 12 is also in the pit lane. And they're going to exit the pit lane. Palomar Racing not currently working on the number 15.
Yeah, the
they're
15...
kind of standing and looking at it in the pit lane.
They're asking for a flat toe. So that car is dead stick, and they're asking for...
And that would be why the tow truck has suddenly appeared from the pit lane?
Yes. Good to see that 99 has come back out.
Yes. It has re-returned.
Yes.
It came in just riding a horse, big white horse, staff in hand, just coming towards the city.
Okay.
Return of the King, but it's Gandalf.
I'm gonna hit you with something.
All right.
I read The Hobbit. I read the first 2 Lord of the Rings books, and I just never read the third one.
Have you not seen the film?
No.
Film.
No.
Pretty good.
Nor have I seen the digital
film.
Yeah, you can keep saying the same word, but I still haven't seen it.
Vest.
Okay. Ooh, that Janetta taking a wide line. Round turn 4. 62. The only Janetta in the field. I am in the process of trying to decide whether or not the 62 is like pulling a blinder here by not pitting under these full course cautions, because they're holding second, obviously behind Pinnacle, who also are not pitting during these full course cautions. Pinnacle is due in for me in about 8 laps. We'll see if that's valid or if that's just a function of yellow flags. But I've got these 2 leading cars hitting relatively soon. I just don't really have a good. Those should not be the fast cars. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
Because we haven't seen them be front runners previously. The same goes for Works 45. It'd be great if they are able to maintain this pace.
I think Works 45 has the pace now.
Okay.
I said that at the beginning of the race. I feel pretty confident they have figured that car out. A car which traditionally has not been successful in WRL, I think they have a handle on. So I think that's for real. Pinnacle, if you'll recall, Joseph, have been running at or near the front this season pretty consistently. So that's
depending on the car, depending on the entry.
That's also true. But like they have the knowledge base is there in the team. They have the setup. They've got the cars built correctly. I feel pretty good about that. The 62 Dexter Racing Ginetta. We've seen flashes of the Ginetta being competitive. And what did I say at the beginning of the day when it was cold out? I was wondering out loud if the tires were a factor, and now it's a little bit warmer, but the sun has been out long enough to warm the surface, and now that car has come back to the front. So I wonder if that's starting to come to them as well.
Yeah, I mean, we also have had... I'm going to run some irresponsible math. Just feels right, you know?
Okay. The 325 being in the top 5, that's new. I think that's interesting. That's a hell of a Miata they have built there.
Is that the winning Formula car?
The winning Formula, yes.
Yeah. The only Miata in GTO I was reliably informed.
It's a K Miata. That's why. I see. So they have the Honda motor, as is proper when you are in Central Ohio.
Sure. Okay.
Oh, okay, so that is the first time I have seen the 997 cross start finish. That's the first time I've seen it come across and be at what I believe to be pace. Like, actually at full chat, banging through gears, doing its thing. Like, I think that they have figured out that car now that are just going to keep trying to shake it down for tomorrow.
So, I have some projections. And
Are you projecting, Joseph?
I feel okay about these, but they do require us to, like, think kind of critically about where things are.
I'm not big on critical thinking.
Oh, no.
I like everything to just deliver it to me.
Let's see. Where's the 511? Are they in the paddock?
The 511, well, I mean, the camera shows they're in the paddock.
Yeah. My question is, do we trust that camera? Does that seem correct?
I haven't seen them recently. I'm not saying they are not here, but like I definitely haven't seen them. So do with that what you will. Now, the other thing I want to know is this Pinnacle car is not the cool one with like the gold and it had like the pictures of the team. I really liked that livery, and this is not that car, and I'm kind of bummed by that.
Okay.
As I deliver takes about people's liveries here.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. I think that's like an interesting direction to go with that.
Let's see. I have tried really hard on making my Thunder Bunny look-alike livery on Gran Turismo 7, and it's not there.
I will say, I don't know if I've seen this in a few places. So, Chill Out have posted some of their liveries to Trading Paints. I would happily run some of the liveries that are out here if they would get onto Trading Paints.
If they would, 100%. I would only run WRL entrant liveries if they were on Trading Paints.
I haven't decided if I haven't decided if I actually would, because I can't decide how much of a favoritism thing that.
I don't think that matters. I really don't.
I don't know. I don't know.
Your paint on iRacing.
But if I were a completely unattached observer, some of these paint schemes are pretty solid. These are some pretty nice wraps.
The Thunder Bunny one is the best one, but that Pinnacle one with the pictures, but it was like gold colored. That was sick. The Thunder Bunny one is cool. The GTR 99 is like very. I know, Mike. That was the point. The number 99 is a good livery. We've seen it a lot, but it's consistent, and I like that color of blue. I think it works really, really well. There's a lot of really good liveries. And I'm going to put this out here. There are more good liveries in WRL than there are in IMSA right now.
Wow.
There's your take.
That is a take. Do I agree with that? I don't know. I think the thing that's kind of fun about IMSA is like a lot of those schemes have gone a little bit less serious, and I kind of don't hate that. The team that has turned their Porsche into a Tyrannosaurus for no apparent reason. Kind of into that.
I did like the rocket ship Magnus racing car. I thought that was cool.
Yeah. Brendan makes a good point that the fact that you're mandated certain endpoint colors.
Well, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's fair.
Sorry, I'm hunting for onboards that we can.
I'm hunting for onboards. You can't. Rabbits doesn't work. I tried. Sorry.
Okay.
What I've decided happens in my life, Joseph, is that I tell bad jokes and I just say, "Oh, this is my workshop," but then I've realized that like everywhere is my workshop. I use that excuse every time. So at some point, I need to decide where I'm going to make the bad jokes and where I'm going to make the ones that I've worked out.
Sure. If you fell for about 15 seconds, I've found the random vandals on board, and I'm kind of curious to see what's happened with that car, the 28 that we lost early.
Oh, well, that's morbid. All right, cool.
Well, it's just one of those things where it's like,
I don't know if we want to broadcast.
I'm not gonna broadcast it. I just want to know.
Well, we probably don't want to talk about it either, frankly. I mean, I don't know. Now here's my question. Do I like the livery on the 34?
Yes. Yes, you do.
Do I? I don't know. I don't know. Like the liveries where they like try to put the name across it, but then it's cut off by like a number plate is like weird to me. It's like you knew the number plate was there when you designed it, so why wouldn't you account for that? Like, I'm sure it looks great like a track day, where you don't have to have that number plate on there. Well, I guess you do. So it's track day. Yeah, what the heck? I don't know.
Oh, 2 off here. Is that the Miata? The GTO Miata?
Let's see. I don't even see where somebody's off.
Well, no, it was just a 2 off. They continued.
Okay. Got it. I thought you meant like 2 cars were off. I was like, oh.
No.
No.
2 off is pretty good. 2 off is pretty standard terminology.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it? I don't believe you.
Comment about us not showing any more cars in the top 5. Joke's on you. I am on a playlist. I don't know what we're following. So.
You thought we were professional.
Got you. Oh, we might have this one. Yeah, all right.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Get ready.
Is this going to be a choice on board?
No, the choice car is in the garage.
I don't know, man. That's the only preview I have.
Yeah, I'm not. You've lost your preview privileges.
All right, that's fine.
Just kidding. I wouldn't do that to you.
I like to say that Saturday is the day that we kind of play it nice and loose. You know, it's really intentional. And then Sunday we come in with just a fully professional broadcast.
No, here's the thing about endurance racing, right?
Here's the thing. Let's talk about it.
It is so much of it is set up for the final result.
Yes.
If you took every single lap of an 8-hour race absolutely seriously, you would fry every single brain cell that you have in your head. As a driver, you absolutely should take every one of your laps seriously.
Yes, 100%.
But like as a viewer, like this is Hang's time.
It's chill Hang. That's what
it's
we're doing.
chill Hangs.
We're hanging out, talking racing, talking shop.
I mean, we want to be aware of what's happening, but the fact that we're on a playlist is allowing me to actually pay attention to what's happening.
Correct. And also try to get some onboards working.
Exactly.
Potentially.
Exactly.
Potentially. There's some strong potential there.
I think there's a ton of potential. I mean, there's potential at the wazoo.
So
I don't know what a wazoo is, but there's potential coming out of it.
I don't know if RJ wants us to talk about that word. Got some, you know.
That's, you know what? That's between you and
my internet service provider.
Yes.
DriversEye Live here at WRL at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
I guess that's correct.
We were on board with the 3 for Dale a moment ago.
We're back on board. I kind of assumed that it was going to be a louder onboard than it was, but it's actually kind of just a reasonable volume onboard.
Reasonable level. We're not going to do a turn up the volume and enjoy. Crank it up.
Is crank it up trademarked? It's got to be, right?
It has to be. That and Digger Cam.
Well, that is a trademark that I hope that they have let lapse, because that's a terrible name for anything.
I think we should do a Digger Cam with the other cameras we have, and just see if they work. Like, we just put one on like a curb.
Wow. Yeah, I can't wait for a debris caution for our cameras.
We like put it on the pit exit cone or something. Like, there's got to be a spot where we can do a Digger Cam and it's not going to get hit, but it's going to be like close to the ground. Look at this onboard on the number 3. Classic Corvette action. We've got the sequential shifter there. Nice.
We have somebody in WRL management in the chat, which I'm very excited about, because that is not that's not technical information that I knew anything about.
Well, I don't have any view of that right now, so I'm going to take your word for it.
Susan's asking if the 44 is running with the ZF8 transmission swap. Oh, that's an early turn in.
If the what has a ZF8 transmission swap?
The number 44.
The 44.
That'll be PC Racing.
I think they do. Was my understanding?
That is we have confirmation that 44 is running.
It does. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Behind an S54, which I'm sure you know.
Yes.
It's got a 0.2 modifier to their power to weight allowance because it's because of the transmission.
Right.
Oh God, it's RJ. RJ's listening. Everybody.
RJ's listening. No, RJ made a joke to me, and he said he wasn't going to bring me lunch so I could work on my go-karting game.
What a slam!
That works for me.
Wow. RJ's gonna get us into intermittent fasting.
Absolutely. No, that's good. RJ and I have had some frank discussions about that kind of thing before, so that's, it's whatever.
Discussions about Franks.
Yes. Franks, brats, whole nine.
Let's see if how's this?
Do you think RJ's a Frank guy or a brat guy? I feel like RJ's kind of a brat guy.
Oh, RJ's brats all the way.
Brats.
That's not even the unofficial ish prize for these races is like a handle of whiskey. I'm pretty sure RJ's a brats guy.
A brats guy. I was culturally appropriating when telling a coworker that I used to make my brats in beer, and their response was, "We're from Wisconsin. If you Californians are doing that, that's cultural appropriation." He said, "You need to respect where that came from."
Listen, as long as it's a fine line. As long as you as long as you acknowledge where it came from, I think it's probably all right.
Each time I grab a Johnsonville thing out of the refrigerator case at the store. So I'd like to thank the state of Wisconsin for this. All the people from Wisconsin who are currently drunk, who have provided me with this wonderful sausage. I would like to say thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Speaking of cultural appropriation, I want to get on my high horse about the gaming industry having taken over the racing seat and made it cool. You know what I'm saying?
There's a mono-price wheel stand now. Isn't that crazy?
That's wild.
And monitor stand.
Why?
Mono-price.
That's crazy. The margins on sim racing gear must be really good, because I don't believe that the numbers themselves are there to sell a ton. I think people at like specifically, I'm talking about Micro Center again. People at Micro Center must have like discovered what the margins are on sim racing gear and been like, "Oh my god, why don't we have this in stock?" Because the one day someone does buy it, we're good.
The thing that's funny,
the overhead for the entire store.
The thing that's funny about the monoprice business, like selling the structural stuff, it doesn't have a ton of overhead on. I guess maybe if you're buying the material in bulk, but if you're just like looking to put something together in like extruded aluminum, you can find places that don't really mark it up much more than the material price. So I'm shocked that monoprice is in it, if I'm honest.
Got it. I mean, they're probably able to command a better margin. I only have a green flag here at the start and finish.
Here's what that's for. It's for the Miata.
Indicate that there's a yellow elsewhere. Is it the 409 / whatever number that is? It says 409 on the side of the car, which is
469.
Confusing. Is that a 6?
Yeah, it's
I don't believe that.
I have it on good authority that it's 6.
Okay, well.
That car
if
running
Ryan was scrutineering an SCCA weekend, that car would have a black flag to change the number.
That'll be the Rapscallion GP2 Miata.
Ah, a bunch of Rapscallions. Not getting their numbers right.
But it is the 469. There's no 409, so I'm gonna say.
My little 409.
Okay.
The 50s.
They use that for Formula 409, the commercial.
I'm sure they do, because the world isn't ready for the 410.
But anyway, they're not. They don't use it anymore, I don't think, because I don't think they advertise on television anymore. But if they did, I'm sure they'd go back to it.
I think they're talking about an Oldsmobile engine, or Pontiac.
I'm sure it's referring. I mean, that makes more sense. But they call the cleaner solution Formula 409.
Right.
Thunder Bunny has overtaken the 127. Has the 127 just pitted?
I was just going to mention that. I believe they did. They pitted a little while ago.
Actually, it's just happened. They've just pitted.
Oh. I mean, they came in a little while. I don't think they just pitted. They're not on pit lane.
I have lap since pit 0, so they've just pitted.
Pit in. I'm pitting.
Nobody's getting these references.
That's fine.
It's like having Brendan in a booth, and it's just like, we're gonna make references extremely inside baseball.
Yes.
And then we said inside baseball, and Scott was like, I don't know what inside baseball means.
I don't know what inside baseball means.
So when you're in a situation where inside baseball is inside baseball, then it's really, I mean, it's off the handle.
The fact of the matter is, we can't talk about anything.
No.
Because we only communicate in internal jokes. Which is a good way to keep people as outsiders, in fact, is what I've learned with my communications degree. So we should probably not do that.
Have we lost the 85 to a pit stop? Question mark? Out of the leading GP3?
We have lost it to a pit stop. It is in the pit lane.
Okay, good.
It is now leaving the pit lane.
Okay. They were plummeting down the order, and I wanted to make sure it wasn't for something untoward.
It was not untoward. They were definitely toward.
They are now toward.
Yes.
They're touring again.
Blue Miata, which looks very good.
The TC Klein car is, I think, on their outlap. Question mark. Okay, so I'm going to try to track down the battle here between the Works 45 and the NFC. That's probably already happened because they were under a tenth of the line.
Right. Checking it here. We're checking it out.
We are checking.
45 is... No, the 123 has made the pass and made up some time as well. There's a substantial gap here between the two cars.
Yeah, so that just happened live.
In GP1, we've got the PC Racing number 44 is currently in the lead. They're ahead of the number 3. We're on board the 3 right now.
We're not.
PC
You're
Racing
behind.
car.
So I want to.
What am I doing? I don't even.
I want to sit on the topic of the 123 real quick because The last time I ran projections, that was the car that we had most favored to win this race.
Interesting. Okay.
Because of I think a little bit because of the difference in pace within the 111 and the lap penalty that the 34 copped.
Got it.
The 55 has gone into the wall at turn 11, and that may be why it pitted, question mark? It had 2 spins at turn 11 on back-to-back laps, which is not ideal, but it is easy to do because it's a blind left-hand corner.
Right.
No, it's a left. But anyway, that may be a new driver in that car, so that may be the reason why that's happened.
All right.
Keep an eye on that yellow Miata, which we saw in some strife early in the race.
Sounds good to me. we should be approaching JT time.
Was he due at the top of the hour?
I thought he was due. He said in the afternoon.
Oh well, whose afternoon? If it's his afternoon, then we've got like 3 hours or 2 hours left.
That's fair. He said it. No, he said his race was quote in the morning.
Okay.
And he was going to run an early stint and then get out. So I think we're in the clear. On that. So that's nice. Trying to do this here doing some housekeeping on my end.
What kind of housekeeping?
Vacuuming.
Well, they did all that for us yesterday. That was very nice of them.
That was very nice of them, actually. Fantastic. Great gentleman. Very, very happy with him coming to help us out. And I have not ended up needing the space heater, so that's been fantastic as well. Ooh, so the 55's got some rear bumper action now as well. As in, the rear bumper has a large dent and black mark in it, as if it has been in a wall.
Yeah, if they went off at turn 11, the problem with that corner is...
brakes on the 52 are quite steamy right now.
That's interesting. I've got no notes about that car in race control.
No, I mean, they're just like making a pit stop, and like the front of the car has lots of smoke going out of it now. It has built more smoke. That's not ideal, I think. If you look at the flag stand camera, you'd probably be able to see it, Joseph. I'm thinking it's rubber or something built up on the brake, but like it's still going. Can't quite tell from there. Almost. It's right under that red banner.
Ooh! Contact here with the open throttle 64.
Oh my! Well, that was some argy-bargy there.
That was called out specifically. That part of the check was called out specifically in the drivers' meeting. I don't know who was the aggressor here.
Right.
But that part of the check was called out specifically as a potential pinch point. We're adjusting the wing mirror on the fly. Good on you. But that does look like that is slightly askew.
Pushed in by whatever situation had developed there.
But yeah, it was called out as a possible pinch point in the drivers' meeting yesterday, talking about that is an awful lot of that front left has got to be towed in. Yeah, our steering's off by 45 degrees. That car's coming in.
That's going to be coming down the pit lane. Oh, we wait to see the number 3. Of course, 9-4 Motorsports, pretty good crew there. I think they'll be able to get something banged out. If the toes... Oh, no, trouble. We've got the 45 or 6. The Bimmer World BMW is turned around right in the last turn. They're facing... Fortunately, there's enough room. They're going to try to get back to the inside of the track. Everybody, they're going to get spun around. It is the 46. They've got some clear track now, so we're good to go. They were spun around right outside the last turn. You can just see them recover there, but it's a blind entry right there as you're coming onto the straight, and could have been a major problem. Everybody's gotten away with that relatively cleanly.
The 55 should be coming into shot here soon. I just kind of want to get eyes on the condition of that car. It looks okay.
Back right is where the damage is. Yeah, you can't quite see it on that shot.
No.
The back right does have some more marks on it.
Next time that car is going away from our position will be turn 9.
Right.
Yeah, yes, it is a right-hand turn.
Correct. Number 3 is in.
It's not terrible. You can see that it's got a bit of a scuff mark on the back rear, so I think they've gotten away with one there. But yeah, where they went off is an awfully tricky corner. It's I think probably the most blind. Turn 9 is also pretty blind, but one of the most difficult corners to judge on the track. Especially one of the most difficult corners to actually get right and to go quickly through. I'm going to take the opportunity while things have slightly settled down. I'm going to throw us back on a playlist and try to throw another onboard into the mix, because I fear that we might lose that one.
I'm guessing people don't want you to use their onboard, because right now we have the magic touch.
Yeah, we sure do. Oh, Moorhead's always a good watch.
All right. Chad Moorhead, good news. Your car is about to have problems.
Oh no!
Because we're going to use your onboard.
Oh, he might be safe. We've got some restricted bit rate. So.
Ooh, okay. All right.
He's all right for now. Maybe the 82. 82 might be a good look. They've already had problems, so we can't. They're trying to bank all the issues for the Saturday race, so they have a flyer on Sunday, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just a note of a spin and continue for the 46, so no indication of contact.
Yep, they do have a little. Well, they are missing their rear bumper, it looks like, or a piece thereof. That, of course, is the Ginger Racing BMW. They're looking it over carefully. I think they're missing some bodywork, but ultimately going to be okay. It looks like towards the front of the rear fender, kind of by the door. Oh, it's just open. Goofy.
It looks like the front fender is flared out just a bit.
I believe that.
But I don't know. We won't have had a camera up there, so I'm not sure if it caught the other corner as well, or if it just slid in on that.
We'll have to ask JT about that. He'll be able to get us more info on that for sure.
I don't know that he will, unless he's got a solid history of spinning his Miata.
No, but he's got a connection with the team, Joseph.
With AOA?
No, we're talking about the 46.
Oh, I was not. I was still talking about I was talking about the 55.
No, definitely not.
Okay.
46 is firmly missing its rear bumper.
Okay.
It's gone. Doesn't exist.
Got it. By which I mean I have it. I've stolen their bumper.
Yes, that's correct. Joseph, was that you trying to pull the fender off of the Porsche at Sebring?
Don't tell anybody.
I wondered what that piece of carbon was in your garage.
It's a bike and it's aluminum. Thank you. Aluminium for Mike, who's listening in. He may not be familiar with the language.
With the term.
Yeah.
Joseph, of course, goes to great lengths to ask me and Scott, the resident bike goers at WRL, about bicycles, and then buys the REI store brand anyway.
No, that's Jesse's. Mine's a track.
Jesse's. There is definitely a co-op bicycle in that garage.
Yeah, that's not mine. Mine's the track.
Here's this the Trek.
that has front suspension.
Trek.
So I did go against most of your advice, but I took it into consideration.
Okay, cool. That's fine.
I was like,
well,
okay.
I mean, I'm sure you do a lot of dirt trails. I'm sure that you do, so that's probably good.
It is. I mean, it's actually really good for because some of our trails are not paved. Some of the park trails, and so like if we just see one and we're on a paved bike trail, we can just kind of be like, hey, what's over here? It's kind of fun.
Is it?
I like it. I'm a big fan.
Huge.
Brendan misses being out here so bad. He wishes he was in this broadcast.
He does.
Oh, Brendan misses it so bad. We're gonna get an onboard set up. Trust me.
Gonna get an onboard. Let's go on board.
We are gonna go on board eventually.
So, I know that the U.S. government has invested in doing the loyal wingman drone concept thing.
What on earth are you talking about?
When are we going to be able to adapt that? Where it's a drone, but it's automated, and so it stays with the fighter jet as like a. I don't know why, but that's a thing they've developed. I know they have.
Okay, I don't know that an aircraft that's traveling at 0.8 Mach is probably not going to be what we want for club racing.
I understand that, Joseph, but I
don't believe you.
And you're the software engineer here, so I'll give you that. But I'm pretty sure you could take that software that works and put it into a plane that has a lower rate of speed, and it would probably still function. You could make some adjustments and it would work. Is that fair to say?
I don't know that it is fair to say. It depends on how it's set up.
Okay.
These are very different applications.
Point being, when are we going to be able to have a drone that will just track stuff, and we can just tell it, please track number 44. Thank you.
Well, for one thing, we would need some kind of communication between the car and the drone.
RFID tag.
I don't know that that's the best idea.
Or, okay, alright, something. Laser at a certain...
Because I think that RFID...
whatever.
RFID is not, okay, it would need to basically be, on the roof.
Yeah, that's fine.
You might as well just have a camera on the roof. That would be way more straightforward.
Right, but then it won't have an overhead view. Then we'll have cars with 3-foot poles on top of the car. That. Nobody's gonna do that. Sorry, JC just brought me lunch, so I'm very, very excited about that.
You say JT?
No, JC.
Oh, okay.
She's a good one.
What does that mean?
She's great. Great person. Brought me a lunch. It was fantastic. She helps me. She helps us out. It's just vests.
I don't understand why this overlay's not going away. Nobody gets that bit.
It's also missing part of its bumper now. The right corner of the 127 is missing. You can just see into the engine bay. They've got laptops out.
Okay. What are they doing, you think?
What do you think they're doing? Looks like they're looking at the damage.
Found an onboard. The 127 has just gone around to turn 9. Has continued, so I'm told.
Alright. So, the drama that has unfolded on track, GTO right now, the timing is not playing ball. I don't know what's going on, is the upshot.
I have some timing for that doesn't quite rely on a stable network connection, if that would be helpful for you.
I don't think it's the network connection. I think it's something else.
Okay, that's very ominous.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can feel it in the room with me.
Oh.
It's very ominous.
Okay.
I'm going to attempt to reach out and make a connection.
The 34's gone. They are pushing in that car because they've gone 4 off at turn 1, which is a really fast corner.
Yes. On the outside or the inside? Because the inside was going to be a blend line violation.
4 off driver's right. So that's on exit. Penny, for your thoughts?
Penny, for me, trying to figure out whether the timing issue is a me thing or an everybody thing.
I'm
pretty convinced it's a me thing, but like I'm tethered, so it shouldn't do that.
Well,
Joseph, here's the deal. I have Verizon. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I don't have connectivity issues. It doesn't happen.
Wow, there's a...
Shout out to my mother. Thank you for that. Appreciate the Verizon line still being on that.
Yep. Word to Ryan's mother.
Yo, what up?
So the car that we're on board with right now is relevant because it's an awfully fast car. It's leading the race, and we're projecting that it will win the race. Still, we're projecting that. That has not changed. The 34 Hitman that's chasing it would be projected to win the race if it hadn't copped a lap penalty for 2 pit violations in its first 2 pit stops.
Right, but they're on the lead lap though, so why is it not, you know what I'm saying?
What do you mean?
Like, they should still be projected to win if they're right there. Good news, or news anyway, the 111 is in. They're making a scheduled pit stop.
Just news.
Just news. They are making a driver change. Now, my understanding with the 111 is that they have 2 drivers. So
Laura Hayes and not Laura Hayes.
And not Laura Hayes, correct. They're getting a full tank of fuel here. And so they were already not in the lead and, you know, towards the tail end of the lead lap. Whereas NFC also owes us a stop. So this is the pit cycle, and as happened earlier, everybody kind of got back on the same cycle with that quick succession of yellows that we had. The driver change has not occurred. I think Laura Hayes is just helping out with some driver service. She's not in the car.
That makes sense. You would expect it to expect their stint to wrap around the halfway mark rather than to put her back in with 4 hours to go.
She did have her helmet on, though, so I'm guessing that was just a fueling precaution.
Trouble!
Trouble!
We've got a spinner. We've got 2 spinners.
2 spinners.
55 went off track in avoidance of the Mercedes down at turn 9.
Oh,
I'm not sure which Mercedes that is. If it is a 123, that's big. And this is over at Blind Crest. That's why the 34 has hit that late. These guys have got to be mindful of these waving yellow flags here. Incident's cleared now. I believe that's the 123.
Now. Just spun on its own.
I think that's the pass for the lead that we've just seen.
Good job of the 55 going around the outside. That car's had a heck of a day. Still holding in there.
Yeah, there's the change for the lead. So all those projections that I was just talking about, I think might have been undone by this spin.
So what you're saying is Hitman is in the lead.
They should be now.
Okay. Well, because NFT's just come across the line and my timing hasn't updated, so I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Interesting. Has my timing updated? What an interesting development. Yeah, Hitman is in the lead now. NFC 8 seconds behind them. Ooh, my timing has not updated. That's very exciting. Is that because things are broken?
I don't know. It's the same type of issue I was having earlier. The 3 is in the pit lane.
So this tower is going to be, this timing tower is going to be about 9 minutes out of date by the looks of things.
Okay. Race Hero's now correct. For me, anyway.
Okay. So maybe we also will recorrect very shortly. Because that is our source for data. So if they were having a connectivity hiccup, we will inherit that hiccup. But yeah, as you say, that timing has updated and Hitman is in the lead of the race now with that spin for the 123. As Brendan points out, we have jinxed another team by using their onboard. So, I don't know what to do about that the cosmic effect that we seem to have. The timing issue seems to be more fixable, I would say. Oh, good. Things restarted for no good reason. So if Brendan's listening, he may want to restart timing at their event also. Ryan has either evaporated or is eating. I haven't decided which one I think it is. Ryan, if you're out there, we're thinking of you. We're refreshing timing for you.
Just polishing off a chicken sandwich. So, you know, had to get that done.
I have good news.
Do you? Is the Thunder Bunny 111 in the pit lane?
We have fixed timing.
Yeah. Perfect. I mean, it was fixed already for... Oh, no. Oh, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Everything's going pink. What?
Then you may...
Joseph, right when you said we fixed timing, timing got messed up. So, if you could not do that.
That's on your end. Me, amigo.
Fine. Well, I have a mini cheer code.
Okay. Any hoozle. Yeah, I gotta get rid of that thing. Anyway, so timing should be updated on the tower as well. Now that that's addressed itself, you see all the positions that have updated in the meantime. I should have been suspicious when I saw that there weren't any pieces of news flashing at the bottom of the screen, because there's almost always some news. How's your Sean Heckman special, Brian? Okay. Glad to hear it. Glad to not hear it.
Dry.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. Brendan informs me that VIR also has a, well, not also, has a chicken sandwich named the Heckman. But we've 100% talked about this.
I have had it.
Yes, that's why we've talked about it. 550, fifth gear, has copped a lap penalty for working on the car while fueling. That'll be their second infraction of the day. Which is the reason it's got nothing. It's got nothing to do. Sure, it's got nothing to do with the severity of the penalty itself. Just the fact that it's their second pit lane penalty of the day.
Right.
You get one warning for being lax on a pit stop. The second time it happens, you lose a lap for it, and they've lost a lap for it. Why, he asks, with his concerned face on, are we missing? We missed a passing by the 44. So maybe it's not just you, Ryan. Maybe we do have some waves through the internet. Oh, okay, that'll be it then. Okay, we weren't expecting them in, apparently, according to my script. Was it an early stint? Kind of. Yeah, it was a little early. By about 10 laps. So I guess that's a thank you, script, for reporting on that. Actually, no, I'm not going to call it a script, because anytime you let a computer do any work for you now, it's called AI. I found that out. So thank you, AI, that I programmed. That makes me an AI engineer. So
AI developer.
Yeah, I'm an AI developer.
Well, you can see with our augmented reality broadcast.
Yeah.
We're going to overlay with reality so that you can see stuff.
Exactly.
DEL coin is coming. The 123 is in the pit lane. Just want to give a quick shout out to the SEC. We are not actually launching a cryptocurrency. Please don't investigate us. 123. Lane, no?
Yep. This is an extension. They've been pitting on most of the yellow flag, so this is technically an extension on their fuel run by about 7 laps. Hit their marks, the lollipop, if you will. Tim Hardaway Racing is pitted. Just kidding, it's just called Hardaway Racing. Out of... Actually, it's good to see that car out there, because that 360 was stopped out on track in the early part of the race.
You know, if we're going to talk about basketball, we're going to talk about lighting the beam here. We're going to be lighting the beam here, WRL.
Listen, a lot of people have concerns about... Oh, why is that moving? I don't like that. You know, every once in a while people will talk about, you know, the points process for power to weight ratio. You know, and here's what I have to say about that. Trust the process.
Trust the process.
Do you think people who work NBA stats call themselves AI engineers because they're
no, that was tough.
Because they're always doing all these stats on Allen Iverson. Right, is Allen Iverson even still playing? Is that even a net? Okay.
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Joseph tried to reuse my joke without even being aware of the fact.
Well, it's not even an original joke, because I used it at work like a couple weeks ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry to say. It's just right there. Anytime someone says there's like 3 AIs in the world. There's artificial intelligence, there's Allen Iverson, and there's Adobe Illustrator. So, like,
yeah, I don't know about Adobe Illustrator. I don't think that's... I don't know, man.
Check the logo. Check the logo.
Stop the count.
Check the logo. Listen to that tire scrub on the 111. Even the 118 does it a little bit, not quite as... It's honestly, it's kind of fun, because you get a sense of how hard individual tires are being pushed, literally just through... So the NFC 123 comes out.
They're hustling.
We didn't watch that pit stop, so I don't know if they've changed tires, but we are at the halfway point of the race, so it's a good time to do it if you're going to.
Good time to make change. But it's time for a change. Thanks to service.
What?
To repair experts. They've been the title sponsor for making a pitching change for both of the Bay Area baseball teams for like 100 years. Only Bay Area people will get that reference. When it's time for a change, things speedy oil change. That's what they say when the dude like just giving up like 4 homers and the manager like immediately steps up out of the thing and they go to commercial.
It's a little rude.
A little bit.
Can we have walkout music?
What was that?
Can we have walkout music? Like, what do you think JT's would be?
I don't know.
Like when he finally joins us in like 7 hours.
I've often thought that we should have walkout music to like introduce the grid at WRL, and that I should be doing PA for it.
Okay, that seems a little okay.
I think I could do a good job. I think it should be fun. I think RJ should build in another like 30 minutes into the weekend schedule for me to do that, because it'd be very, very exciting. So RJ, if you're listening, we'll be in touch.
I think I would do a good job. Is an incredible way to sell.
Message Brendan and be like, "Can you get him off the broadcast, please?"
Yes. Justin Ford in the chat says, "Shout out from Chattanooga Touring Wagon, missing all of our friends on the track this weekend." Yeah, and yeah, it'll be good to see that whatever revival comes back out on track. It'll be good to finally see it.
Yep.
Car met its end at Sebring, as we all know. So, working hard on a replacement.
Excellent.
Love that ambient noise that we get from you actually like being on site.
I like it. I do like that. I
Yeah.
also think that we could probably set up a microphone to take better advantage of that.
We used to do that. I don't know how so the windows in that booth don't open.
Correct, but they're very thin.
Yes.
Very thin.
I guess we could put one on the outside. We could run one outside the door.
Yeah, I mean most places like that.
People are going to be kind of... So we're on board the 123, which is now... So I'm not sure where they're going to filter out. But they were running second when they came in. People are going to be kind of frightened of these Supras, I think. The pace that the Hitman car is going... Remember, that car has served a 1-lap penalty. And it's still... At this point, looking pretty good to sit on the top step of the podium today. The driver's not the car. The car's too big. It's not going to fit. Which will make it, what? It would nearly be 5 races in a row if there weren't a couple of ECU-inspired DQs or failed tech DQs. And that car is an absolute rocket ship. And it is interesting. You made the point that in Pilot Challenge competition, it didn't really find that much success. But a few teams did switch to it. But here it seems to be perfectly suited. Obviously shares a lot of components with the M4. But, very different style of car. The seating position is, I'm pretty confident, a little further back. I don't think that's just a styling thing. I think the driver is properly, it's a little more of a roadster seating position compared to the M4, which is also front engine, to be fair.
Joseph, great news. We can give the people a break from us incessantly without
thank goodness
about only 4 and some odd hours into this event. Thank goodness. Chris Huglietta's with us from Deep Eddy Racing, but he's here with JNR this weekend in the Civic. Sounds like transmission issues on the Civic, right?
Yes. Ooh, I'm a little hot
let me
here.
try it here. Let's turn you down.
Yeah,
How
my
about
high
that?
school
There
video
we go.
skills are coming into play.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, unfortunately, we lost third gear in the second stint, which is a shame because you spend most of the lap gear in third gear, some in fourth. And then I got in the car for the third stint. Was having fun in fourth and fifth. Couldn't find fifth about half the time, which was a little sketchy on the back straight. Because if you do bounce it off the window, the whole car kind of hesitates.
With you,
And if you don't find fifth, you're kind of just coasting. But had fun, had a battle with the other Civic. But we tried 6 one time, and the thing just ate itself. Didn't want to do 6.
Didn't want to do 6 at all.
Yeah. But as we were talking about earlier, these Civics are fun. They're supposed to be reliable as a Honda, but there's something funky about this transmission.
Okay.
It's kind of the running cost of the car.
I gotcha. Well, that's good to know because I've got an MR2 at home. It's like an 80s one. That's Lemons Racer type thing.
Nice.
And I keep telling myself, I'll do the K24. And it's one of those when you're like trying to do a project in your head where it's like, well, I could do a K20. I'm going to do a K24. If I'm going to do a transmission from a Civic, well, I want to get the 6-speed, which means I got to get the one from the S. Have the limited slip diff. And the budget keeps kind of just going up like that. But now that I know the 6-speed, it sounds like not biz.
No, there's a hard gear in there. No, it's not good.
Okay,
no.
Cool. Well, then not.
But I'm picturing you in that car wearing like perforated white leather gloves. You know?
Yes.
It's a good look.
Absolutely. I just barely fit too. Getting in and out is a struggle. But the seat is like well in and deep. And
yeah, I feel like that would be a good car to have, and also have a Fiero. That would be a good combo in your garage.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I can no longer endorse modifying cars. I've done it. I've built too many turbo Miatas, and just such a black hole of failure.
Right.
So please don't do that. Don't do it to yourself.
Every car I've modified for the road use, I have ruined immediately.
Yeah.
It's like I modify it. I do all the things to it, and oh, this is great. And then within 3 months, I'm like, oh, this sucks. I'm done.
Yeah, I dumped an ungodly amount of money into a Viper Green turbo Miata that was tuned to 400 horsepower.
Nice.
And it was fun, and I'm like, it's done. Let me just sell this thing. And the previous owner has owned it for about 8 months and is already selling it on Facebook. And I'm just trying to keep my distance from the whole thing.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You lost how much? What? No.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Can the new owner be in touch with you? No, not at all.
Yeah. So it's actually good because it puts me 1 degree further from the car.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My goodness. So are they going to be able to get that turned around?
They're switching it out. I think the hope is to get it back on track. Essentially for a quick test and tune today, make sure it's feeling good.
Cool. So we'll get that switched out.
Yeah, I would really applaud the team for getting it out there, and hopefully I'll be taking the start tomorrow.
Okay, perfect.
We'll say, yeah. So.
Excellent. How do things go with Deep Eddie? How are you doing on that side?
Thanks for asking. Yeah, well, we were very foolish to run turbo Miatas, for many years in this series, and maybe at the time it didn't seem so outlandish because there was no factory-built cars, even in GTO, and we were in GTO. But we moved over to the Civic, and we're actually getting seat time and starting to develop as drivers, and having a lot of fun. We're more of a team that'll race maybe once a quarter type of thing, and kind of ramp up. We've got some great sponsors. One of our friends is involved with First Texas Honda in Austin, so the car stays at the dealership there. Definitely a learning curve working with shop techs versus race techs, and, crew, and we are very much a grassroots team, so
gotcha.
We kind of have a hybrid model. Yeah, we just got to be part of the series, and I think our next race will be Hallett. That's a quick shot from Austin, Texas, where we live.
Quick drive up there. Yeah.
So we'll tow a trailer full of Lone Star beer up. That's another happy sponsor of ours.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
I think
just to cut in for a second.
Like to go that one. Yeah, go ahead, Joseph.
We've got a stop number 27 here on the apex of turn 8. Pretty precarious situation, so we may go full course yellow for that.
Yeah, I gotcha. Especially on the inside right there, and that's kind of you're committed to the line.
And it's blind. There's a flag station right there, thankfully, but that's a hairy spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not be surprised to go full course and all that. But the guy in the flag stand still has the blue flag firmly in hand, not making any motions as if he's going to change his attitude towards displaying flags. So, whatever that's worth.
I never noticed the air horns on the flag stand. I want to see those in use.
I have seen Where was I that they used something similar? I want to say I was at like Sonoma, and they threw off the air horn. That was basically like the 5-minute like clear the grid horn is what they had used it for there. And I would assume it's a similar situation here, but I've never heard them use it. Joseph, have you heard them use the air horn that's on the flag stand?
You know what? I probably have and not realized it. 27 it's got a little bit of drive to it. I don't think it's going to... I don't know that it'll clear the area. It appears to be off the racing line. It's called as a 4-off driver's right. No, I'd love to see if we could cajole somebody to do it when time expires. That'd be pretty fun.
That'd be good. Like the starter's pistol at the end of the quarter for football.
Yeah,
I wonder
exactly.
what songs it's programmed for.
That's a little advanced, I think.
For Mid-Ohio?
I think it might just be on and off.
I'm sure it does an amazing Morse code.
To the positive lead on the battery might be all your song ability there.
Yeah, this place is rustic.
That's a good way to put it. Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Sure. Yeah, it's got a vibe to it for sure.
Yeah, it really feels like I'm back at my YMCA summer camp in Delaware.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Chris Huglietta. and we're going for a full course yellow here now. Going for the double yellow.
We didn't have their onboard, so they can't get us for that.
There we go. The reality is with a lot of these venues, I think in the United States, is it's tough to run a racetrack as a business, especially if you're somewhere remote. Like I know that technically we're centrally located, but you're centrally located in Ohio, as opposed to like being outside Chicago or outside Austin, Texas, or wherever. So your ability to gather large groups of people, especially with a smaller track too. So each time you rent the track out, you're renting it to fewer people. There's less margin for everybody involved. I think naturally makes it kind of difficult to make a business out of it.
They're directly in conflict, right? Because if you have it in a higher population area, it's also more expensive to own the land, right?
Right.
So
yeah, I don't know either.
We should be in a good spot here because we're right in between Cleveland and Columbus. We should be.
Should, in theory.
Yeah.
I like how it is. I'm not complaining.
Oh no, the track that we started doing commentary at was Thunder Hill, which has way less infrastructure than this.
That's between Sacramento and the ocean.
And there's nothing there. You're in the middle of nowhere. So yeah.
I mean, it feels like we're back in time, and people like Ken Miles won here, and
exactly.
It's kind of neat to feel like you're part of it.
I was trying to do like a 30s through 50s voice earlier.
Nobody knew what you were going
of that, and Joseph didn't like it, so I stopped doing it.
I have no idea what that would be.
The people really enjoyed it, but Joseph was not a fan. So.
What people?
The people. The people.
Sure.
The 118 and the 99 are in, of course. The 34 is also going to come in. This situation here, like, I understand why Thunder Bunny and Hitman might want to pit together, given that they're like, they had talked about they share setup information a little bit and how to drive the cars, and like, I get that. But also, when all three of them have to come in and pit here, it looks like it's a nightmare. So maybe that's not a good idea. I don't know. I'm not the team manager, obviously. Maybe it's a great idea, but it seems like it would cause issues. And it caused an issue earlier when the 118 went too far, and then the 34 had to fuel not in its own stall. Because the 940 would pit at the same time. I don't know. Oh, man. I think I'd change that up next time.
By the way,
that was me.
By the way, Chris, we were talking earlier about some liveries that we'd like to see on Trading Paints.
Mm-hmm.
If I go to Chris Huglietta on Trading Paints, there's a solid number of Deep Eddy liveries to choose from.
I'm all about the market. I'm a marketing guy, yeah.
And they look great.
I'd be proud. Yeah, work with Splash and Go Graphics.
Okay.
About $25.
Is that Cosman?
Car. I don't even know who it is. It just says Splash and Go Graphics.
All right.
Just go for it.
Yeah, they're great.
So it's $25 per on that, and they just do whatever for you.
I did the design, and now they just transfer it. Yeah, it's not a bad deal. I'm not good on Photoshop.
Yeah, neither am I.
But yeah, let me plug it. Follow us on Deep Eddy Racing on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be setting up a store. I kind of help fund a little bit of my racing through selling the really cool hat I'm wearing right now.
Yeah, that is a nice hat. I was going to say something about that too. I like the hat.
I should have brought more.
Have a buyer
given
on
you
that.
one. All right, thank you.
for sure. I like seeing branded merchandise, and like good branded merchandise, not a black T-shirt with like a 8-inch like logo on it. Like cool merch. It's like, oh, that's awesome. Like I saw that happen. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'm all in on that for sure. You said deepeddy.racing.com?
It was just on Instagram. Just on Racing. That's their handle. And yeah, right now we just sell the hats at the bar. So Deep Eddy Cabaret is our title sponsor.
Okay.
It is a real marquee bar in Austin, Texas.
Okay.
It's not a strip club, but I'm happy to have cabaret across the front of the car and there be a mystery there. It's not unfun. But it's a classic, trough in the bathroom kind of bar.
Excellent.
Stinky carpets on the floor.
Yes.
And they sell the hats there. And as you would guess, Austin being a college town,
right?
The Greek kids, the fraternity sorority kids, love the bar. And
I got you.
I've seen quite a few of them wearing the Deep Eddy Racing hat around town.
Nice. There you go.
Yeah, we kind of have an old NASCAR vibe. I really like the Levi Garrett, Jeff Bodine livery, which is a big inspiration.
Okay.
And it's kind of wild now how vintage NASCAR
has suddenly become a huge thing.
Yeah, and mullets, it's all kind of a package.
Yeah. We're going back to North Wilkesboro.
Right. Yeah, this might be the North Wilkesboro of the WRL calendar.
So other than your own, obviously, because your own livery is awesome.
Thank you.
Where are you at for next best livery in the deck?
Oh, good question. In terms of overall branding,
Hitman is in again, Joseph. I don't know why they do this.
I don't mind it because they're gonna
time too, where they pit twice.
There's a front left tire going on.
I don't know that they've come in yet, Ryan.
They have. They were definitely here because I was talking about it when I was talking about they should pit separate. It was because they had come in with the 118, and now they're in again.
I don't have on Race Hero. There's no note of a pit stop on the last lap.
I know because they just came straight back in.
Yeah, but
I'm telling you it occurred.
That's not why that
happened.
We see it right now. They're up on jacks.
Yeah, they're up now. They're in now, but I'm not convinced that they were before.
I don't know what to tell you, man. There are two people here watching it happen. I don't even I can't help you with that one. It happened.
All right, I'll take your word for it. But it didn't.
The only reason I talked about that was because they were in.
That has to be mistaken identity because it didn't trip the pit line.
Bro, dude.
I'm just saying.
I'm telling you, the car was in twice. I don't know what else to say.
I think they last minute decided to change the front left because they saw that the incident was going to last longer.
Right, and decided we could do that.
Yeah.
And they had done something similar on the last pit cycle as well that I was kind of curious about. It was like they had done the driver change, come back, and then come back in again, and then changed whatever, I think added fuel.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably tell in the past hour and a half, the track has really changed to be much greasier and, higher deg than it was all weekend. So they're probably feeling those front laps really struggle.
So it is higher deg. It's not getting more grip, getting less grip.
No, yeah, particularly in the final carousel, just blowing out. And then a lot of the rear-wheel drive cars just, spinning their wheels all through the back section.
Okay. So we were curious about that.
Lights are off, by the way.
Oh, okay, perfect. So we're going to come back to green here. And we're going to have a GP car again leading the field to green. Actually, there isn't a GT car anywhere close. So they're going to get their own start here.
Is that the 455 leading again?
I believe they have just gone out of shop. I think so.
That car's led more restarts than the GTO class.
That's fine.
That's great.
That's totally fine. I mean, if Hitman would quit pitting 3 times per caution, that would help. I'm sure they would stay in the lead. Anyway, I'm glad you mentioned that, Chris, because we were speaking earlier. When we were at Road Atlanta, there was this discussion around the Ginetta because it would
I have intimate experience with the Ginetta. I'm happy to talk.
Perfect, great.
Photo experience. Yeah.
The information that we got was that the Pirelli tire that they were on was complete garbage in the rain. And then when it was dry but cold, they were like blowing the doors off of everybody at Road Atlanta.
Huh.
And so we came here, and it's like, okay, people figured out the Ginetta, because we've seen Ginettas in WRL for a while.
Yeah.
And they never quite were at the top.
And reliability issues.
Exactly. And so we thought they had kind of turned a corner. And so my discussion was about, like, have they figured out how to get the tires working? And then I thought, because they had been further down in the field, it's the 64, right, Joseph?
Which car? Open throttle?
The Jetta 62. I'm sorry. Oh, they're down
Yeah.
13th again. Okay, cool. Well, maybe not. But my supposition was that the track had evolved into a pure state for that car over the course of like the last hour or two. But if you're saying it's greasier and you're getting more drag, it's in general less grip, right?
Yeah.
I mean, tell me
but
about
that's a lighter car.
Right.
Yeah. Less inertia, yeah.
Yeah, I did actually speak to one of their drivers just when we're coming here.
Okay.
So it's probably that car.
Yeah.
Same driver I actually had contact with at Coda.
Okay.
Which is another story. But he said that they don't have enough power. The car can't make enough power to run GTO properly.
Interesting.
And as well, this particular car does not have any of the ninnies, TC and ABS.
Ah, okay.
So
Got it. So a
it
little bit
might
more
be
difficult to-
finding pace with the conditions as everyone kind of slows down. You'd have to look at the numbers to see if they're speeding up or the field's slowing down.
Okay.
It would. We need to dig into the variety of genetic configurations that people run, because we had one get DQ'd for being overpower at Coda.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's, I mean, there's
yeah.
clearly a variety of Genetta configs that are available and are being run here.
Yeah, he threw some terminology out in terms of models. I don't know anything about it, but I do like them. They're great looking. They seem like a good budget play. They're definitely going to go fast.
Absolutely. I was really hoping that this would be the track where if you had a Jetta, that like you would be in contention with the lighter car. You don't have
right.
It's all about handling, less so about. I mean, you've got your one big straight, but
the real discussion there is why is this not the track where the TCRs and GTO dominate? This is, in my opinion, one of the better. This and Barber, the front-wheel drive tracks in the calendar, and even here, I mean, I don't know where they're running, but
they're not running at the top. That's
right.
They had issues. They had a mechanical, so I'm not sure what their pace is.
I don't think they're. Yeah.
I mean, even at Barber, I don't think they were contenders. And so that's sort of as a front-wheel drive team, and within the front-wheel drive community, small community,
right?
We're hoping to work with RJ to get some kind of modifier to allow us to be more competitive.
Get front-wheel drive a little bit more power.
Yeah, I mean, we just get walked on the straights, and you know, a lot of the front-wheel drive cars are small displacement turbos and don't have the power band that like a K series would have in our class. So we're hoping to figure that out, because it's, you know, it's not fun to really feel like you're not buying for a win.
Right, I gotcha. That makes sense. And there should be more and more of these TCR cars coming on the market.
Absolutely.
As pro teams start to cycle into the new body style or whatever.
And the TCA, which we run.
Yeah.
There's even now the 11th gen, which is a brand new car. They're from Canada. They run TCA up there.
Now, is that a TCA car that they run?
Yep.
Okay.
And that's what J and R's is. That's what ours is.
Okay.
You know, so those are, you know, you turn up the wick a little bit, but those are TCAs usually around 200 horsepower, a little less. We actually have a second one, an 11th gen, in the showroom that we work with. So we're hoping to bring that to WRL at some point.
Gotcha.
Now, to clarify, you're talking about front-wheel drive cars being at a disadvantage up and down the grid. You're not just talking about GTO or GP. It's a feeling that they could afford a little bit more power to weight up and down.
That's my hypothesis, because I think it's an advantage that it tastes like Barber, and on the back section here to have front-wheel drive. And if you can't be competitive here, assuming you have quality driving, what's going on?
Right. I gotcha. I mean, there was a team that ran a TCR car very successfully for some time here at
Hammer?
Hammer, absolutely.
Yeah. I met him at the airport. He said those Audis were not meant for endurance. They were just expensive to keep going.
Yeah, and they broke front suspensions frequently with that as well, which was kind of surprising to me given the reputation of touring car racing, that you're banging curves and hitting people and all the other.
Right.
You know, I don't understand how this keeps breaking.
For 35 minutes at a time, though.
Yeah, like
that's
how do they
true.
run
For
the
35
ring?
minutes. Yeah, no, that's fair. All right.
Don't they run those in the Nürburgring and the, you know?
Yeah.
The whole series.
That's true. Well,
that's a rougher track than a lot of places here. I mean, for sure.
I drove that this summer. Had an amazing car weekend.
Excellent.
I work in gaming, so I went to a gaming conference in Cologne. Then my dad came over. We went to Quali at Spa on Saturday, and then Sunday drove the ring.
Nice. And they're close, so you can hit that.
Yeah, with those trains and everything.
Right.
Although you can't get close to either one of the trains.
Right.
You do need a rental car. They're very rural. And actually, Spa kind of feels like this. Like, there's no real main road. All these back roads to get there, and here's kind of a Belgium thing. But I hadn't learned the ring on iRacing before I went. It was terrifying to have a $30,000 hold on your credit card as you drive a Porsche around.
All right. I've heard they get nervous if you tell them that you did learn the ring prior to being there by doing it on the sim, that makes them like super nervous. Because people get overconfident about it, and
I'm sure you see a lot of that. Yeah, this guy was a pro GT driver, and so I drove it.
Oh, so you
with a guy in the right seat.
Okay.
He had a pedal the whole time. The brake pedal. I didn't even know that.
Huh? Makes sense.
Like a little student driver car.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But like a Clio or?
It was the Cayman Club Sport.
Oh, so it was a Cayman. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. I should have had a Clio because I would have driven it closer to the edge.
Right. Okay.
My dad loves cars, and he's more into like the level of car than driving the car, kind of a car guy, Okay. So he wanted to go big on it.
I got you. Makes sense.
The real fun was doing the ride along with that GT driver in the M5 competition sport.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
And there were several turns where I thought we were just going to go off. Like, how is he going to make this turn? And then the rear wheel steering kicks in. You just feel
takes the whole...
Yeah, I mean, how much did that thing weigh? It was unreal what it was doing. And the guy was, he does that all day long. And
it just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And that was what Sabine Schmitz did.
Yep.
That was her whole thing.
Yeah, with
she ran the ring taxi.
Yep.
I'm starting to see more and more of the rear steering. Because the rear steer was like a thing in the 90s. And it broke all the time. And so companies stopped doing it. Like the Mitsubishi 3000 GT had it. And the subsequent Dodge model had it. I understand a few of the Nissans had it. And then they stopped doing it. And now it's turned. And if you get like a 911 GT3, it has rear steer. So I'm wondering if and when that will come to racing, if that's even going to be worth people's time to mess with.
I think the sanctioning bodies are going to have more to do with that than...
Well, no, that's my point, though, is as that
here
the road cars more, is that going to be something that sanctioning bodies want to get involved in? Or is there even not an appetite for it because teams are like, that's the extra thing we have to figure out, and toe links and all kinds of stuff like that. I can't imagine it's super durable, but I don't know.
That's where all the drive's going through anyway, I guess.
That's not good.
So I think we're seeing something historic here with the winning Formula Miata GTO.
Yeah.
Is this not the best Miata performance in GTO ever?
It's extremely good. Yeah.
That chill out one was really good when it ran.
And I think that's an NV Miata, right? It's not. So for sure the top NV performance ever.
Yes,
GTO.
absolutely.
Better than mine when we caught on fire and red flagged the end of the race at Coda years ago.
Right. No, it's a heck of a car for sure. We talk every weekend about the ability for teams to bring cool stuff like that versus you have to bring a factory car. And we've seen a little bit more of the back and forth recently where people can there's a lot of GP1 teams that are always telling us we can probably get there in GTO. If people had a bad day, we'd be there. But it's safer to be in GP1 and take a little bit of a power hit. But there's a concern, obviously, that it won't be affordable to be at the top end of the sport very much longer. And then, in addition, there's only so many NB Miatas available. So if they all rust out and people crash them all, eventually there's going to be a supply issue.
There's plenty of NB Miatas.
Is there plenty? Okay, all right.
You can still go up for $7,000 or less.
I mean, I remember when you could get one for $2,000.
Yeah.
So it's
I got one for $600 and
nice.
Get but impressive to see that car dive in on a professionally maintained GT4 BMW.
Right.
And so that team is the winning formula. I assume they're from this region.
I think so. Joseph, you said they were from here, right?
I was talking about TC Klein. I don't know enough about winning formula.
Oh, it's TC Klein. Okay, got it. And there was one of them. Is it winning formula that has the K swap in it, or is that
that's a K swap?
That's a K swap. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
And I think he said they're pushing 250-ish neighborhood horsepower.
Makes sense,
right?
It's about where you want to be. That's bang on for if you want to have a motor run.
Yeah, But I like, in terms of livery and sort of style, I like that name, the winning formula.
Winning formula.
Cool.
That is pretty good.
They kind of have this subdued vibe, and I've been following them because I think they participate in some other series. I guess we don't name other series. Is that a thing?
I mean, we got Double Yellow as well.
I'll try to track that down. see what it's for. It is for the... It might be at the kink. It might be out of our shop, but it appears to be for the fifth gear 550. Down in the ballpark of turn 3. It's not in our camera, so it might be on the run between the keyhole and the kink.
Okay. Well, that got the ACP guys on alert. They all came over from their chairs and are ready for a pit stop, looks like. Sign 46 will come into pit. Oh, go ahead.
Safety car waving around everybody except for the 12, who is the leader.
Okay. Which is weird because I would have bet that the 12 was going to stop, given that people were getting their gear on.
They may just not have been quite ready for it.
Okay. Thunder Bunny also getting ready for a stop. I would imagine that is the 111 coming out of the pit lane. The pace of the yellows has like completely ruined any kind of like rhythm in GTO, Joseph.
We might
have lots of these like short, weird yellows where they come in and do a short fill and then leave, and Hitman pits multiple times, and they do all this.
I think this might actually be for a stopped car at the exit of, in the gravel trap at turn 1, because that will be across the track from the turn 3 marshals. They'll have perfect view of that from up in the flag stand, and I don't see anything obvious on our onboards that are going through that area. So I completely missed the question that you were actually asking me because I was trying to find
That's okay.
a problem.
That's all right. They do have the emergency vehicle flag out at the flag stand, which would tell me that they are going to be doing stuff at turn 1.
Park the EV at the exit of turn 1. Okay, I see the lights.
Is that still the 550 then? Is that still... Yeah, you see the car off there. It's actually parked in front of the... I don't think it's quite at the shortcut for the short course, but it looks like it's right alongside it.
Got it.
There's some tires going on here.
Still on a delay here. And now it froze. Alright, cool.
Refresh.
118 is doing tires.
Like a boo-boo on that right rear.
Yeah, they had a little issue with the Palomar racing car, I think, have been a connection there. Their front left had been pushed in a little bit as well.
So I love their whole livery stuff, but something about this red, white, and blue on the 118 doesn't work. That purple car is gorgeous.
The purple car looks awesome.
Yeah, I don't know what went wrong here.
It's almost like the blue and the red should be switched, maybe?
And TPRs in black, maybe it should
and so
be
it's like with
different,
the negative space, and it's like,
yeah, something just close, but big whiff on that.
Right. Good car, though. I mean, they've got the pace. Joseph.
I kind of want to keep an eye on any pit stops that we might miss in case the timing line has shifted on us, because I have a double pit stop. This is just via race hero, so it's not my parsing. I have a double pit from Hitman on lap 70. I don't have a double pit for them in this last yellow flag. So
they have not stopped.
No, not this one. The previous one.
Yes.
I have one pit stop for them in that yellow flag.
They definitely stopped twice.
I believe you. I just don't have the data for it.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, that's because that was a slow lap, so you can't see it because they probably caught the end of the field.
No. There's a timing pit. There's a transponder loop.
See, I should keep in my lane here.
I mean, it's fine. I don't.
It's our lane though. Like, we don't have a lane. Like, it's just whatever.
Just BS for
our lane is all over the place.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, we are.
3 is in. Do you have that? I mean, they probably haven't tripped the loop yet, but you have that or no?
Sorry, who's this?
123.
123.
Also the open throttle GP1 car.
I don't have them having tripped it, so we'll check it on the way out and see if that's what trips it.
All right. I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, here's the Porsche under our nose that's being towed away.
Okay.
So that's. I wonder if they've had an incident
see
on
if
the
the 64
way in.
trips it right now, or 68 or whatever it is. The open throttle GP1 car, 60 something.
Yeah, that's tripped.
Okay, so it should still be working.
Okay.
I wonder if it's using the transmitter loop for the flag, like or finish straight one.
That would make sense.
So the 123 is almost done with their driver change, and then it should trip here in a second.
Yeah, the other thing that we've seen sometimes is
123 is leaving. They are now at the flag stand.
And tripped. Yep.
Okay, so it trips right there. So I think that's probably what it was then, Joseph, because the Hitman car was in the pits, had already hit the loop as a lap, come back around for a slow lap and hits the loop again, so it doesn't trigger it as a pit stop.
Maybe. From what I know about orbits, that shouldn't be how it works, but it could be, question mark. I don't think... I was also checking to see if they've been docked a lap at some point, and I don't think that's the case.
Right.
Obviously, other than earlier in the race, which we know about.
Than when they were, right.
Yeah. This 550 is being towed along just fine, just no drive on it, it looks like. And presumably not worried about dropping fluid.
Right.
So, not sure what...
So we should be able to go back green pretty quickly then.
I think so.
Sweet.
Yeah, that appears to be the only reason that we've gone full course. Penalties doled out, one to the 997 for speeding in pit lane, another to the 946 for not having the fire bottle in place. And we're going to cross the 5-hour mark under full course yellow conditions. You see that several cars have taken to the grass to make some moves today. At least two.
At least two. I'm sure more than that. We probably missed them, but I'm sure it's happened. Did you take to the grass to make any moves?
Just to park it.
Just to park. Okay, all right.
Wow.
We had a car on the opening stint past one of our drivers. 3 wide, he was the meat, and I think they were 2 wheels off on the left side of the back straight after the kink. It was pretty...
Oh, I think we saw that.
Yeah.
I think we watched that live.
Yeah, he was like, that was unnecessary.
With these occasional moments of quiet at the racetrack, it's always on the odd side. So they've pulled that car all the way. They're now in the pit lane. So that car is clear. I would imagine we will definitely go green this next time by. Yep, the man at the flag stand has grabbed the green flag, so we are going to be racing here live. If they get that car back out, are you going to go back in to shake it down, or are you going to have somebody else?
Coming in right now, right?
Okay.
Someone else. I'm fine.
You got your time.
Well, penalty for smoking.
Really? For what team?
That's the 2 car.
The 2 car, huh?
I don't know if that's on track, like in the Dale Earnhardt style,
or if it's in the paddock, or
Huh. If it's just for the health issue or safety.
I was at Laguna Seca where crew members from Corvette, like Pratt and Miller, were smoking at the entrance to the pit lane. Like, we're like technically in the paddock, but are just like right there in the pit lane. There's like 3 or 4 of them.
Such a Corvette thing to do.
I just like couldn't believe that like that was even allowed. And there's like people doing fueling and stuff. Of course it was the Corvette team. Like, oh my goodness.
I'm glad that water dried up on turn 2 exit. That was a roller coaster.
How has that been? So we'd heard in the drivers' meeting that the water at turn 2 was a mess.
Mm-hmm.
Is it that slippery elsewhere on track, or was it just turn 2?
That was the major spot. And then I think it was a little wet this morning, but when I got in the 3rd stint, it was dry.
It was dry, okay.
Yeah. But I caught it in practice quality the final session yesterday. Went 4 off, kept it straight. But where did that Trans Am car go? What was the story there?
So they were running that as I think it was like a practice thing because that Porsche hadn't made it to the track yet. So they just got the Porsche here last night, so they haven't even teched it.
Okay. I don't know what learning they got out of that. That thing looked like a handful.
Well, we had made comments about that, and apparently it like just shipped with no wing. I was like, I don't know, I feel like you'd want that in a TA car. Like, I don't know, like maybe.
The TA2 definitely comes with a wing.
Water.
Oh, okay.
I kind of was, you didn't know which side he was going to spin off, so I dove to the inside and put it in the grass. But that,
okay. Able to make it out, though. I mean, the car was running to this morning, so, you know, it's all right.
I'd love to buy one.
The other thing they talked about was the inside curve of turn 1. Did you explore that?
I started to when we lost 4th gear.
Okay.
And I was just looking for speed everywhere. And it was a debate we had because, as it turns out, this week in iRacing, the GT4 and TCR series is there. So I watched the virtual
Joseph, I'm telling you, somebody.
It feels like a conspiracy.
It all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get involved with the voting on the series, but they were in the TCR at least. The coach was advising to even mount and straddle the whole thing.
Okay, got it. All right,
it's pretty benign. I think you can put one wheel up in it, and I would recommend it. And it's something I was starting to do as we lost 6 gear, the whole trans, and I probably would have kept it up.
Okay.
We started yesterday on the Continental tires and went into a full panic where we were just sliding everywhere, and then reverted to the Hankooks, which was basically the same amount of grip, but they're more progressive and they talk more.
Okay.
So it's just easier to drive.
That's the RS4 that they use elsewhere.
But I think the Bridgestone is the car to have, or the tire to have.
No, when you say they talk more, are you literally talking about just chirping in the tire?
Yeah, just a lot of noise, and you can kind of hear them sliding, and just gives you something to go off of. Whereas the Continentals, they grip, they hook up, they might move a little bit, but when they slide, they go, and you're just ice skating.
Got it. Well, and I've heard that too amongst people in the paddock. That RS4 tire is not the ultimate pace.
Yeah.
But it's really approachable. And
So
you can run them all.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, you could run them for almost 2 races.
Okay.
The Bridgestone, I think after 8 or 9 hours, you might see some quartz on them.
Gotcha. Do you find that the Civics are any lighter on tires versus the E46s or anything like that? Obviously, you might have to switch them front to back, I would imagine. But can you get the practice and the race day on one set, or do you end up changing?
So I'm more on the grassroots level, so I'm not driving any of the upper class cars yet.
Right.
But I was surprised at Arbor that our rears had more wear than the fronts.
Really?
And I think that we got the pressures. We were running lower camber in the rear, and trying to keep it loose so they slide, and it was perfect. I would do it again. Yeah, but normally that's not the case.
Right. Usually you're on the front.
That outside
edge.
It was nice how the car got looser and faster. Barber was so much fun, a front-wheel drive car.
Right.
I like front-wheel drive because you can drive right on the limit. If you cross over, you can still drive out of it and catch it. You're not really spinning off. And I saw that white Civic lose it. What's that hump after the China Beach brake zone?
Oh, right there.
He was fully sideways to the track, stayed in the gas, and it was like, a rally driver move where he stayed on track.
Just keep it.
Would have been in the wall had he not. Like that. The only front-wheel drive car would do that.
Right. I gotcha.
Talking about that turn 1 really quickly, I didn't realize until we went on board, I mean, we were trackside and I didn't notice until today, that they haven't redone the lines there where they black-topped it. So, and so I imagine that's got to be really tough to actually pick your apex, tougher than it is normally, because you don't really have that pit line to guide you.
I just look at that curve. It's pretty visible.
Just the curve.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is not for position, by the way, but this is the 88 trying to get a lap back on the 12. 88's clearly got the pace here. The 12 is holding that track position.
That one's a real head scratcher still, the 88. Cole puts it on pole yesterday, and then that car just has not had the pace all day.
It's running P6, but that's a little bit down to some attrition in the GTO ranks.
But they don't have the... Yeah, they're 2 seconds adrift of Hitman.
Well, that is again. That's in part because this 12 car is not quite to Hitman's pace, and this 88's being held up quite badly.
I mean an actual fastest lap, not right this second. Yeah. And everybody's in like the 37s, and all these cars are capable of a 33 or better. But Hitman's done a 31.1, NFC's done a 32.1, Thunder Bunny's done a 32.7, and the best round 3 is able to do in that car is a 33.1. So they don't have the ultimate pace, but they had the ultimate pace yesterday, which is the odd. I don't know. I find that to be odd.
Oh, they're gonna send it here. This is a little bit of an unnecessary amount of danger for both cars here. I'm not quite sure why the 12 hasn't just let this 88 through, because they're nowhere near close to each other in terms of track position. The 12 may owe us a stop, and maybe that's part of the calculus.
Right. But they want to stay ahead. I mean, you just let them go, though. Like, what? Well, why would you risk on a track where it's got so many choke points and people trying to get by? Why would you even risk it? You're not really racing the 88.
Yeah.
Especially if you owe a stop versus, that seems a little silly, but I'm not the one out there putting it on the line, so.
Right. Yeah. Backseat driving.
They're going to come up over the crest here. Of course, I'm on the delay still, so I'm sure that was delayed as well.
Not too bad of a... Well, depending on which crest you're talking about.
Right. I was talking about the first one for sure, so there you go. That's the second crest. Going to come down the inside here. The 12 wiggles and kind of shuts the door there. Wiggling on exit there again, so really trying to hustle the car and stay ahead. Again, just not super stoked about that.
Now you can be noted for blocking here. It's the 12 kind of sends it into turn 1.
Mm-hmm.
Not so bad that they actually missed the corner, so line seems to.
Well, if Huron sends it into turn 1, I'm well behind, so we'll try that again. Chris, how do you feel about something like this, where you're the leader and somebody's trying to unlap themselves?
Mm-hmm.
Do you let them go? Do you play it tight and just like, hey, you're gonna have to get around me? What are your stances on that? Do you protect the car and let people go, and then maybe that bites you later on a yellow and they get a whole other lap back?
How would that bite you later on a yellow?
So if they get around you, you're still a minute and 30 ahead.
Yeah.
But then a yellow comes around, they come back, and now you're only
I wouldn't worry
20
about,
seconds ahead.
I mean, my assumption there is that you have so much more pace. That's why you're a lap.
That's why you're a lap.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think to unlap yourself on properly matched cars is pretty tall order.
Okay.
Unless there's a safety car.
Right. It's this one right here. They're going to be tucked right up going into turn 1 again.
I say, yeah, don't use your stuff up. Save the car.
Save the car. Okay.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
And just don't give up time to the guy behind.
Right. And so he's still right there, right on him.
But yeah, chances are that's not going to happen.
Okay.
All things considered.
Yeah.
Easy to say here in this room.
Absolutely.
The 12 gets a big wiggle on coming out of the carousel.
It's wiggling everywhere, Joseph. They're pushing that car to try to stay ahead, which is part of my confusion here. And then the round 3 car is going to move out. I think that's the team car. Yeah.
The 997, I think. I don't think that was a 701. Oh, a little bit of a Pruitt fade from this GP car in front.
And try to come back down the inside. Nope. That's going to be covered off.
The thing that is that's challenging is this 12's got a little bit more top end, so the slipstream effect doesn't really seem to be helping the 88 out too much.
Right. And they're going to try to jump out. Nope, there's traffic. Checked way up. Braked a little bit earlier. Going to try to come back to the inside. The 12 covers it.
By the way, I wouldn't
call this blocking per se. It's just the 12 being very aware of what its line is. There we go. The 88 finally gets a run. They're going to come down. No. Really thought they were going to have it there, and that did not occur. Still watching, still on board, and then the 12 just wiggling, jumping off the corners, trying as hard as they can. The 88's going to try to come down the inside again.
He's going to be on the outside.
Side by side going up the straight here. They are, of course, going to be on the outside, this left-hander here. Keeps it clean.
That seemed like there may have been a little bit of...
There may have been a hair.
Side to side, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got him clear.
And the 88's going to be down the inside, and they got him. So the 88 finally gets around the 12, gets their lap back.
And runs into the 55 as for traffic. Well, it clears him, so that's going to work out all right for him.
So all right.
So while we were watching this, the reason I had switched over to the track sides is the 94 had gone off and hit the tires on the inside of turn 1.
Okay.
That car...
That's impressive.
It's... with some force, apparently.
With force, even.
Yeah.
Not just like they brushed it and like went, but like hit them.
Yeah, I mean, that has to be...
He must have got caught up in that curve.
Right.
How else do you do that?
I guess. Yeah, that's wild. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, you can run wide over that curb and maybe over-rotate in.
I guess. I mean, look, I'm not particularly good. I feel like I would have a hard time making that happen. And I can, if there's something on the track, I can hit it.
I've seen it, but with downforce cars, it's I'm a little more surprised for this field to get all the way over there.
Vehicle.
So back to the question.
Yeah.
That unlapping was with the leader of the 12 car, right?
Right.
I'm looking at the data. They lost 4 seconds in that whole thing.
Just
in the
trying
battle.
to stay ahead.
Based on their last few laps. So possibly even 5. So, is it worth it or not?
No, not
right.
I don't think so. You let them go and then
Yeah,
keep the car. Don't
probably
risk,
got the tires nice and hot.
Especially if there was a tap, which we're not sure. That's a whole other can of worms that we're opening with lap penalties, all kinds of, So
it hasn't come through in race control. I'll make that point.
Yeah, absolutely. We said it looked like there could have been. We're not saying that anything occurred.
They almost touched. They may have touched.
Let's not get on our jump to conclusions, Matt.
Right. Yeah. Anybody. I mean, it's gotta really try to only report on the stuff as it occurs.
So back to GP2. This Harrison, the 164, they are so quick.
They're
those
fast.
BMWs, straight line, real slippery, and really well driven. They don't put a foot wrong. It's impressive.
Trouble for the 469 Rapscallion.
Oh, there we go. They've spun. They're in the grass here. Well, that's at the exit of the keyhole, and they're going to get going here, so that's nice. They're going to come out right ahead of the 111 and the 34. The GP2 class at one point, I thought, was like, this is just the Spec E46 class.
Yeah, by the way, that Rapscallion is clearly the track going away. Taking a deep brake zone, you fall off down the hill there.
Okay, and so the tires are coming out of it, you can't...
Yeah,
okay.
I think we'll see a little more mistakes in these conditions.
Okay, I got you. So the track's not moving the right direction.
No.
Okay.
Could you even feel it develop over the course of Friday? I mean, is it that dramatic?
Yeah. Our times got faster, clear through the final session. So I think we'll see the track start improving here in the next hour and a half, something like that.
So we should have...
I mean, it's cold out there.
Right.
It's just the sun is pretty bright.
Yep. Well, now it's a little bit overcasty compared to, like, this morning it was, like, bright at times.
Yeah.
When I was trying to set up cameras, it makes it difficult to set a camera, obviously. So if the track starts coming back into it, I think that's going to be a key focal point in all the battles, if you will, as the cars that are set up a little bit differently start to come into their own.
So the pole sitter in GP2 is the 37 Eric Voss Racing in the BMW?
I believe so.
Nice looking car with good arrows. I was shocked. They didn't have that pace in the first stint. They don't seem to be on it.
And it was kind of the same thing we were saying with the 88, where like maybe people had the setup bang on for yesterday, and then today it's just not, the tires not working correctly.
I saw they're on the Continental. Maybe they ran something else yesterday.
Okay.
Because that was an extremely fast lap.
Right, absolutely.
For those cars, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I hope it gets more consistent and you get more speed at the end.
Eric's the instant driver, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, maybe he did the pole.
Right, we've had other drivers.
Right,
right. Makes sense.
Pilot Challenge, I think, is that right? In the Mercedes?
Yeah. And then he runs some of the endurance races, I think, too.
Okay.
In like a Ferrari or something.
I mean, that Corvette that he runs, that's amazing. They were so fast at Barber. Fun to watch.
Super, super cool. Alrighty, Chris. We've got other folks waiting.
Been fun.
Thanks for coming by. You are welcome anytime.
Yeah.
Yeah, we really appreciate having you company.
We really appreciate it too.
Well,
Yeah.
I was the guy that yelled out "thank you" when you were announcing yesterday night.
Oh, thank you.
And,
I appreciate it.
I love watching this. You guys do a great job.
Awesome.
Thanks for doing that.
I really appreciate it. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for the kind words. We really, really appreciate
Nice to
it.
meet you.
Thanks for coming through. Nice to meet you too. All right, Joseph, talk amongst yourself and/or run an ad for a moment.
Oh, you know what? I could run an ad. That was Chris Olietta of Deep Eddy Racing with the JNR 178.
There we go.
Are you still setting up? You having fun? Okay. All right. We'll run an ad. How about that?
Let's run an ad.
We'll come back with a new guest with our rotating casting crew.
Perfect.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back at Mid-Ohio, into IMSA sprint distance for the Saturday race here at Mid-Ohio. 8-8 format this weekend, no 7-9, no 9-7. We will be back an hour earlier tomorrow, shifted into an 8-4 for the Sunday race tomorrow. Gets everybody on track a little earlier, shifts the conditions just a bit, gets people out an hour earlier to catch some flights. I believe Ryan was setting up for some people in the booth. I don't know that that's quite happened yet. We're on board with the number 88 for round 3, which is a number that will be a little unfamiliar as a round 3 entry. But they're doing all right. They're still sitting P6 in GTO, about 3.5 minutes ahead of the 118 for Thunder Bunny, which is also going to be a slightly unusual number for those of you who follow Thunder Bunny. About 3.5 minutes also. No, I take that back. They're 3.5 minutes behind the leader, which means that they're very close to the triple one, or closer rather, about 30 seconds behind them and about 30 seconds in front of the 118. So still have a few cars that we weren't necessarily expecting at the pointy end of things. It's been a minute since we've seen the 12 for ACP running as strongly as it is, holding down the lead by about a minute over Hitman in the number 34. The Works 45 car is the car that continues to impress and surprise us, sitting in third in GTO. Ryan said earlier that he thought that they were starting to get the handle on that car, and it looks like they have. I kind of expected them to fall away in the middle stanza, and that just hasn't happened yet. Still hanging out in that third spot in GTO.
Joseph, we got Nick Romano from Palomar Racing here with us, running their E36s here, fresh from Southern California. Nick, what's going on, man?
It's been quite a day for us so far.
It looks like it's been kind of a rough day. First of all, do you have the stuff with you to get everything squared away so that we can take a fresh crack at this tomorrow?
That's going to be a real solid maybe.
Okay.
All right. It depends on what's going on. And I just had a panic attack because I just looked out and I saw one of our cars in the pits, but it's just a fuel stop.
Just fuel. You're good.
The other one, I believe, is in the cold pit at the moment. So, would you like to hear my sad story
Let's
about
hear
what's
it.
going on?
We're here.
So we did pretty well in qualifying, and I was driving the 14 this morning. And just fun little aside, I had driven a grand total of 2 laps yesterday, and then it was determined that I would start the race today.
Oh, good.
And those are the only 2 laps I've ever driven at Mid-O.
Excellent.
So that was a fun, terrifying, thrilling challenge.
Right.
But it was actually kind of cool because I got to learn from all the cars around me how everybody was a little bit stacked up. So it actually worked out pretty well.
Got it. Okay.
So anyway, I was driving that car and things were going pretty well. And then all of a sudden the temp started to rise. And don't know why. Pulled it in and was able to cool it down. We took some, I guess you could just, let's just call it radiator tape off the car.
Okay.
Got it cooled off, went back out, was fine for a couple more laps, heated up, pulled it back in, and it turned out there was a hole in our radiator.
Oh.
And not like...
That'll do it.
Not like from a projectile. It was like just the radiator failed.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah.
That's
those are
not ideal.
Those are tough ones for sure.
Yes. So that's the car we had at Barber. So that's our championship car.
Okay.
So that's
that's not what you want there.
It's not what you want. No. So that car's currently at the trailer. I'm not sure what they're doing to it, but it's come back on and off a couple of times since then. So it's possible that it is hurt in more ways than just a radiator.
Right.
The other car, the 15 car, which is the one that I just had my panic attack about, was also running fairly well, and just got some really, really bad luck with the racing incident. There was a little bit of a stack up right here in the final corner.
Okay.
Where there was 4 cars in a row. We were the 4th in this group. The car in the front checked up for some reason. I don't know what happened, but they checked up really hard in the middle of the acceleration zone of the turn. So then the car behind them checked up, and then the car behind them checked up, and it was just sort of a concertina effect. And when you watch the video, it's just really unfortunate because, like, Austin, who was driving the car, he got on the brakes as soon as he saw what was happening, but at that point it was too late.
You're already way too late. You've already eaten up all the space. Yeah.
So gave the car a bit of a black eye. Yeah. We had to pull it out a little bit, make sure the tire wasn't going to rub, but it's back out and it's running fine now.
That's good.
But we're laps down. So we'll just see. I mean, it's a long race. It's still several hours to go.
Yeah, several hours to go. And like I said, you've always got tomorrow. That's what I really like about the WRL. It doesn't help your championship very much, but the idea that you can come out to the race, we had a bummer day. It's not just like throw it on the trailer, we're done, let's see ya. We're gonna have all day today and the evening, and then we wake up tomorrow and potentially we can get the car back out there. So that's one of the things I really like about the format here. We miss doing 24, 25-hour races. You talked about running with NASA a little bit. We used to cover the 25 hours of Thunder Hill. That was our whole shtick. And we miss the long format races like that. But there's an appeal here too that it gives everybody time to look over the car one more time, make that little adjustment, and do all those things. So I'm hoping tomorrow will go super well for you guys.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah. But yeah, I totally agree. I don't know. I like all different types of formats because they're all their own unique challenge, right? Like, I like the 24, 25-hour stuff because it's like, you better figure it out. You better have it.
You got to go and make it work.
Yeah, so it's a different type of challenge. And then here you have that gap in between. So hopefully that's exactly what we're going to need.
Right.
But yeah, it's...
Sorry, I expected that usually Joseph asks a question at that point. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Oh,
Awkward silence.
Well, no, I was going to say when we were trackside, it seemed like the cars were very much on the nose. How have you found setting up the cars to GP1 spec effectively? Because it will be a little different from classing in really
definitely
anywhere else.
Well, one of the biggest changes for us was tires, because we were running on a Toyo Slick in our last year in the class we were running, and then we're going down to a 200 turbo tire for GP1, and not just any 200 turbo tire, an endurance 200 turbo tire. So it's quite a reduction in grip. Obviously, it's a trade-off. The tire lasts way longer, but it's a big reduction in grip. So our suspension was not set up for that type of tire. So at Barber, we had a really, really knife edgy. It was difficult to control, didn't have the grip in a lot of places that it should have, especially like trying to get off the turns. The car just didn't want to put the power down. So we re-engineered our suspension and put it back together with some different rates, different shock settings, and everything, and nailed it. It's driving so much better. It's really is a different car. I mean, it's softer, so it's all a compromise, but it's utilizing those tires a lot better. And we're doing some more tire experiments too. In fact, we've got 2 different tires on the cars out there right now to see what we're going to be doing for the rest of the season. Probably just to try to figure out where the money setup is. But I mean, that's part of the fun of it, right? You go to a new series, a new class, and you have to figure out how to make your car work to this rule set. I love that kind of stuff. I'm a nerd for it.
Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about changing tires, are you talking about a general Lessiga? Or are you talking about a shift in balance too? Like, what are you working with, and how obvious is it? You know, when you get on track, do you know immediately, like, oh, this is going to be a handful, or does it take you? You know, are you like, okay, I'm going to let things get up to temp. I'm going to feel it out. What's that process been like?
Well, you always have to give it a little bit of a chance, right? Like, if you go out on a set of tires and you get 3 corners in and you're like, this is terrible, well, probably don't have the full picture yet. So we actually did do a tire test about a month ago, and we had a bunch of different 200 turbo tires that are popular for this series, and just to figure out what they would do. And myself and Matt Millian, one of our other drivers, both tried all these different tires and put our impressions down. And it is interesting, though, because some of them, you know, they're good right out of the gate, and then they start to fall off. Some of them are not so good out of the gate, but then they come to you. So it is interesting, because that can also play into, you know, what's going to happen after a yellow flag, especially if it's like a code 35, which we're not doing here. But you know, if the tires really get a chance to cool down, that might affect who's going to be fast when, as the tires come back up to temp. So it just adds another layer of complexity to the strategy.
That makes sense. It never occurred to me to think about the difference in tires on the restarts even. You know, when we think about tires, we think about over the course of the day. Are you going to start to lose grip in hour 6 or in hour 8? Are they starting to lose grip and you can probably run them tomorrow? Are they losing in hour 4 and then you just kind of have the slow decline? But it never occurred to me to think about, you know, if you've been running around in code 35 for 3 laps, now everybody's cold. Do yours come up to temp really fast? It had never occurred to me to think about your restart ability on that. That's crazy. We've been doing this for years, and that's just not something that's occurred to me to think of.
That it might just be the oval racer in me. I was an oval racer for many years, and that was a huge factor then.
Mm-hmm.
Is you know, how much temp or how over temp are the tires? So like we would even try to play with stagger in the cars, and so if we were scrubbing tires during yellow flag, we would try to scrub harder in one direction than we did in the other direction to try to grow the left rear instead of the right rear to try to grip the car up. Yeah, there's a lot of like little things you could do like that.
Ryan, I will make the point that there was one Central Ohio-based team that definitely did have somebody who was thinking about it, just not in this series.
And which one would that be?
Think about it.
Yeah, I'm out.
Mike Shank.
Mike Shank. Oh, well, yeah, okay, yeah, yep. You're familiar with that whole saga so at the Daytona 24, there's a specified tire pressure range that you have to run.
There's a safe tire pressure window, basically.
Correct. And do you watch F1 at all? So in F1, they had an issue several years ago where people were underinflating the tires and they would just explode as, oh, look how terrible Pirelli is.
Mm-hmm.
So to solve for that kind of thing, Michelin says you can only run your tires at a certain pressure. And Honda, who Mike Shank runs a Honda car, told the series that Mike Shank had modified their sensors to display the fuel pressure, the tire pressure, wrong. Thank you, Joseph. I would never have got that in a million years. I was not in that headspace to think of that. So not the only time somebody in Central Ohio has talked about changing tire pressure for the restart.
Well,
that was the case though. Like, they were lightning on the restarts.
Well,
they would jump out ahead of people instantly.
And to HPD's credit, right? That's something that you know, that's a point that they brought up. You know, we know that this happened. We want you all to know about it because we know about it, and you'll find out eventually. But that was one of the things. Is, you know, they're also very concerned about tire wear up, especially in a series like they have, and in situations like we've had here, where you have all of the leaders bunched up into, you know, a pack of 5 for your final restart, and there might be 20 minutes to go or whatever. It's a relevant thing in all sorts of categories.
Gotcha. So on the front of restarts and things like that, which engine do you run in the Palomar racing cars?
We have the S52s that.
So you do have the old motor.
Yeah, it's the old E36 engine. That's one that's supposed to be in there. We are quite light.
Okay.
So we are a lower power, lighter weight sort of build.
Got it.
Which you know, everything has pluses and minuses. Like at the end of the straights, like that E92 that just flew by.
Yeah.
It feels like he's 2 classes up from us, but quite nimble. So you know, you give up a little bit here, you gain it back there.
Yeah. And don't feel bad about that car in particular, because their GTO car hunts people down on straights against all the other GTO cars even. I think they build those cars to be a blast on the straights, and then they have a little bit of issue in the corners.
Speaking of GTO, shout out to, by the way, I'm brand new to WRL, so I apologize, I don't know
your
team names. Shout out to the mad lads who are running a Mazda Miata, like I think it's an NA, maybe an MB. NA, I think, in GTO class.
Oh, that was the NB. We were talking about that with Chris, who was in here. So they have that with the Honda Civic motor swapped in.
Oh, so it's a K series.
It's a K series, yeah.
I was wondering, and I saw they have the grid life stickers on the car as well, and that's basically like the required swap for that series.
Correct.
Like if you want to be
that's
competitive,
what all the rules are based around, and
Yeah.
you gotta, no, Chris was just in here talking about that because he had built turbocharged Miatas in the past for this series, back when GTO was mostly that type of car. And he said they're running like 250 horsepower, so you could do the math backwards on like, okay, that's a pretty light car too.
Yeah.
But 250 horsepower in a Miata, you're jumping off of corners in a hurry, and something like that. That's crazy.
It's just cool to see. It's like Blair, who's he's our crew chief. When he saw the car, he was like, "Oh, so this is Forza 4."
But yes,
throw 100% of the mods onto it and just win in every
in any class. See what you can do with it. Yeah, absolutely.
This is that's a great description of club racing, like WRL, right? It is Gran Turismo or Forza real life.
Right. You can run the GT4 car and mess with the restrictor and do all that stuff, or you can build the cool thing and like see what happens. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm always a fan of building the cool dumb thing and seeing what happens.
There used to be more of that in WRL, and then what would you say, Joseph? Like 3 years ago?
It's all Hammer's fault. It's all
basically. There was one team that brought 2 TC. I'm sure he's listening. Hi, Tim. There was one team that brought 2 TCR cars, which at the time it was like, oh, they ACP had those M235i R, like club racer things, and like that was like the big money. It was like, oh, look at that, they got the pro car. And then
speaking of a Miata, we've got, I think it's the 469 stopped just past.
Stop right here.
Yeah, just start right past the start line.
Yep. Fortunately, that's in like an easy spot. Hopefully, they will get to it.
It's also at an extremely high-speed spot. It could go either way.
We'll see if they go yellow for that. It wouldn't surprise me if they didn't, but also that's also kind of a shady spot to be into. I can see that going either way.
Good visibility, should be, anyway.
Right. Anyway, one team showed up with 2 Audi TCR cars, which later grew to 3, and they had changed the fuel system, they had changed the shocks, I believe, and that car was like podium every single weekend, like crushing everybody. And then you start to see more people bringing out GT4 Caymans, and then the M4 came, and now the new thing is you have to have the Toyota Supra is the new competitive car. And so it's been fun to see that change, but I do miss the crazy stuff. There was like a WRX at one point, Joseph, that ran at COTA. There was all kinds of like goofy...
In GTO?
In GTO. Or were they GT1 or GTO? I think it was GTO, Joseph.
I honestly don't remember. It's been a minute.
On like the last lap, it like spun and somehow hit the wall on the inside of the last turn at COTA. They had like come up to interview with us and we're talking about their car, and then like one of the last 2 laps, right as they're like going green, nailed the wall with it. I think wrote the car off. But yeah, there used to be a lot more of that kind of stuff here, and it's it sways back and forth, I think, a little bit. You know, the budgets get a little bit insane, and then it comes back down, and then more people step up. So it's like, okay, now there's an opportunity. And so, especially in that GP1 class, we see that a lot, where there's a pretty big variety in the amount of money being spent, and people appear to be having a really good time across the board.
Yeah, GP1 is a great class because you can do a lot of different things. It's like Forza or the Gran Turismo, where you could have a car with an S54 that's already like, maybe you even have to detune it a little bit,
right?
Or you could do a Miata and tune it way up. And I'm ready for somebody to bring out like a Cutlass Supreme.
Yes.
Where's the Cutlass Supreme? I want to see that in GP1.
So there was a race,
Road America,
at Road America, where they were going to run the historics like later that month. And somebody brought like a 1966 Mustang with a cage to run, and I think they ran in like GP3, and they were tremendously off the pace, but I guess they hadn't made like any changes to the car.
No,
so
it was
like, yeah, we'll just run it.
It was better than that, Ryan, because it's an old muscle car that is all power and no anything else. I think it might have run GTO or GP1, but it was off the pace in GP3.
Class. Right, it was off the pace of GP3. You're right. It might have been a GP1 car at that point, but we see it from time to time, and it's usually people who like want running time before whatever historic event happens. There was somewhere, I think it might have been at VIR, that somebody had like a tricked out, like, let's take a Mustang and then take it to a like DTM body shop and just like throw wings and stuff at it. And I saw it on the practice day. It might have been at VIR last year, and I only like caught glimpses of it because I'm trying to set up cameras and stuff, and by the time I had time to go look for it, it was like gone. And I'm like, who is this hero out here who's put all these carbon fiber bits onto his 70s Mustang to come run it at a track day? Like, what's going on with that? I want to talk to that person.
We got to be careful with this conversation, because if our fearless leader at Palomar, Andy, is listening to you talking about vintage cars running in WRL, so that's where Palomar comes from, is vintage racing.
Vintage racing, right.
So between Andy and his brother, they've got a couple of Datsun Fairlady Roadster race cars, a BMW 2002, and they have a 96 Winston Cup car.
Nice.
Now that project hasn't really been started yet. It runs, it just hasn't been gone through to the point where it could be taken out. And then a 68 Ginetta D16, which is a beautiful little open-top British mid-engine race car.
Nice.
And we brought that out to, we actually got to do the historics, the Rolex reunion one year. I think that was 2 years ago.
At Monterey.
At Monterey, yeah. And I got to drive that car and dice with some actual GT40s. One of them was being driven by Gunnar Jeanette. So a super legit driver in a super legit car that had about 800 times the horsepower.
Right.
But also like 3 times the weight. So it actually ended up being a really good battle. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, if Andy's listening to this, he might start getting some ideas.
We did run with one series that they... What year was that 5 Series, Joseph, that they ran in that other series that we covered here at Mid-Ohio?
That would have had to have been, I want to say, 2017?
No. What year was the car?
Oh.
It was like a 92 BMW 5 Series that they had swapped like an S54 into. And they're like, oh, why not? Like, it's like 50-50 weight distribution. Like, oh, whatever. And like, I don't think they were super competitive, but like, they didn't care. It's just insanity. Like, they had thrown any M3 part that would fit. They had thrown on there, and they put the S54 motor in it, so it had the power for being a big sedan. And they just drove that thing around. I'm like, what are you doing? And it's the same type of vibe. Like, they could run that here if they wanted. Again, I don't know how competitive they would be with the money and power going on in GP1 right now. But yeah, I like the goofy stuff. I have been curious. I'm glad I got to talk to somebody now that's done it. How does that feel, being in a historic race like that? Does it play into your mind at all? And like, it's like, how do you say this where it's like tactful? And
fear of death?
It's not even the fear of death. It's the fear of, well, that's probably part of it too.
Of wrecking something irreplaceable.
Of wrecking something that's like completely irreplaceable and extremely expensive. Whereas like, worst case scenario, you wreck somebody here and you wipe out somebody in like a Supra. Like, that sucks. You're 200 grand in the hole if you choose to pay for it. Depending on, I understand that's kind of weird, but like,
but it's a hole that a lot of people can get out of eventually. It's not
correct.
It's not a light ending.
I didn't just nail somebody's GT40 on the rear quarter panel and spin them going down the corkscrew, and now there's one less GT40 on the planet, and it's like a $10 million.
Yeah, it wasn't just any GT40 either. It was the last GT40.
By the way, we've gone full course yellow
nervous.
for the 469. It's been trying to limp its way back home. It's gotten stuck on the run up to 11 and hasn't quite made it.
Okay, gotcha. But yeah, what's the, and I guess the safety aspect too, there's way less safety. So how does that, does it feel any different?
Yes. So a lot of the drivers out there are not pushing to the same extent that you would here.
Okay.
Both pace and sketchiness around other cars.
Okay.
I said a lot. I didn't say all, because some of them are. Specifically, Gunnar Jeanette in the last GT40. He and I had an awesome battle for a couple of races. And there was one point, and I didn't know it when it was happening until I saw his point of view video after the fact. But going into turn 2, taking the green flag, he got really crossed up and was coming at my door.
Oh my
crossed
gosh.
up. While I was also crossed up on the outside. Look at this. We got an AMG facing the wrong direction on pit lane.
Yeah. I think we're about to watch that here. Because we're on that onboard right now as well, so we'll be able to see that. They got to get that clicked into reverse here.
Oh no, it's overshot. That is so bizarre.
That's bizarre. He just completely misses the entry. That's so weird. I've never seen that before.
Have you ever?
No.
Yes,
No, I
I've
have not.
once.
All right then.
So with the historics, is that with the GTs? Is it the same as it is with the specialty size like F5000 tires, where like everything is on an Avon tire? Is it that kind of thing?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
There's some like loosey-goosey rules about what your car would have had. So we actually got away with running a Goodyear slick briefly.
And then somebody was like, hold on.
Yeah. It wasn't really that much faster. It felt a lot better, but it wasn't that much faster. We're normally running on an Avon treaded tire. But we believe that somebody, a competitor, so to speak, because it's not really competition when you come right down to it, didn't like that we were faster than their one of 3 Fancy Pants Porsche.
Of course.
I'm not going to say what model it was because that'll give it away.
That'll give away. Give away. There's a whole lot of them.
Didn't beat us, so looked at the tires and said, oh, well, not supposed to be on those. So we got a mild talking to from the officials. So we went back to the Avons and beat him anyway.
Perfect. Like, even after you've tried to mess with me, you're like, I come out and beat you anyway. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
My goodness. So, you're doing this, or you're doing the full season, right? Or most of, anyway?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, wait, but hold on. One more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
In our defense, that G16 is, so the car's from 68, so it's kind of on the cusp before the like Can-Am cars went nuts and got to V8s and the crazy wings and everything. So it's only a 4-cylinder, it's a 2-liter, makes about 220 horse, and it doesn't have wings, and it doesn't have slicks. But because there's nothing else that runs that's similar to that, they're just like, okay, well, you're going to go with the wings and slicks cars. So we're up against these cars with at least 100 more horsepower, often 400 more horsepower, and also wings and also slicks. So we're like, well, we're in the wings and slicks class. We're going to at least have some slicks. So that's our defense
that's
for
your defense there.
yeah.
And then real quick, actually I have another question I just thought of. I was at Long Beach the first year that they didn't do the Toyota Celebrity Race, and the Shadow won the whatever era they were doing of sports car racing that year. I got
Can-Am-ish
stuff. It was the Can-Am adjacent thing. You guys have a car that fits into the historic racing they do at Long Beach, and is that something you would pursue? It's one thing, I think, to take a valuable historic car and race with people at Laguna Seca, where you can go off and be in the sand and it's embarrassing, but like, hey, I didn't hit anything, like, we're good to go, versus Long Beach. Sounds like a really cool thing. Would that be a bridge too far for you guys, or if you had an opportunity line up where it was the right era?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what. I'd have to look at the classes they run.
Well, they change it every year. They do a different class every year, and so that's why I don't know if they've gone that direction. They had the crazy Can-Am stuff. Didn't they have? What did they have last year, Joseph? Didn't they have something like crazy the last time they did it?
Long Beach support is beyond
something
my...
like just equally ridiculous. Like, oh my gosh, like what are we even doing?
I think there was. Oh, lights are off, by the way, but I do think it was something Group C adjacent.
Oh, Group C.
Yeah, no, they had that crazy Can-Am year where it was like the early 70s, late 60s Can-Am stuff. As the 93 is going to take the green flag here.
Yeah, 147 was supposed to, and then the 147 from Moorhead ducked in, so TC Klein gets to be your surprise restart leader.
Perfect. You love to see it. 147 is going to pull down the pit lane here. They're going to pop off with some fuel, I suppose. So you absolutely run that. If that was an opportunity you guys had.
Oh, 100%
on that.
100%, yeah.
Okay.
So the Datsuns, what class? They run small bore something or other. The 2002 runs in B-Spec, and there's tons and tons of B-Spec cars. So it's probably pretty likely that could get a shot at.
I'll look them up here real quick while we watch this restart here. We got a green flag here on the front stretch.
Yeah, a lot of entries took to the pits during this. The 469 actually didn't end up needing assistance.
A lot of pit takers.
Well, the thing is, they're stretched out kind of around the track because it was a relatively short yellow. So a lot of them never ended up catching back up to the queue. So we've got a few cars that are kind of all over the track at this point.
This year at Long Beach, they're going to be running historic F1 1980s. So that's probably not quite in the realm of what's in your guys' stable. But
probably not.
I think it'll be equally...
Slicks and Wings, though.
It is Slicks and Wings.
It is Slicks and Wings, and the sports racers of that era were basically like geometrically very similar to the Formula cars. So just take the body off, and I'll take that one step further. The engine in that car is the BMW 2002 engine. What is that?
M20 or something.
M10.
M10. Yeah.
If you asked me this a year ago, I would have been able to tell you immediately. Whatever that is more or less the same engine that BMW builds for Formula One when they had an engine in Formula One.
Okay.
So all we have to do is throw
pull the body off,
a turd ski on the engine, remove the body, and we've got a perfectly legal and safe Formula One car. You can't convince me otherwise.
Absolutely. Nick,
it is. I love that. I love that era of Can-Am where it's literally just like, oh, like you could cross-reference which F5000 it is, and you just be like, like oh yeah, it's clearly that car, but they put like fenders on it, and they just sent it. Yeah,
it's the same car.
Right.
Yeah, craziness. Are you going to be at Historics this year?
Oh no, not invite us last year.
Oh, uninvited.
They say that they didn't have a class that fit our entry.
Interesting.
I don't know if there's subtext there.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yes.
We'll leave the interview on drama.
Yeah, there we go. Absolutely. Awesome. Thank you, Nick. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. And Joseph, we'll have one more guest here, so if you want to do a rundown, that'd be great.
Oh, am I filling? Am I filling?
A little bit. Just a little bit.
Okay. Well, we didn't have everybody take the pits. We had a lot of people take the pits. One of the people that did come in and retain the lead is going to be your 12 for ACP Tangerine Associates. So that car that we were slightly wrapping on the fingers about being slower than the 88, still ahead of the 88, still leading their class, still leading the overall. And they've got about a 40-second advantage over Hitman. And Hitman, I don't believe, did take... no, that's a lie. They pitted 2 laps ago. So both of those cars are roughly level on pit stops. Another 37 seconds behind them is that number 88 that we were talking about. So, you know, we're drawing slightly closer to that that situation having you know, somewhat of a real on-track effect. The 88 now, who has also pitted, on the same lap as the 12, sitting 1 minute and 20 seconds behind. So watch this space. I don't think that the race is necessarily over for that 88, especially if they change drivers. And there's a rumor that I will attribute to Mark Martin in the YouTube chat, that Cole Lofsgaard may yet to enter that car and take it to the finish line. I assume he's in it. I don't know if he would be in the 997 instead, but I don't know if the 997's still circulating. So we'll keep an eye out both on track and in the YouTube chat to see what the story is with those cars. If we run... did I just run predictions? I think I just ran predictions. So the 12 looks like it's in really good shape now, even though it may not have quite the overall pace depending on who's behind the wheel of that car. 88's looking really strong, so I think we've got a really good fight at the moment, a three-headed fight for GTO lead. GP1 is not necessarily dusted, but I want to make a point about that 147. It hasn't been brought up because nobody's texted our news line. So if you've got it, tell us what's up with your car. If you don't have it, bug RJ. He doesn't have enough to do. He would love more people to harass him, I'm sure.
I think RJ needs more day-to-day responsibility.
Exactly.
I think he could probably work 30 to 40% harder than he is right now.
I agree.
So that's something he needs.
But before we throw to our next guest, I want to make the point that 147, I noticed in their YouTube, in their own YouTube chat, that car does not have its front splitter that it is supposed to be running with. So it's actually running at quite a disadvantage today. Doing pretty well, all things considered.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, likely to win that race today in GP1. The 44 has fallen away for reasons that I don't think we tracked, but that car has not been circulating for quite some time. Those two are usually pretty staunch rivals in that class. Ginger Racing about 5 minutes behind that 147, but keep an eye on that. Harrison in that 164, despite some drama earlier in the race, looking pretty good for that car. Their nearest competition is that 197 for overnight. There's a fight on between those two. I wouldn't consider that to be done and dusted by any means, but it is advantage to Harrison. Down in GP3, advantages to the 455 for HC Autosport, which is not a name I recognize, but it does. That car and that number are kind of reminiscent of the HQ Autosport, which used to run as number 28. I don't know if there's a connection between those two cars or not, but it's them and the 65 for Open Throttle who are going at it in GP3, and that looks like a pretty even fight, so keep an eye on that class as well.
Big kudos to Open Throttle. That's a very, very new part of that program as they come across the front straightaway here. That E46 getting in there. That's been fantastic for them. Joseph, you had mentioned front splitters earlier. I have Harold Petit with GTR 99 here.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good.
Excellent.
Considering.
Considering, right? I know it's been a rough day. Before we get into that real quick, do you have a different front splitter here than you usually run? Or do I not pay attention?
We do, but we actually started using it at Barber.
Okay, got it. I was not at Barber, so I'll take a mulligan on that. That's fine. Perfect. So the new front splitter obviously gets you more downforce, more front end. Do you think you're losing a ton of time on the straights with that, or is it just all
not
outside?
Not at all. No, this is a really efficient splitter. And if you notice, our winglets are all gone from the front bumper.
I didn't notice that, but that would make sense.
We're going to this, and this is supposed to be a much more efficient. It's a match to the wing.
To the wing. Okay, so that works a lot better. Awesome.
So we put the wing on a long time ago.
Right. No, the wing we've seen 100%. So we always hold you up as kind of the standard for you buy the GT4 car and then you make changes to it, and you can really only do that in WRL.
Yeah. Correct.
I don't want to look at your tax returns. How long do you spend, and how much time and effort does it take to make these changes? And are you, back to a better term, throwing stuff at the wall like, hey, this next weekend, let's try this bigger splitter and see what happens? Or are you guys like out testing, trying to figure out what works better, and then kind of coming to a package for the race weekend?
Well, when we started with the car, we already knew that the M4 GT4 had a temperature issue.
Right.
I mean, and the guys that race it in SRO and IMSA told us that they had to change radiators pretty often to keep the efficiency there. So we went to aftermarket, all the radiators, oil cooler, everything intercooler, everything went to aftermarket so that we could get a lot cooler running engine. So and that's just that's just replacing,
right?
You know, and we don't have to replace our equipment that often. It's just you just keep an eye on it. Have to clean it,
of course, right?
And
well, it's something that Will Choice had talked about. He said the number of coolers under there that you got to clean out. He said there was something like more than 10.
They overwhelm the front of the car. There's no doubt about that. And you've got them stacked.
Right.
So the wing is just basically drove the car at the first race, and I said I just don't have enough downforce in the rear. I was used to running a bigger wing on our E46 M3 for many years, and so called up to James Clay at Bimwell and said, "What do you have?
We'll have a bigger wing
for us?" We didn't get it immediately, but they were developing it because they've got that M4 GT4. I'm trying to remember what the name of it is, but they developed a whole bunch of parts and the wing and stuff and the splitter and all for it.
Right.
So that's how we got the wing. We got it like first one that they sold. And other people have told us, well, we think the wing can create more drag, but we just don't see that problem on the straightaways. We've got our power to weight ratio. We're right. We're totally
in,
legal,
doesn't even matter.
And we don't see that we have people pulling us on the straightaway. Typically, if they are, then that's usually somebody that gets disqualified.
Okay, so you have a pretty good idea of what's going on there. For a while, we saw these M4s, and we always heard about it. We talked to the ATR Motorsport Engineering guys. We talked to them about it a little bit too. When they ran last year, there was this phantom issue with the traction control freaks out if you do this, and it adjusts the power, and we don't want it to do. Have you implemented like a custom software thing, or have you figured out how to make that not happen?
And you ran into it yourselves at Daytona, right, or something similar?
Right.
Yeah. So what that ended up being was the steering rack. That was the steering rack, and the steering rack has a problem with the Daytona banking. If you notice. At Daytona, the ACP cars, when we were on double yellow, they were down on the apron. And WRL had given permission, if you need to run on the apron, you can. Well, they knew about this problem. We didn't, because we had not run the GT4. We had run the E46 the year before. And so that was throwing errors on the steering rack, and that's what I had to keep, restarting the car.
Right, rechecking.
Nice thing now, this year, we learned how to restart the car without having to stop it. You can keep it rolling, and you can restart it. But it seemed like when we went with a new wiring harness, it seemed like we had less of those limp mode problems. Is what happened. Remember at Road Atlanta after the church thing, the first year we were racing it, we come out and I'm coming into the pit and y'all are going, why are they coming into the pit? and then I come around and I come in again. And it's the same thing where we didn't know how to do it, how to restart it while we were driving, and then we were not wanting to take the risks of stopping on the track. So
that gets dangerous for everybody.
What we're slowly learning is that when somebody does something that doesn't make any sense, it's usually because they didn't want to do it.
Yeah. that's absolutely, I believe that for sure. So today, it's been a rough day. Can you talk us through that?
Well, that was the left rear axle broke.
Okay.
Luckily, Rob Jakowski that was driving the car, Checkwitz, I'm sorry. He was like, whoa, something really bad happening, so he slowed way down, and that ended up not being tragic in terms of the whole wheel coming off.
Right.
So, the rotor was holding it on, and you don't put too much force on it, it'll stay on. So we got that changed and, came back out. We thought we were just going to run for a little bit, but then we're saying, well, let's keep running. It's good practice. It's also a possibility. We could get into the points that people have problems. Right. It doesn't seem like it's going to happen now with just 2 hours left, but, it's just, there are things that happen.
I mean, the cars here, trucks here, track's hot, we always end up talking, and it's not our runtime on the motor, it's not our runtime on tires, but we always talk about, if it runs, you got track time, you got to pay for that either way. So
just enjoy it.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is it's very hard. You drive the car. So I came out after the axle broke. I was the first one that did the first stint, and it's very hard to race when you're not racing for, a podium or, a good high spot. And you don't want to get involved in other people's, things. So you probably saw at times that we were like staying behind the fight going on in the two GP1 guys or such as that. And obviously the GTO guys too. We were, let them go by, got out of the way, so, but, it was, it's, it's just track time. Is what it is. It's fun to drive the car. It's funner to drive the car when you're racing.
When you're racing,
yeah,
we're
really
racing for a
racing.
win.
Yeah.
I mean, if only everybody had that perspective on the like, hey, you know what, my race is probably good. We're going to go ahead and stay out of everybody's way. I wish more people had a little bit better perspective on stuff like that. Unfortunately, so you guys usually do the full season there or thereabouts, right?
Right. Yeah, we're trying to get to every race this year. We know that if we want to possibly win the championship, we've got to do that. So
GTO only race at Road Atlanta. Yay, nay? How do you like that?
It was different, and I definitely liked the other classes.
Okay.
I would say I like the other classes better. I do see the reason that they were doing it is to try to get more cars at Road Atlanta in WRL, and I think I think they maybe could have got a lot more if they'd done GP1 first. But when I was asking RJ about that, he was saying, well, we didn't think from the race before that GP teams would be able to turn it around as quickly as GTO teams. So he says that's kind of why we chose GTO.
To do it that way.
But I love having all the other classes. I mean, it's just part of the it's part of endurance racing. I've been endurance racing since 2011, and I love it. And so we the E46 we used to race in SCCA endurance races, and then an AER, and then we when I got with GR99 was a team made up of Rob Jakowitz and Thomas Rossi, and I just asked if y'all had any seats available. When I started driving with them in their car, E36 M3 for the first year. And we won the championship at AER. That changed the year. And then they were talking about putting a S54 motor in the E36. I said, well, guys, I already got the car.
Right, let's just do it.
It's an E46. It's well developed. We've won a lot of races with it, and that's what we switched to, and we raced together with that. But I love all the different classes. I love the challenge, and it's part of not just a long sprint race. The GTO race seemed more like a very long sprint race because you don't have all the other traffic.
And that was kind of the vibe that I had gotten from drivers that had come up there. It's like, it really feels like a pilot challenge race where you've got to be turned on the whole time. There's no waiting in traffic. There's no doing that kind of stuff. Are you going to run the E46 at the GP only race coming up? Yeah. Awesome.
We're planning for
So
it.
you'll be able to get back into that, and then your dog in the GP1 class, and you'll still have other classes to dice with too.
Right.
So that'll be awesome.
Yeah. And the GP1, there's a bunch of competition in the GP1.
Absolutely.
Too, so
it's stacked. We just
it's not like we're going to walk in there.
Right. And just
walk over them. They're doing really well in all classes.
Absolutely. So it's a great time to be a part of WRL for sure. I think the quality of all the classes is super high. Yes, Joseph.
Well, I just wanted to touch on, as you see the scuff mark on the 55 when they win in at 11. I just wanted to, we're always talking about GTR 99 as, as long as the car doesn't break on you guys, you're always there. You're not necessarily as peaky as a lot of the other teams. I just kind of wondered if you had any thoughts as to why that. I mean, do you just have very similar driving styles? Do you feel like, does the car just suit you guys all about the same, or why do you think that is?
Well, Rob, Jeff, and I are very similar in our driving philosophies. We've known each other for a long time. They were all BMW club racers, and we don't have the very fastest driver in our car. Rob is our fastest driver. Typically, Jeff is not that far behind him. And I think another thing that works, I work really hard at trying to improve my racecraft, so I'm not very far away from them. And I think that in a lot of cases, I'm the third driver in speed, and I'm quicker than most of the other third drivers.
Right.
Unless there's or pro driver.
But, right. Well, you know.
Sort of like Hitman right now. They have 3 very, very good drivers. All 3 of them are better than most of us. So it's just a consistency, and then I think we're really good about being patient, being polite,
right?
You know, and thanking people for letting us pass, pointing people when it's necessary. But I think patience is huge. I mean, that's part of our strategy is get to the end of the race without hitting it.
Now, hold on. You mean to tell me that you're not going to try to win the race in the first 2 hours? I don't buy that.
I don't believe that. That's not how endurance racing works. Hold on. They said it was an 8-hour sprint race. I got to get down the inside right now.
No, I mean, I think that's one of the things we've done for a long time. We've always said we just have to let the race come to us.
And I think most of the time it does.
As racers, you have to resist, you know, at times. And but that's what's been successful for us from first time I started endurance racing in 2011, and then when I joined Rob and Tom Rossi, and we all did the same thing, and it was and that's how in most cases we don't qualify in the front.
Right.
You know, we're like this time we were pretty far up, third. We were surprised. I mean, normally we're more like 5th, 6th, 7th. You know, so we were hoping for good things today.
Absolutely. And so it hasn't gone your way today, but you got tomorrow. I was just talking earlier with Chris Aglietta. We were talking with him, like, hey, you got tomorrow.
Oh, definitely.
Talking with Nick too. Hey, tomorrow. That's always the nice thing about running in WRL is this one issue hasn't set you back for the whole weekend.
Right.
You can start fresh.
We always have spares, and so I see our car coming in right now.
Yep, there we go. That's a good looking wing too. You got the swan wing thing going. Looks like you got the fuel tray coming out.
Another fuel stop. Okay. All right.
Alrighty, Harold. Well, thank you for coming in and saying hi. I appreciate it. I've been curious about this car for a long time, so I'm glad to finally hear about it. That's fantastic. Good luck to you guys tomorrow.
Okay, appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, man.
Yep, bye-bye.
In other classes, we were just talking about what good shape the 164 for Harrison was in. They've just come in unscheduled. You may be able to see it, Ryan, but that car has just come in about 5 laps after its last stop. So something is going on with the Harrison 164. And that's given the advantage straight over to the 197 for Overnight Motorsports. Nearest competition for them is that Eric Foss, number 37, nearly 8 minutes behind. So that has changed the game up in GP2 in a big way in this last quarter of the race. HC Autosport, that 455, has fallen down to second in GP3, which I think is down to a pit stop. Looks like it on lap 181. We are still waiting on that open throttle number 65 to pit, so that should give the lead back to the 455. But whoever's taken over that car is flying. They've just set the fastest lap in that class at a 140.2. That's an improvement over the previous fast lap, also set by HC Autosport, by a full 1/10 of a second. So that car is continuing to pick up speed either through track conditions or driver force at will. There's that number 94. You see scuff mark on its right rear. Remember, that was the car that we got a report of going backwards into or coming out of turn 1. It appears to be in pretty good health otherwise. Seeing a lot of cars with scuff marks, but they have all continued. GP3 hardway racing may end up breaking this streak, but up until a few laps ago was the only class that had everybody still turning laps in it. So
that's interesting. I wouldn't think that anybody still has all of their cars turning laps in it.
No, GP3, to be fair, is a little undersubscribed relative to the other 3.
Oh, I got it. All right, that's fair.
But still, to have 6 of 6 running is a pretty good showing. I think we can on a personal level tend to kind of overlook GP3 as the I don't know, scrappier class. I don't know what you'd call it, but
that's fair.
But they've done well to keep all their cars, including the ones that have been in the wall, to be fair, out on track and circulating. The thing about GP3, as long as you can do half distance to relative to the leader,
you're going to score points. And
get some points in, yeah.
Yeah, and any position you can pick up is extra points.
Well,
I accidentally slipped into my David Croft cadence, and I'm sorry for that.
That's okay. It happens to all of us. Don't worry about it. So I've got 2 more guests.
Boo!
Yeah, thank you. And there's 2 of them. It's the 2 of them from Tooth Autosport.
You know, I didn't care for that pun on that particular occasion.
Didn't care for it at all, huh?
No.
Okay, so we got Travis and Trevor here from Tooth, running the Audi TCR car. We were just talking about the TCR car with Chris Aguilera. Yeah, he's running the J&R. How you guys been doing?
Very good. Yeah, enjoying ourselves here.
Absolutely. So we were making the comment earlier that everybody who's come in here so far, I've been very excited about their prospects for tomorrow. What's happened with you guys today?
We are equally excited about our prospect for tomorrow. No, we're using WRL. It's a great series. For us, it's an opportunity to get drivers developed in the Audi TCR car at different tracks, get freshened up for the upcoming race season in Canada and some of the other races we do in the States.
Okay.
And then we're also developing the new Honda Civic TCA car, our 11th gen TCA, the number 122. So in the FEL Motorsports Series, the Sprint Series in Canada, which is TCR Canada and TCA Canada, we have a few of our drivers just getting prepped. We're starting our season. Hopefully the snow melts soon in Canada, and we can all start driving around the track up there.
Excellent. I live in Minneapolis. We just got a whole other set of snow last week, and was like, I thought we were done. Now is it the 3rd, and we're still doing this. Oh man, Joseph,
you guys were entered previously, I think, under Ice Driving Canada. Is that right?
No.
Oh, you're a different crew. Okay.
Different Canadian team. We work with them as well.
They're also TCRs.
Quebec region. They're running a TCR as well. There's quite a few Audi TCRs in Canada actually that run some racing and dabble in some of the endurance events as well.
I'm glad I asked then, because I was going to continue to call you by the wrong
name,
by the wrong provenance at least.
So this is a driver development thing for you guys, just to get more track time. How do you like Mid-Ohio relative to some of the courses that you would run up in Canada, for example? Is there like a straight comparison you can draw here? Like track time to some extent. How similar is this though to a track that you might run up there? Is there any that are like super close, or
we love Mid-Ohio? We've been running here for years now. I was just thinking there used to be a bathroom there that I remember, and then I looked at Trevor and I said that was actually 17 years ago. Maybe we're getting a little older. We're based at Calabogie Motorsports Park. Okay. Alan Wilson designed track, very similar to Barber Motorsport Park in Alabama. We love technical racetracks. We're also not too far from Mosport, Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. Okay. We'll run the Canadian Series. We also do some IMSA, Champ Car. We love endurance racing just because of what it brings together for drivers and needing to maintain that mental clarity throughout the entire stint and control yourself and think of the big picture. Mid-Ohio, again, is a great technical little track. You've got some high speed, but you really need to come off those corners and focus on min speed. So not only do we like using this as a driver development, but it is a great way for the team and the whole crew to practice and make sure you're ready to go for some of the IMSA events we plan on doing.
That makes sense. Is this the same chassis that you'd use up in Canada to do racing? Or is this like a development car that like is a separate?
No, this is actually a backup car because our DSG car at Barber kind of met its demise.
Okay,
So we brought out the Shopify car. This was our 2021 championship winning car. We enjoyed it. It's the first time bringing a sequential car here to an endurance race. So it required a few changes to the chassis, but so far it's working really well, and we're enjoying it.
Excellent. So you're having a good time in spite of the...
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's... honestly, the issues weren't too bad. We just had a little bit of extra case pressure in the gearbox early this morning because of the cold weather and the additional capacity because we need larger coolers.
Okay.
So just as a precaution, when we saw it puking a bit of oil out the vent, we decided to bring it in the garage to make sure everything's good. Lost a little bit of time, but right back out. The Honda Civic's running really well again, just kind of plugging away, just keep working on it. With new drivers in the car for this weekend, a few consistent drivers with us, but a few new ones. Just making sure everybody's hitting the marks, comfortable, understands their roles and strategy throughout the event. But I think we'll be in a really good spot.
Excellent. So this TCA car you guys said you're developing, where does that fall in the hierarchy of you got to buy it from Honda, it's body and white, they build it, or is it they send you the road car and you can mess with it and there's a thing, or it is a body and white?
It's probably a homologated race car, yeah. The SRO has been running the TCA class for a little while now, and FEL has just brought in TCA for this season. It's going to be the first year that it runs. It'll run at the same time as the TCRs and the GT4s in our sprint championship.
Okay.
We picked it up actually on the way to Barber, this particular car, and thrashed and prepped it for Barber. Ran really well there, and so making a couple little tweaks to make sure it's competitive for WRL. But our priority is really sorting out the platform, getting setup sorted. On the harder tire, it's not quite the same as the slick that we'll run in the sprint races, but the balance ends up being the same, and getting drivers comfortable with all the ergonomics and everything going on with the car, what knobs to turn. It's been really good, and again, you can't beat the track time that we're going to get here at WRL. So it's really good for the drivers and the team and everybody just working together.
Perfect. So how many drivers do you have all in this weekend? Are you at 8? Are you at 6? 9. 9 drivers. Excellent.
So yeah, 4 drivers in our TCA car and 5 drivers in the TCR car. We run slightly shorter stints.
Perfect. So tomorrow then, any changes you're looking to make? Or are you just running development stuff still? Are you gonna like, hey, you know, let's get out there and crack a lap? You know, is it just kind of more we're getting track time, we're getting people acclimated?
Yeah, as a team, I mean, we always want to use these as opportunities to keep getting better as a team, as a crew and drivers, coaching, engineering. We're all focused on a win. We come prepared to want to run as quickly as we can. We tend to away from trying to pull out that fast lap. Really, in the stint, what prioritizes, or what's priority for us, is making sure you have a faster average lap time. So we'll actually usually play around, but have a little bit of a penalty for the driver that actually turns the fastest lap of the day, and make them wear something silly for the next race or for the next day.
Okay, all right, that makes sense.
So it's really trying to bring everyone together in the endurance mindset that it's a team sport and everybody working together.
I gotcha. So how do you guys get into racing then? Tell me about that a little bit.
We started go-karting back in the 90s when we were kids. And yeah, we just karted around. We did a lot of national stuff, running shifters up in Canada. We then very slowly started working our way, and we started doing national road race. So we'd run shifters here, Barber, Atlanta. We did a lot of fun doing that. And you know, the parents' budget only took you so far, and they said once you're done karting, you're on your own. So we had to figure out ways to keep racing if we wanted to do it for fun, and we didn't want a real job, so we tried to find ways to work on other people's cars, and that's how we kind of started too.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So we pushed a pro racing side of things for a little while to build our pedigree and credibility with everybody. And as Calabogie Motorsports Park was built, we were coaching there, supporting cars, and then just built up the team. Now we manage 20 to 30 drivers per season, 20 to 30 race cars. Transporters, we take care of the mechanics, engineering, everything.
Hospitality.
Fortunately, our shop sits right on the paddock at Calabogie, so pretty much unlimited testing time when there's no snow.
Good.
And playing around just keeps you fresh, keeps you in the car, and making progress.
Awesome. Joseph, did you have something to add?
A couple things. One, we've just gone full course yellow for the 94 that stops somewhere in the turn 1 area. Haven't found it just yet. Secondly, we did just see the Pinnacle car get all crossed up into 9 to save it. My question to you guys was going to be, whenever we hear about somebody taking a track, I want to try to send people over to where they're from. You know, I want to, like, a little bit of cross-pollination sounds nice. What are a couple tracks north of the border that should be bucket list tracks we might not be thinking about?
While you still can, Mont Tremblant, Le Circuit Mont Tremblant.
Great track.
An hour and a half north of Montreal. Very nice track. A little bit of a sound issue these days, but try to get there. Really good flow. We're based at Calabogie. Obviously, we're going to be biased, but the technicality of Calabogie, you've got Multimatic doing all of their special project development there. Cool guys to work with and to see some of the projects they're working on.
And they work on all the cool stuff right now.
Very
That's
cool.
They only work on cool things.
There's lots of times we show up at work and we have an NDA in front of us, and can you please put your phone down?
Oh my goodness, that's awesome.
Yeah,
that is awesome.
They're most sport, obviously. It's a ballsy track. It's a good place to go. Another really nice one in Canada would be West Coast Area 27 in Penticton. Very technical, very fun club track. It's tough with the size of Canada. There's not too many coast-to-coast series that get to run out there.
Right.
But when we can get people to go out there, it's always a good time.
It's a good time. Awesome. Well, gentlemen, thanks for coming up real quick. We'll try to filter in and cover the end of the race here, but I appreciate you guys coming up here. No problem. Any sponsors you'd like to plug? Social media, family, friends, anything like that?
Of course. Our family back home that lets us do this. This is a 2-week. We're on a 2-week bender for racing. I would say. We ended up doing a Champ Car race at Daytona last weekend. We were testing a VIR on Wednesday, and now we're here on our way home. So at least allowing us to stay away from wife, kids, everything, girlfriends. Yeah. So that's kind of always fun. And it's the same for the crew. They're all in the same boat. So yeah, thank you to them.
Yeah, not a problem.
And all of our customers, all of our drivers coming out, looking to put in that hard work in the off season so they're prepped for the upcoming racing season. Of course, Shopify, one of our lead sponsors on the side of the car. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for those guys, and trying to build up the Canadian racing industry or North American racing industry. They have a goal of tech companies replacing the old tobacco and cigarette partners. They used to support motorsports and really building from the ground up, where drivers and teams can be in control of their own destiny, build their own brands, sell products, and try to monetize in unique ways. So big up to those guys for helping us get here.
Perfect. Actually, I did think I have one more question. What experience do you have with the Nissan Micra Cup?
You talking about the video that California?
Oh no, I don't know of any videos specifically. I mean, I'm sure I've seen whatever, but like, I always see those, and now they're starting to trickle onto racing junk for like under $10,000. In some instances, I'm sure that's not like a sorted car. At that point, how are those to drive?
Really lightweight little front-wheel drive car. At the end of the day, driving like Spec Miata, driving a slow car quickly is more important than driving a fast car slowly. And building up. The challenge with those, personally, from what we saw, was a lot of grip and not a lot of car. So depending on circumstances, it could actually be a more difficult car to drive. But you definitely learn traffic management and how to sort your way through a field. Because those fields tend to be pretty packed up.
Pretty tight. Okay, I assumed that, but I didn't want to like project that as like the knowledge, but that makes sense.
It's a good place for kids that have come out of karting, four-stroke karting, to get into cars. It was a price point that worked out really, really well. I think a car brand new was under $20,000 Canadian.
Wow.
So that's about 15 grand
right here
for a brand new turnkey car. They're a bolt-in / weld-in cage, but a stock car with some coilovers. That was it. And it was a spec series. And it worked out really, really well, to the point where Nissan stepped up and then had the Sentra Cup series. So now there's all these Nissan Sentras going around, and the same sort of thing. So it's, depending on the weekend, up there, there's 20 to 40 of them that are racing in sprint races.
Now, the challenge with it being a single make, too, is it kind of narrows you. I think that's the beauty of TCA, is you're dealing with a fairly similar, where multiple manufacturers are starting to work, so drivers can work with dealers and manufacturers to try to really build up their brand and see what the next steps on the ladder are. You know, in order to know where you want to start, you need to know where those next steps will be so that you can efficiently build a ladder system to get there. So TCA, I think, really helps in getting into homologated racing, and then naturally going up to TC and then TCR. You've seen a lot of success stories all throughout the United States and Canada of drivers following that path, and it seems to work pretty well.
The TCA cars I've always thought were super interesting. They just don't appear to share track time anymore with any series that runs in the United States. Well, they share track time, but they're not on the same broadcast. It used to be that Joseph, Pirelli World Challenge ran TCA, right?
Still do.
And they still do, and it used to be on the same,
so
like on track at the same time at one point, I thought.
I think right now it's TCA and TC. Maybe it's TCA and TCX that run together.
And the TCX is like the M2 class.
And now some TCRs are starting to trickle into that again.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for coming up. I really, really appreciate it. We'll kind of take stock here of this yellow. And actually, we've got a green coming through here, Joseph. Looks like we're finished with the yellow. We've had a couple teams make their stops, including the 111 Thunder Bunny racing car. The 511's in the pit lane here as well. But we're about to go green here as the Acura pulls off, and yet again, a GP class car leads everybody to the green flag.
Yes. I'll let you call this. I have a few things. Oh, maybe you can't call this because you are busy farewelling people. Yeah, so it is not the 94 that caused the yellow flag, as far as I can tell. That was the note in race control, but I think it was actually the Ginetta, the 62, that we saw up in the top 5 for a good part of this race. Now we've got the 34 for Hitman going around the outside of the 34 and is going to, I assume, round up our restart leader probably by the end of the keyhole, will catch them on the exit on the way down to the kink, and they're side by side there. There goes the hitman number 34 through the kink. We should see them come through shot right about now. That car has retaken the lead. I don't believe they took to the lane on that pit stop, so they do still owe us one. They're in a little bit of a precarious spot, but the 12, having pitted out of the lead in GTO, is now 10 seconds behind, and I think the game is going to be... I think both of these cars owe us a stop. I'll double check that, but I think the 34 and the 12 will both owe us a stop at this point. 34 is at the point where I'm gonna bring up the word from earlier, back timing. They may be deciding to stay out at this point until they know that they're within their window, because there would be no point in taking advantage of a yellow other than to shorten the pit stop that they would need to make anyway. That may be the state of play right here. So it'll be a little bit of a game of, you know, do we have a caution come out in, say, 20 minutes? If one comes out in 10, it probably doesn't help anybody. If it comes out in 20, maybe we're marginal. If it comes out in 30, then expect to see basically everybody in GTO come in. I think it's going to be a really interesting game to the end of this, because it's still probably advantage to the 12 of Team ACP and Tangerine Associates at this point. The 88 has pitted on this lap, I believe, which is a little bit of a surprise to me. No, that will have been their out lap, so they might have lucked out a little bit there, because it was a relatively short yellow. So with the 88 having pitted, and I think they came out about 30 seconds behind the 34, they're in a similar-ish kind of spot. They'll also owe us a pit stop, but because they've pitted like the 12, it'll be a shorter stop when it is time for that final dash to the end. .164 for Harrison is still in the pit lane, so they weren't able to take advantage of that yellow flag to get that car back out on track in a quick manner, at least. And we're also not sure what the cause of them taking to the pits was, so if it's something that can be fixed before the end of the race, great. If it's something that can be fixed by tomorrow morning so they can take the green flag, that would be... You'd hope the worst case scenario. They're in an interesting spot in GP2. You don't actually have to take the checkered flag in order to be classified for a WRL finish. You just have to complete 50% of your leader's laps. So we've got the 94 a little bit slow coming out of the carousel. You don't have to complete any more than 50% of the laps in order to score points. The fact that the 469 is still off track, and the 27, so both of those rapscallion Mazdas in a little bit of strife here. And the 178, as we've talked to Chris Oglietta earlier, who's entered in that car. Everybody behind the 164 has had their own issues, so it's entirely possible that they are as far down the order as they could possibly fall. So it'll be curious to see whether or not they bring that car back out on track or not. GP1, with the 44 falling away, that 147 for Moorhead, they have a full 2-lap advantage over the 701 for round 3 racing. Good to see that 701 in the position that it is about a... let's change some data around. About a lap ahead of the 46 for Ginger Racing. But it will, they will need some luck to overhaul the 147. Some luck in their favor and some luck going against that Moorhead car that has been so dominant despite not being able to fit its front splitter. Issue with, I believe it was mounting points. Not able to run that splitter, and running at a disadvantage doesn't seem to have affected them that much.
So, Joseph, we were talking earlier about cars that you didn't think deserved to be in the top of the field. Is that fair to say?
I didn't say deserved. I said I didn't expect them to be.
I'm just going to roll the bus right over you when we've got a guest.
Are we talking about the 73?
No, yeah, we are talking about the 73. It's the Works 45. We got Dan from Works 45 here to talk to us.
Hello.
Dan, what's going on, man? How's your day been?
It's been an awesome day. We're having a blast here, actually, and the car's running well. We finally have a tire combo we think works for us.
Okay.
And tires have been a big struggle for us ever since we've been in the series. We got some advice early on that Hankook was the tire, and the Hankooks are super hard and slow. We ran them at Road America last year. I think we ended up in like P10 or something. I mean, it was okay for our first race. And then a lot of tires don't fit the Audi.
Right, because you have the big rear.
The big rear and the offset, and everybody talks here that the fastest tires are Yokohama. And so we eventually got some Coopers that we ran on, and they're okay, but they didn't fit the fronts. So we actually, the last couple of races, have run a mix Conti front, Cooper back.
Interesting. Okay.
And it's actually pretty good. We shaved a couple seconds off our lap times from the from the Hankooks down to that setup. And we're just hoping Yoke makes a tire for us. But in the meantime, we did a bunch of research and found some Bridgestones, and we're running today in this whole, yesterday on Bridgestones, and they've been 2 or 3 seconds a lap faster than the Conti Cooper mix was.
Right.
The Conti guys are telling us they're trying to make a tire fit our car, so we can have 4 Contis and see how they do.
Right.
But the Bridgestones are great. So we did have a guy stop by yesterday telling us they want to go to a series tire. They're investigating it. WRL is.
All right.
I don't know if you guys have heard that or not.
I certainly haven't heard that. That's a scoop for us.
And they're trying to get 2 tire choices, and neither one of them are Bridgestone. So, so that may be a problem for Works 45 and our Audi.
Okay, I gotcha.
But we got the balance of the car really figured out. These are great cars, super reliable, actually pretty easy to drive. They rode, but it's been hard because we're heavy.
Right.
And it seems like the turbocharged, lighter weight cars, especially places like this in Barber, just walk away from us when they get their turbo kick, because we're basically a way D2 V10.
Right.
I think we could run 500 plus horsepower, but we're down at 347. Right, to make up for our weight. And so it's like sipping through a straw a little bit, that engine.
It's crazy that it was always talked about in like the general motoring press. It's like that R8, the V10, that's like the baby Lamborghini. It's the same motor and this and that.
Same chassis, yeah.
And I always wondered why the GT4 car didn't just use the V8. Like, they have a V8 that like works, is a good motor, probably fits better, probably easier to work on. You got 2 fewer spark plugs. Like, the whole, like, it just kind of stacks up. It's always been odd to me that, like, GT4 will have V10 as well. Like, we'll just go for it. I'm like, I don't really get that. So it's surprising, because we've seen other entrants in the past, not just you guys, that have tried to run this Audi GT4 car, and they would tell us that, like, the engine, when you try to tune it down, just like chokes on itself and won't run correctly.
Yeah,
I don't know if they were trying to like run too light, or trying to run too light and then keep the power even lower than what you were running, because the idea of a 5.2 liter engine running at 350 horsepower is like absurd to me. There's got to be better ways to skin that cat at some point. But like, if it's the cool car and like you get the mid-engine, you get all that cool stuff, that's fantastic.
I would say 2 things. It's the best looking car on the grid.
Absolutely. 100%.
So we win that.
Great.
We win the podium for that at least, right?
Perfect.
And we're getting faster. We're figuring out how to drive that car fast.
Absolutely. And it looks like the car's been doing great times today. You've been at the front of the field most of the day. I don't know what else you could ask for again, and this isn't even the ideal track for this type of car.
No,
you're looking for something that's a little bit bigger, a little bit longer. We're going to be going to Road America. Next month.
We're signed up for Road America. Hopefully, we'll get signed up for Daytona. 2 tracks that should really favor our car.
Absolutely.
Right, and I really credit Pete, who owns Works 45. It's his shop. I'm the team owner. Me and a guy named Corey Brand are co-team owners. But Pete has been an engineer for many, many years for really successful teams. And I think he actually has hand-built the restrictors for this car. So he's kind of figured out how to get the full power band out of the thing and still be restricted and still pull the right dyno so we qualify. But it's hard competing against these turbo cars. This turbo kicks in faster, and some of these guys will walk away from us. The Supers are really hard to compete with. They have great drivers, and they're very lightweight. So it's like it's a tough battle with those guys for sure.
We've seen it develop. I was talking to somebody else about this earlier, and we've seen it move over time. So when we first started doing WRL, it was that M2 Club Sport car. Or it was the 240 at that time, or the 235.
Yep.
And it was like, whoa, Team ACP has 2 of those. Like, they got money. They got it figured out. And then Hammer Motorsports brought the TCR Audis. And like, that was like, wow, we're stepping it up. And so they went from those TCR Audis to then, like, Will to Win had the GT4 Porsche. There was the 4-liter, the naturally aspirated. The
and it was like the champ for a while.
And that's the car that you had to have. And then in the last couple of years, it was like, no, you want the M4 that's got all the grunt, so you can work the traffic better. That like the Porsche might be like quick on its own, but you can't fight in the traffic because you don't have the torque push from it.
Right, exactly.
And so, I was telling Joseph about this earlier. Like, who would have thought that if you take that like high torque motor that you can just like shove and get out of the way of people and like move through, and fit that in like a light sports car chassis instead of a sedan, that suddenly that would be the winning recipe. And so we've moved full circle now to where we're back at a light car, and now it's like, okay, well, you need the turbocharged light car. So I'm really curious to see where it's going to go from here. You guys have the Audi that's the mid-engine thing, and the next place that I go in my head is like that 620R or whatever they call it, the McLaren. That's the 4-liter turbo. Like, hey, I mean, that's the step up. I believe those are a whole other step in budget, was my understanding.
They are. So what you should know about us is, we're amateurs, like I told you. I just got my race license a couple years ago. My son, who's 18, who's a high school senior, just got his last year. And he's one of our faster drivers. He's amazing. He's going to go back in to finish this race. But I bought these cars from Carbon in Imsa, and they're really well sorted. And we didn't really.
That's Steve Dynan's team.
We honestly, Dynan. We bought them from Dynan because Pete and Dynan are good friends. So. They were very well sorted, and they were moving off the Audi platform because Audi stopped supporting this car in North America. They're still supporting them in Europe, but not in North America.
Right.
And so I got a very reasonable deal from Dynan on both of these cars.
Okay.
And so we bought them, not really. We have a spare car and a race car, basically. And so we bought them thinking, we're going to do endurance racing and sprint racing with the NASA Club Series out west where we live, because we're from Salt Lake City. And then we just had a good friend of ours who runs the NASA region say, hey, you guys should go try WRL race. We'd never even heard of WRL.
Okay. All right.
And so
on the West Coast, that makes sense. Like, they come out there. Like, I get it.
NASA's club racing, it's fine. I mean, but it's, we were at Laguna Seca last year. We were still trying to figure it out, and we were like second place.
Right.
The fields just aren't as big and as competitive. This is like a legit, seriously competitive. I'm surprised how many pros are on every one of these teams that show up. It's turned into like the real deal, this thing. For us guys that are fit in our mid-50s and we're amateurs, this is hard competition.
Right, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. And, Pete's also in his early 50s. And so it's like we got 3 old guys and then one young hotshot who happens to be a high school senior, right? Who barely just got his race license.
Right.
And so we're sort of kind of making our way and figuring this out. I think if I were starting from scratch, I would go buy some M4s, or some Supras, because I'd want the turbocharged. I want the lighter weight.
Right.
But we already have the cars. I'm not gonna sell the cars and reinvest in a whole new team. And my co-owner feels the same way. It's like, we've got these cars. Let's go have a super fun season and kind of see what we do next year.
I got you.
And we only run on Saturdays. We don't run on Sundays for religious reasons.
Okay.
And so. We have to decide like what's our investment to come out for one race. But the flip side is the longevity of the car is awesome because we're not hammering it 2 days in a row.
Right.
And the V10 only sucking 350 horsepower is barely getting used.
Right. So you get
so we rebuilt one engine in the off season, and it was like hardly needed it.
Right.
So we can get 2 or 3 seasons out of these things. They're so unbelievably reliable, and you can see it's been running great even at this track. So you should watch us the next few races, see how we do. We told the team at the beginning of the year, I want a bunch of top 10s, and now we're like, maybe we should try to shoot for a bunch of top 5s.
Right. Yeah, you're there. You're making it. You're making it happen.
I need to make the case to WRL that, hey, we really want an invitation to COTA, but our points aren't going to be there because we never run on Sundays. So you got to look at how we're doing on our Saturdays and kind of realize for us it's a religious thing not to run on Sundays. And so maybe slide us in as an extra car in the Saturday race at COTA.
Right. And then we'll for sure not be there Sunday. And we'll be
calendar-wise, we plan on running Road America, Daytona, and then we have a Utah 6-hour, which is a really fun race. The NASA race, but it runs 6 to midnight, so half the race is in the pitch black dark. There's no lights on that track, so it's just like
dark.
So every car has these big light bars. It's like it's like crazy. Actually, it's actually a really fun race. We do that in mid-July, so we're gonna miss VIR, and then hopefully we'll be back at Sebring and then down to COTA. So we're trying to hit a bunch of the, not all of them, but as many as we can fit in our work schedule, because we're still working guys, right?
Right.
So, we gotta pay for these weekends, man.
100%.
And when you're hauling from Utah, you double the transportation bill.
Absolutely.
The key is clearly to find a crew that won't work on Saturdays, and you'll have the whole weekend covered.
You're good to go.
Let me just say, neither one of us are doctors, right? We're never on call. No, we're both commercial real estate guys, investors, and run investment funds. My partner Corey Brandt and I both are in that world, and so it's if you're in that world and you've got a lot of investments, it's pretty flexible. You can go to Ohio and race cars,
right over the weekend. And
and our wives are both being super cool about it this year, and and for me it's kind of a father-son thing too. And Corey Brand, my co-owner, is a super big mentor to my son. We've been family friends for a long time, and so it's just like always bonding for us. And then we're also like, well, let's try to be competitive.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you're here. You may as well.
We don't have sponsors. We're not a pro team. All that kind of fun stuff. Right. We're trying to be like a little bit grassroots and take a swing at it.
I gotcha. So I did 45. Oh, go ahead, Joseph.
I was just going to throw a technical question at it. If you, whatever level you're comfortable with, but I was curious with a car that's a little overpowered, what has been your strategy to bring it down? Is it just cut the rev range, or how, because that was something that was talked about a while back about, well, it's so difficult to get this GT4, the Audi GT4 into spec, and I'm just kind of, if you want to talk at a high level of how that worked out for you guys.
So, like I said, I'm in the commercial real estate world. I'm not a mechanic.
Yeah.
So take my answer with an amateur, sort of amateur racer's viewpoint, but
completely understood.
Basically, what Pete has done is he has figured out how to restrict the fuel flow, so we still get full rev range.
Okay.
So there's still red lines in every single gear.
Okay.
Okay, and the transmission on that car is mega. It's incredible. How fast you can rev up and down those gears.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're still getting the full range, but it's just not sucking as much fuel, right? So it's just taking longer to get to the red line each time.
Right.
And honestly, it still feels pretty freaking powerful. It would surprise you. If you got in that car and drove it, you would be like, I'm surprised how good this thing is.
Absolutely.
And so hopefully, who knows how we'll end up today with fuel, because I don't know if we can squeeze out just one more fuel stop. We might have to have two in the end. We're going to be really tight.
We've picked up a lot of yellow.
So the yellows might be helping us. Yeah, and then, the high school senior is going to be the kid finishing it for us, so cheer for him a little bit.
Absolutely, 100%. Real quick, you talked about there's no factory support for these Audis anymore, which was a contributing factor to the
Here's that stop, by the way.
cars not running them anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
There it is.
It's coming down.
It is going to be close. You're right.
Works 45.
He'll make it. We need one. We probably need one yellow flag to make it. I think.
Joseph's got all the predictive software.
It's gonna be tight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see here.
That V10 is a bit of a pig, right? For even restricted fuel, it's still a bit of a pig.
It's still a lot because you're running all 10 sets of cylinders.
Yeah.
But as a part of his shop, can they work on everything that car has, or do you have to pay for outside engineering?
No, they're very good. They still have European support. So if you need support, technical support, computer stuff, you call the guys in Europe. So they basically just don't have the team in the U.S. focused on it anymore. You just call the Europe guys. All the parts come from Europe, and because it's a lot of the same parts as the Lamborghini, you can get a lot of those. A lot of them are still dealer parts. These cars. A lot of the parts you can still get from the Audi dealer, from the Lamborghini dealer. So it's not ideal, but it's really not been that much of a pain. I mean, Pete also, one of his things in his shop is they restore vintage cars, vintage race cars, and to a very high level. Yeah, and so these guys are really, it's an incredible shop. So they have a race business, which is mostly just us. Pete, because Pete drives with us. He's one of our drivers. We're just having fun, great time as friends. But they do a lot of really cool restoration stuff, so they're very good at tracking stuff down and keeping us running.
Awesome. That's super, super awesome. So we're seeing you're doing your last pit stop here.
Hopefully.
We're hoping.
Hopefully. If there's a yellow, maybe Nick will come in and take one bottle and keep going, right?
Right,
so
exactly.
He's gone. Yeah, that was a good one.
So you're happy with how the weekend's gone. What's your next step? Is it just incremental improving in the driving? Is there something that you as a team or you yourself want to focus on in particular getting better at? Is there how do you approach development being so new to it?
Yeah, Chris Stone, who works with us, he's formerly was a pro driver as well. He's kind of our strategist. He really has been dissecting the data, and he's helped us figure out that, hey, one of the things you guys aren't doing great is pit stops. And so we've been practicing driver changes because you can lose a second or two a lap, but you lose 15 seconds on a pit stop, it's like 15 laps to make that up.
Yeah, exactly.
And so we're kind of figuring out the things in the process that take the most time and trying to shrink all of those. And so we've been incrementally getting better. And then we're just doing a lot of driver coaching, a lot of sim time, and a lot of exercises at different tracks, different things, not just the track we're going to be on, but he keeps putting us on different tracks and making us think differently about different cars, and, how to rotate, when to pick up the throttle, what the brake release looks like, what the charts look like, a lot of data. And for somebody like me who's never really raced, it's all new, and so I'm just trying to soak it in. And I think the team's done a great job. And like I said, I'm our slowest team member, but we're not that far apart, right? I'm like 3 to 4 seconds off Pete and Nick, who are pretty much right on top of themselves, and Corey's like only a second off those guys. And so we're in a pretty tight band, which I think has helped us stay kind of at least top 10 today. I know we bounced around depending on pit stops and stuff. Where are we right now?
I think right now you just pitted from 5th. Joseph,
I think they're going to end up in 5th as well.
I think so
okay.
too.
Well, we start in 5th. That'd be a good result to hold our own, honestly.
100%. Well, that'll be great. Unfortunately, that 88, I think, figured out what they needed to do to come competitive, but that would have been your 4th place there.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
they had dropped off the pole and towards the back, and so I was like, oh, it could have been 4th. But
yeah, there they go right now. I'm sure their team owner, like me, probably was the one that started when they dropped, and then their pros get in.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's a very competitive series. It's much more so than we expected after playing around with NASA, and I'm sure NASA and SCCA club racing, it's just a different game. And this is, obviously this is a level below IMSA or SRO, but I think there's a lot of IMSA and SRO guys here racing, getting track time. So I'm not sure it's that much different, to be honest.
This is, I think, for position, Ryan.
Oh, on board on the 88?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just saw that come by. I don't know if they end up making the move and getting it done. No, they're going to go ahead and play that one safe against the 12 there. He's got his hand up. Oh, that's a gesture. All right, not a fan of how that has gone down, of course.
Was it a "you're number one with me" kind of gesture?
Yes. He was number 1 twice, I believe. Just like Cole Lofsgaard on board the car. So Cole not happy with the 12. Probably a sentiment that will be shared around the paddock, should I say? Because they were a little rough earlier on another entrant. Was my understanding, or was it the same car? It was somebody.
It is the same car.
It is the same car. So it's happened to them twice. They have. I think they are rightfully angry.
I think it might be the same car and driver combination, in fact, and I think we're about to see a move on the outside of the carousel. Is he going to pull that off?
I kind of hope so. That would be interesting to see for sure. We're of course going to see the result of that before it comes through on the thing. Oh,
they're side by side. He's going to make that. Oh no! That's the team car. Excuse me. It's the 52 behind them. I got confused. It is the 12, then the 88. And then another car in between them that I missed, and then it'll be the 52.
So we covered the 25 Hours of Thunderhill for several years. That was how we kind of got into this. We've been doing it.
We talked about that race. I just hear everybody always freezes their butts off, kind of like we are today.
Oh, it's
like so cold.
There was one year that wasn't it like 20 degrees one year, Joseph, that we were there?
The first year, maybe the second year we were there, it was snowing during qualifying.
Oh my gosh.
It's wild.
I heard they moved it a month earlier this year to try to find a better window.
A little bit better.
It still conflicts with us, which is irritating.
Oh, that's
we're kind of bummed about.
It's one of those bucket list things for us for sure. We did an endurance race at Laguna last year, which that is an epic track. If these guys could get to Laguna and to Sonoma on the West Coast, right, it would be those are really cool venues and really, really great tracks.
I'll go all week.
Seriously, go hang out in Monterey. Just hang out.
Yeah, like we're here. Why not do it?
Totally.
Well, listen, guys, pass has been made on the 12th.
Yeah. So I'll let you guys get back to your race, but it's been fun meeting you guys.
Thank you. Please come up anytime.
Yeah, keep watching us, and it's I don't know if we can get you a feed. We run a live view camera that we stream on Facebook. It wasn't working today, but usually I don't know if you guys take a live view feed.
So we can take it if it's on YouTube or in the live view menu. There's a way you can send us the RTMP link.
Oh, interesting.
And we can suck that in.
I'll see if our guys can figure that out. I'm not a super techie guy, but I'll grab you guys at the next race or done or something.
If the post is public, we can scrape that the same way.
Oh, on Facebook we can scrape?
Yeah.
Oh, fine. Okay, cool. Well, we can probably do that too. Sweet.
Yeah, I'll grab you next time. You can give me an email address, and whenever we put our link up, we can just send it to you.
Absolutely. That's perfect, man.
Okay, love it. All right, man.
Thanks for coming. I appreciate you.
So, as we're wrapping that up, that is the 15 now that is on the right-hand side of our picture, and to driver's left. This is going around turn 9. This is a fast old section that is not very high visibility. It seems to be a problem on the right rear. I can't quite tell if that's out of an exhaust pipe. Oh, that seems like it might be out of an exhaust pipe. I thought it was on the right rear wheel. That is carrying a decent amount of speed with a decent amount of smoke coming out the back.
Absolutely. I was just kind of seeing that as Dan stepped away here.
I'm not seeing a trail of oil, and I hope I'm not proven wrong on that. But they are going to, I think, take this around. Let's see if he drops anything on the way in.
They have hit in, I do think it's the tire. I really do.
Okay, good.
So it goes from bad to worse for Palomar here as they pull in the number 15.
Yeah, another West Coast team.
There is smoke coming out of the front of that as well.
Okay.
Or maybe it was just how the inertia of the... Does smoke have inertia? Like, I don't know how that works, but like...
air has inertia,
forward.
so...
Okay, all right. So yeah, another unfortunate result for them today. They are looking at the front of the car to see what's going on. It looks like there's a big chunk missing from their front bumper, like where a intercooler would be, kind of below the kidneys. But like obviously it's a straight six naturally aspirated car, so there's no intercooler.
There's no call of contact or anything. It looked to me, at first glance when it came through shot, it looked to me like there was an issue on the right rear, like it had gone down.
Yeah, and I kind of get what you're saying there. That makes sense, but they're just not interested in that part of the car at all.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know what to make of that.
Like I said, no oil down as far as I can tell.
No, it doesn't appear to have tracked anything in, not that I can see.
The good thing about...
They do have an oil dry bag out, but they're still looking at it, just not in a huge... Like, they're perplexed. As perplexed as we are, really. That's very interesting. And we haven't seen anybody start to lose it yet, either.
We have a request for a flat toe off of pit lane from the 15. So they
15, okay.
Now, remember, that is the second time that they've made that call today, so it may be a recurrence of an issue that they've seen earlier in the race.
Okay, that makes sense. I'll buy that. I'll buy that for $1.
Whatever that issue is, I have no idea. But it seemed not great.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's an incident under investigation, and I honestly don't have a clear idea of who was the aggressor here, but it is between the 123 and the 111. This is from about half an hour ago. We may be waiting on video for one of those two cars, but incident of possible contact between the 123 for NFC and the 111 for Thunder Bunny, both at one point front-running cars in both cases. There is now, I think, at least a lap between them. So the 123 has fallen off a bit. It is... If it does happen to be a tire issue, although if they're requesting a flat tail, I kind of doubt it.
Right.
Worth remembering that we're in the later stage of these of this race. Some teams might be running a little close on tire wear.
Right. Well, especially it's gotten much warmer now as well. And so we were hearing earlier from Chris Uglietta that the track was getting greasy and it was getting tough on tires, and then now it's warmed up. Like, there's firmly sunlight now. It was a little bit overcast earlier. Now it's, like, sunny. It would not surprise me if people are getting to the end of tire life right now, just given the way the track has evolved over time.
Yeah. I guess the bright side, if you will, is that at least the sun will be dropping at this point in the day. So, maybe not.
It's pretty high in the sky, Joseph. I mean, the shadows are a little on the long side, but not, like, tremendously so. Like, you're still getting full blast sun to the whole track.
If only there was some sort of temperature measuring device that we could use.
See, the problem is then I would have to leave the booth.
What if I did, like, a rundown? Or an ad. Okay, the next ad break you have to...
Run an ad. I want to run an ad.
You are required to get a temperature measurement.
Go do that.
That's my request, I guess.
Okay, that's fine. I can make that happen, Joseph. I can make it happen.
Okay.
Let's get excited.
I'm jazzed. I could not be more excited.
So the 34, real quick. I just want to point this out. The 15 is being towed down the pit lane. And they're being towed in the middle lane, which I'm not sure if that's like how they're supposed to do it or how that works. But the 34 went ahead and dove down the inside and ran through everybody's pit stall to sort of pass the...
That is not what you're supposed to do.
And you're only supposed to run through one pit stall, so I don't know how that works.
52 around.
I don't see that. Oh, there we go. All right. Fortunately, they'll be able to continue. They'll be able to keep that car rolling and then get moving here.
I wonder if that is... So the 111 was right in the middle of a scrum, and I just wonder if maybe they ran up on the 52, or they made side-to-side contact. We were trying to track that battle, and then it turned into a not battle between the 12 and the 111. So those two ACP cars were still right on top of each other, but not fighting for position. Very different laps. Is the 52 coming in? They are not, so they're going to stay out. No damage, at least that they feel.
111 is in the pit lane.
Okay, that explains why I didn't see that car coming through. This could be final stop for that car.
All right.
This is early. It's actually quite early. So this would be your hashtag back timing, if that is the case.
Right.
But it's about 12 laps early. 52, 111 under investigation for contact. That is official.
Okay. 123 is in the pit lane as well. The NFC Mercedes. It only works when I'm about 5 to 35 feet away from it. The 88 has got around the 12. Trying to catch up here. It is striking now, Joseph. When I see the number 99 go by, it's like, well, that does not have dive planes on it at all. And that used to be a pretty central feature of that car. They've really developed that. It looks a lot nicer, actually. Huh. I'm glad Harold came up and explained that to us. Especially because, like, you see the 88 come through behind it, and it has the traditional with the two sort of winglets on the front bumper and then the splitter as well. So that's nifty.
12 is in the lane. I just saw underneath, or on our monitor.
Yes, that is true.
Which I've given you all the feeds now. I hope you're happy.
It's beautiful. Yeah, I'll take it.
I found out
that for $1.
I found out that virtual feeds do not like to be double layered.
Okay, that's all right.
If you have a feed in a layer, if you have a virtual camera in a layer, and you put that layer inside another layer,
doesn't like that.
That is too many Matryoshka levels, apparently.
Okay, gotcha.
So here we are.
That's fine.
So the 34 has pitted out of the lead, which has elevated the 88.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that 34 is going to be good to go as well. So that's going to be the last stop for the 34. Really, I think the only thing that can... Well, I guess I'm curious to see how the 34 comes out relative to the 12. So you'll have eyes on that.
How the 34 comes out relative to the 12?
Yes.
Well, the whole gaggle has just gone by, so the 12 is going to be at the back of whatever group that is. Here comes the 62.
62 is a non-player at this point.
Okay, and so we're looking for the... I think the 34 might have already come through, because I just got the 118. No, they haven't. They're going to come out ahead. 34 is just clicking across start-finish right now. So they're going to be fully out in front, but the 34 will have had a little bit of time to get tires up to temperature as well.
Okay.
That should be a close battle on track there, Joseph.
Okay. I suppose that is technically a form of my name.
It is.
Marija Lisa. So this is on board your leader now. In the 88, but they will give up the lead when it's time for them to pit, which should be in about, check the Magic website, 21 laps. So they've got quite a bit of time. If they were to...
Can they short fill and stay ahead? Maybe.
They can short fill. I don't know if... Well... No, they're not going to stay ahead of the 34 because there's only 23 seconds gap. The only shot they really have, I think, of holding on to the lead, and I think the answer is they don't have one. But the closest deal that they would have would be to maybe catch a yellow flag before they catch the safety car. That's about it, and which makes sense because they were never. They were coming from behind, so they needed a little bit of a lucky break here.
Right.
So they're really just going to hope, I would imagine, to try to stretch a lead at least over the 12. If they're fortunate, also the 34. With the 111 having pitted, they've actually given up 4th to the 73 for Works 45, who we just spoke to.
Right.
As well as 5th to the 118. I think the 118 has to stop yet. Yeah, they will. They will.
So if the
need to
88
stop.
has to stop, no, they're not. They won't. Yeah. No. Okay. Anyway.
No, they will. They won't fall. They shouldn't fall further than 3rd, if that's what you were getting at.
Oh yeah. The 118 has managed to come back, and they are now the lead Thunder Bunny car as well.
Yeah, but the 111 should be good on stops, and the 118 will not be. I mean, it's still a good run from that 118 crew because they definitely had some challenges. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we've got tomorrow also.
But there's always tomorrow.
Always. Tomorrow, always. So the 73 just came through, but it's still showing salmon on my screen. Weird. Alright, I think that's just me. Somebody holding out a board that says pit. Or P1. Oh, P1, slow down. Got it. That would be for the 455. So a 455 team member just went across the wall and held up a board that had an arrow next to it that said P1 and then gave the driver a motion to slow down. So I think that's an indication that they feel pretty confident that they're going to win. And also don't have a radio. They are currently 3 laps ahead, so that's a reasonable thing to ask your car that's 3 laps ahead to not go like hell.
I am kind of wondering if that car... Now, it is technically... That's a quirk of timing. It's technically not 3 full laps. I'm not sure how...
Right, it's 2 laps and a bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure how big of a chunk that is. I think it might be something like 2.5. But I am a little curious now if they think if they're trying to keep the 455 out and not pit again, because I think they're going to be close.
Ah, I see.
I don't think that it'll matter other than, give the crew a break, basically.
Right.
And then also not run the risk of, that lap penalty. I don't know that they've been, if they've used up their joker for the day or not. I haven't checked.
That's not really while I understand, that's not really how you should look at the joker. I don't think we should call it a joker penalty.
No, but it's a buffer.
That implies that you should be using it strategically, which I'm not certain is the message we want to send.
Well, whether or not it's the message you want to
send, that might not be like what occurs, but I don't know if that's something that we should put pen to paper on.
Whether or not it's rules are intentional. The way rules are used is not.
It's not, right? That's fair. I'm okay with that. But I've had the same thought in my head many times where it's like, yeah, well, I mean, if you're already going to get a penalty anyway, you may as well do it and gain some time. And it's like, yeah, you can't really say it.
No, it's buffer is a better phrase for it, right? There's always a risk that you run of somebody not getting the timing right on the fuel bottle or the fire extinguisher, for example.
Right. Does the 65 need another stop, Joseph? I don't think they do, given the lack of team members around that tent.
Let's see. The 65...
That would be the Open Throttle Racing second place in GP3 car.
I've got them as needing another stop.
Okay, so it really isn't going to matter then.
It shouldn't.
Right. Overnight Motorsports has the car up on the jacks, the number 197. They are looking at the front right. This, of course, the Porsche Boxster. The Boxster. Joseph's next ride.
It seems unlikely. So of teams that still need a stop, I'm just going to run through the projections that I've run really quick.
I like that. That's fun stuff I like.
So the 88 needs one as far as I can tell. The 34 is... I've got it as marginal, but I really think the answer is no. It's basically like a 90-10 split that they will not need one.
Okay.
ACP is in the same ballpark, which makes sense. 73 is going to be marginal, which makes sense given what we just heard a few moments ago. That's looking like a 75-25 split that they will need one. So that all tracks. 118 will need one, which we know. 82 will not. 123 will not. 111 will not. 701 will. So now we're getting into the GP1 runners. So 701 will need a stop. 52 will need a stop for ACP. 46 is going to be marginal. Number 3 for 94 will need to stop. Yeah, the number 3 is back out there. Okay, great. They took a fair old whack on the front. Ooh, someone's gone straight off in the carousel. They took a solid whack on the front left of that car earlier. And they are only, I think it's like 8 laps off the lead, which is crazy.
Joseph, here's something I've learned working in a shop, and that's that tie rods are the work that you make all your money on because you can do them really fast. So that doesn't surprise me.
I'm just thankful that it was only that.
Right, that's fair.
Because I thought that car was pretty cooked, if I'm honest.
Nah. As long as you're not bending the frame, all that stuff can be replaced. It's just a matter of how much of it you need to replace. If you need a control arm, that's a lot more commitment than just doing a tie rod.
Sure. No, but again, I didn't know if that was the only thing that was going to be wrong with it.
Right.
Let's see.
That's fair.
Are there any other entries that we're keeping an eye on if we're interested in? I think that's covered most of the big players. Worth noting that the 62 for Dexter Racing, although they have pitted and not come out for quite a bit, are holding down the last spot in the points in GTO. 9-4 in their number 94 is in 11, so they would be the next car in the hunt there. Big spreads when you get outside of the points in GTO today, just through attrition.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think
Joseph, what does that make our championship look like? What's the rundown look like on that?
I'll tell you in about 5 months.
J&R is rocketing their car through the paddock and onto the track. I think they're going to try to get a little shakedown in, see if they can get going here and have that car ready for tomorrow.
It's good to see.
That's a transmission replaced in like 5 hours, which is like pretty good. Making pretty good time.
Yeah, no Audi Team Yost, but I'll take it.
Right. I mean, this is not put together in as conducive a way to.
It's not meant to just to Lego off the transmission.
Like, quick release. Yeah, that's not how it is. I did watch a mechanic at my shop take the engine out of a Toyota 86 in 40 minutes the other day, and I was like, "Holy shit! Look at you!" He was like, "Yeah, I know. I mean, you do these a couple times, and they're designed to come out." I'm like, yeah, all right.
GP1, if we're looking at battles to follow, the 46 is kind of, it's got a little bit of opportunity in either direction. It might have a shot at the 701, might lose a spot to the 3 depending on how things fall. TBD. GP2, it's mostly a fight for those last 2 spots on the podium. Actually, I'm not sure how that's possible. That might just be on the chance that the 37 conks out, frankly, because there's a 14-lap gap between the 37 and the 122 for Tooth.
Okay.
And then GP3, kind of a similar thing. The 455 for HC, I would agree with that pit board that says to slow down because they don't really have much of a challenge behind them. A little bit of a fight on for second between AOA, the 65 for open throttle, and TC Klein. That TC Klein and open throttle battle is actually quite tight. It was 2.5 seconds across the line, so that might be something that we can keep an eye on for now. Both of those teams ready to pit in about, it would be 23 to 31 laps, so quite a long time to the point where we may be good for pit stops with those two.
9-4 pulling out their pit board. And we'll see if they were expecting the 3 to come in here. No, they are waiting for the other car. That's fine.
Yeah, both cars do need to stop.
Always nice to see the crew get ready and then like watch the car go by the and they're like, oh, no, okay, maybe next time. There's the 178 back out.
Do we have a the 9-4 has spun actually in turn 9.
All right.
And we might see it. No, it cleared up by the time we. Oh, we can see the slow car here. So, was it the 9-4 that went past your position, Ryan?
It was the 3 that went past.
Okay, we may still be waiting on the 9-4.
Okay, the board just now went back out. The 118 is coming into pit. So is the 123.
Here is the 9-4.
The 9-4 is coming in.
And there he goes.
Perfect. All things as they are meant to be.
Yeah, so that car was due. Or at least was going to need a stop anyway. I don't know if it was due at that point. That car, that number 94, running in 11th, as we noted, that is the nearest competition to the 62 for Dexter Racing, which has resumed. So they are with a 14-lap advantage over the 94, looking pretty good to score a point today. Which should technically be 2 because there's a bonus point on if the field is large enough.
Which it is.
Which it is. $118 is going to get pinged for fueling before the fire bottle is ready. Is that going to cost them a lap?
Well, they're currently having a discussion with the official.
If it does end up being a penalty, it will absolutely be a lap, because they've already gotten 1 for a pit lane infraction.
And that would put Random Vandals into the top 5, if that were to be the case.
TC Klein has gotten around the 65 for open throttle, so that's a change for position on track for the, you'd call them hometown team. As close as hometown as you get.
Joseph, why don't you take ownership of TC Klein like Brendan and I do for our respective hometown teams?
Because I think it's weird.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Great. Appreciate that. We'll just forget that question was ever asked. I'm live. I'm Ryan.
And I'm happy to see all these like West Coast teams make the trip over. No, I was gonna say that before you asked that terrible question. But no, like I kind of assumed that the West Coast teams, or even say Mountain Time Zone and Western teams, are going to, just basically stay on their side of the Continental Divide. And it's kind of
stay in their lane.
Yeah.
Are you telling the West Coast teams to shut up and dribble, Joseph?
The opposite. I'm telling them to shut up and get over here.
Okay, perfect.
Because the more we can do that, the more of them we get, the easier it gets, I think, to make a case for an actual round out west. Or
multiple even.
Yes, the closest we get is High Plains at this point. It'd be kind of cool to see us make a couple treks over to that coast. That was awfully close to contact.
We just need RJ to commit 1 year and be like, you know what? No, the championship round is at Sonoma. If you don't come, you're not the champion.
Wow.
That's all there is to it.
Wow.
And then just like people will be like, fine, all right, we'll go.
Bring back the 24 at High Plains. That's what I'm saying.
I'm down for that. Bring back the 24 at all tracks.
All tracks 24 hours.
All tracks 24 hours. No question.
All right. If we're looking for a lap count for the end of this race,
I am not.
I would say that we're probably looking at about, as I bulldoze straight through your disagreement, I would say that we're looking at probably 271 to 272 laps in total.
Okay.
So
not 273.
No, 273 is out of the question.
Out of the question. Not possible. Not going to happen.
It cannot be done.
0% chance. What kind of odds can I get on that? Can I make a wager right now?
You can do whatever you want.
With you specifically.
Oh, then no.
I thought sports gambling was legal in Ohio.
It is, but I'm not a registered house of whatever.
They gotta be registered. You just put a couple dollars on extension, and the horse goes out and it just run. We don't gotta use. That's why.
The gabagool.
Yeah, exactly. My Italian American accent is very good. That's why I just kind of kept making noises as opposed to actually saying anything.
Yeah, I was like, let's just let this play out.
Racing horse name. All right.
Let's see where this goes. So yeah, if we're working lap 246 now, so that tells us that we've got maybe 25 laps to go in this thing, 42 minutes to go. That makes some sense.
Yep, I believe that.
I believe it
What do you
exists.
say we run an ad?
I can run an ad. You want to run an ad?
Run an ad.
We'll run an ad.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered. With the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Inside of 40 minutes to go for our Saturday 8-hour race. Sunday, followed up by another 8-hour race. We'll start an hour earlier. We'll start at 8 o'clock Eastern. That'll get us out the door and on our respective modes of travel an hour earlier. I'm sure people will appreciate as we pass by the cone that I'm pretty sure the 123 took with it out of the pit lane. This number 88 that we're on board with, Cooper shod, as far as we know, I think, question mark.
I don't know if there's any indication of that. I don't know if anybody knows. But they are leading the race. We do know that they owe us a pit stop, but they lead the race by about 25 seconds over the Hitman number 34. That, if you'll recall, lost a lap earlier to a pit lane penalty, basically. They've made their last stop, so they're not at risk of another one. But 2 pit lane infractions in the first 2 pit stops has cost the 34 for Hitman about a lap, but the way that things are looking right now, they're looking good to still take the victory here. 88 will pit, lose probably, a minute or so. That should slot them in between the 34 and the 12, but it will relinquish the lead to that number 88. Good showing for Eric Foss racing up in GP2. About 2 minutes and 22 seconds behind the overnight 197. I think we should still expect a splash out of that Eric Foss number 37. I don't think we can expect the same out of the 197, so mark that as maybe not a sealed result. We thought that Harrison was in a good position until they ran into their own mechanical. But looking like a strong podium finish for the number 37. Over in GP1, that Moorhead car, that 147, remember, actually we've got a onboard with them, and they are taking care of their last stop, as are the 701 behind them. This 147 is leading GP1 without a front splitter, without the splitter that it was teched with. So it's actually running at a bit of a disadvantage here, but doesn't seem to have hurt them that badly. If they come away with the win in this class today, I think they'll be pretty pleased. Hopefully this is going as scheduled. That looks like a little bit of concern, maybe some brake smoke off that left front. But we're fired up, and it looks like we're on our way. To resume the lead of GP1. Be waiting for the 701 to finish up their service. Hitman in that number 34 we should expect back in 26 laps, so that will also... Oh, no, I take that back. Hitman is one of the cars that we don't expect to need to pit. It's a round 3, number 88 that we're looking for, and they'll be due in about 6 laps time. So call that roughly 10 minutes, so expect them in with about 25 minutes to go. Nearest battle on track, if you're interested in that sort of thing, may well be down in 4th place in GP3 with that number 85 for AOA Racing. About 12 seconds behind the 65 for Open Throttle, which has kind of slid down the order a bit with TC Klein overtaking them about 5 laps ago. Number 85 due in 23 laps, the number 65 due in 16, so they may be saving a little bit of fuel. Ironically, maybe not keeping the throttle fully open. I believe that's them that's being rounded up by the 34 for AOA. Lots of leaders in the, or expected leaders in the same shot there. The 147 for Moorhead finishing up their outlap without any major dramas. Harrison has come back out. That's good news. It looks like the 164 has re-emerged. Oh, maybe not. Maybe that was a quirk of the data. That's a shame. Again, not totally sure what took that 164 out of the lead. We know that they had a little bit of dramas with race control, but that shouldn't have anything to do with them not being able to finish this race. I wonder, we probably could get the 9.4 onboard back to get us another GP1 entry, but good to see that we've got a little bit of a mix of people streaming today as Ryan has returned from his hallowed grounds.
Thank you for that. So Joseph, what have you covered whilst I was away?
As much of the running order as I possibly could to fill time.
Excellent. And so you've completed that, obviously.
Near enough.
Near enough. Okay, fantastic. So we can stand here and talk about racing. It's all right.
I thought you were going to ramble a bit more. I was going to snack.
No, I was. So they've got this row of police cars at Mid Ohio, right? You're aware of what I'm talking about, Joseph?
Mm-hmm.
How competitive do you think a EcoBoost Ford Explorer would be in GP3?
Oh.
Also,
Ford
if
Explorer.
I showed up with one, would RJ let me run?
I'm not convinced that the Ford Explorer would.
It might be a GP2. Honestly.
That's kind of where I was going with that.
Pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Like, would he let me run one? Like, we can talk, ourselves to death about what class.
Excuse me. So you're asking, would RJ let you run a state trooper's Ford Explorer in a WRL race?
Yes. I would cage it, and I would probably get lowering springs so it doesn't lean all over the place and roll.
I think the cart is so far ahead of the horse on this one.
What's the problem?
The cart is pulling the horse like a centrifuge.
What's the problem?
Getting one.
Joseph, you can get them at police auctions for like $9 grand. They're not expensive. You can just get one.
Now, okay.
Think about every taxi you've ever seen. Like literally every one that was a Crown Victoria.
Yeah, Crown Vics, but nobody uses the Crown Vic anymore. I mean, some local departments use Crown Vic.
You have now the remaining ones. We stopped building them like 2011, whatever. But these Explorers are just as easily acquired as the Crown Victorias were. Like it's the same process. Like you can absolutely get them.
I would assume one that was not being. Just because I assume that they would still, like any police department, would be happy to get one instead. that I would be shocked if you could get one at auction that was a good idea.
Usually, and it depends on the department, obviously, usually there's a firm cutoff of it gets to this many miles and we have to get rid of it. Or this many hours and we have to get rid of it. So occasionally you find one that was like used by a detective, driven slowly, and then they're maintained reasonably well because they have to have records for everything. Because the government, they have to spend the money appropriately so the cars are maintained. So, I mean, I don't think it's that outlandish of an idea.
Okay, I'll yes and you.
Okay, yes and. I don't know. Like, is that going to be competitive? Probably not, but it would sure be a hell of a time.
I was going to say, so would you keep the same... Okay, all right. You've got two options when you're talking Ohio State Patrol, right?
All right.
You've got the Ford Explorer, and you've got the Charger.
That's two on the nose. Like the Charger's two on the nose. Like that's.
It might be a Challenger. I don't remember.
It's a Charger.
Okay.
Challengers only have two doors, so.
Okay. Which one? Okay. Would you keep the engine in either one?
Yes.
Okay.
Why would I not? That's the whole point.
I'm just saying, would you? Is there anything you would swap them out for? You can't say LS swap. That's lame.
No,
it's been done.
Joseph, the Ford Explorer has more or less the same engine that's in the Ford GT. Why would I change that?
If you wanted to change classes.
Well, I certainly don't want to class up. Like I want to know which car I can roll into like GP3 or GP2 in like a light weekend. And just like blow people away because like, oh yeah, it's got a lot of power and it's all-wheel drive and.
But people
I could run curbs. I could do whatever I wanted. It wouldn't even matter.
But people have to
on the apex anywhere. No one could get by me. Everybody's gonna give me a wide berth.
I think they're gonna assume that you're not like an active cop.
Yes, because it's got numbers and stuff, Joe. So
okay.
Okay.
No, it's a wide berth because it weighs 5,000 pounds, and if I come off the apex,
yeah, so does half the
the
BMWs that are.
I mean, that's yeah, you know, they're like 35, 38.
Yeah. That's
like
a sports
an extra 1,000 pounds. Sedan. Anyway,
I know. I'm just trying to think, like, because we had at Thunderhill one year, we had the tube frame BMWs that had been like unified.
Yeah.
So this is kind of almost going in the opposite direction of it.
Right.
And I'm trying to think, you know, because all right, a lowered SUV is almost just a station wagon.
Right, because they're on a unibody. It's all the same stuff. Yeah, I think that would work. It's got the beefier control arms and stuff, because at least for California, at least, the rule is it has to take a curb strike at like 30. Like with a California highway patrol vehicle, you have to be able to drive straight at a curb at 30 miles an hour and not break anything. So they're like, the suspension and stuff is like reinforced to be able to like do that. Now, if I'm going to start lowering it, I'm changing that, obviously. But like I could run every curb, never have to replace suspension. I'll go through brakes quite quickly. Probably blow turbos out, because they do that on a good day.
But are you going to have any grip at all?
Yeah, it's got body roll. You get whatever size tire you need. It's got body roll. Like, you just, you know.
Well, yeah, body roll usually means that you're loading the bejesus out of one side of the car.
Joseph, that's how I drive on The Sims anyway. It's not going to be any different.
Okay, but you're bad.
Right.
I don't know what the argument we're making is.
And so I double down on being bad. Like, Ryan's in the uncompetitive Explorer. Like, who cares? There's no expectations. Like, is Ryan good? Oh, we don't know.
Okay, well, you're okay. So that's a different conversation. You're not talking about being competitive. You're talking about what would be the most fun to drive.
Yeah, and like,
okay, all right.
Walk backwards into an accidental like podium in GP2. We're like, oh, look at this, sweet.
Okay, that is a different conversation point.
Giant fuel tank, although they're like 27 gallons or some nonsense. Yeah. We're gonna form an exploratory committee.
An exploratory committee.
Yep.
Okay.
We're gonna ask the people, see what they think.
I'm gonna roll the. I'm gonna flip a coin.
Flip a coin. I'm gonna flip a coin. I'll spin the Bruce wheel.
Is the Bruce wheel still active?
No, I don't think he does that anymore.
It's fun while it lasted.
Are we going to thank Ryan for his good idea or berate him?
Berate, 100%.
Ban.
Okay. So I need to bring up something that I kind of mentioned in passing.
Yes, let's do it.
Remember, we had an automobile overcook the pit entry by quite a margin.
An automobile, yes. It was an automobile. Behind the wheel of a large automobile.
Yes, and I don't know if you recall, but at pit in there were 2 white cones.
Yes.
I suspect that it has eaten one of those and deposited it on the way out of the keyhole.
There are still 2 white cones in the pit lane.
Were they replaced though? Because he hit those pretty bang on.
I didn't see them not be there. This isn't a thing that I noticed, per se.
Okay.
Here comes the other ACP with Tangerine Associates car.
I'm just trying to figure out where this cone came from.
The 52?
No.
Yes, it is the 52.
This white cone that is. I'll switch back to it eventually, but I'm trying to ascertain the provenance. This.
I think you could do that for some time and still not have an answer.
Well, you know what? I want to try. You know.
All right.
So let's keep an eye on this 147 on board.
All right.
178's out there.
Let's do it together.
Okay.
It is.
And just look to driver's left here.
All right.
Just keep looking. Keep looking.
Yep.
Keep looking. Keep looking.
Yep.
There it is.
Yep. Oh, I see. Wow.
What's that doing out there?
The eagle-eyed among us.
What's up with that? What's the deal?
What are we doing? There's a cone there. I don't know.
I don't know. Chad Moorhead informs us that it's also missing the rear wing, so I don't know if that was done for balance or if that's a different issue.
No, I noticed that it didn't have the rear wing on it earlier, and I was like, do I remember seeing it with the rear wing? And like, I definitely do. So now that he's confirmed that, I feel better about it.
They've paid extra for the rear wing delete option.
Rear wing delete, yes.
Yeah.
Chad Moorhead was like, you know what? I don't want to advertise how good my wing is. I'm going to take it off. Please don't buy it from me.
It's not worth it.
Doesn't seem likely. Don't buy it. Don't buy it at all.
Don't buy it.
Don't buy it. No, but you should buy things from Chad Moorhead. What I don't buy is the explanation that he didn't want to advertise it. I would be willing to bet that was done for balance. Yes.
Yeah, but I hadn't noticed that at all. I saw the comment about the splitter, which I also would not have noticed trackside.
The splitter's fun to pick up on, but like, there's a lot of stuff that I've seen that like I don't want to say anything about. It's like, has that been going on for a while and I only just now noticed?
WRL is.
I just don't want to like look dumb, but like, no, I noticed a while ago that didn't have a rear wing.
WRL is basically 8 hours of a Mandela effect.
Yes.
Just has it always been like that? Am I that stupid? And it sometimes the answer is both. Yes.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
But yeah, here is the end. What a just unfettered access to the rear view of this car now.
Perfect. You can see the whole thing.
The view cannot be fettered.
No. .37's in the pit lane. Also a nice livery, I think, with the gray, the yellow, and the green. Very modern.
Again, it's a community of great like that's the other thing that I think people have really stepped up on. Like obviously mechanically, there's and in terms of level of 2 wide through turn 11, no big deal. Mechanically and in terms of race preparation, the teams have really stepped up. But also, the quality of vinyl wraps and liveries has gone, I would say,
stratospheric.
Stratospheric, absolutely, is the word I didn't want to use, and then we ended up using anyway. But
off the chain.
That's definitely not one of the ones that I had in mind. But all right.
Oh, okay, cool. All right.
See, look at the rear view on the 88. I mean, there's a gigantic rear wing.
Yes.
Consider the aesthetics. It's so inconsiderate to put a big rear wing there. Especially, I'm extremely anti-wing. So, they have, as we suspected they would, come out in between the 34 and the 12.
Yes.
They've lost a minute, as we suspected they would. If a caution were to come out, cue Larry Mack, they've been doing minute 35s. The 34 has been doing minute 33s. So there's no risk of, at least in my mind, of this race being magically spiced up by a caution. Like we're not going to IMSA our way into a photo finish here. The 34 has been the class of the field in terms of pace, at least.
In spite of a 2-lap penalty.
It was a 1-lap penalty, to be fair.
Oh, it was a 1-lap penalty. Oh, my apologies.
Yeah.
Okay. In spite of a 1-lap penalty.
Still. Yeah, I mean, it's
nobody saw it coming. But the 88, they had something to say about this race.
Yeah, I slept on the 88 for quite a long time. I didn't expect that car, in part because is that a new chassis as well, or is it just a new number?
I think it's a new livery and number.
Okay. Was this the erstwhile 401, do we think?
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure because typically, I know the rule is technically if it's a new chassis, then it's a new entry and all that, but I think there is a force majeure, so I didn't know if that was... Anyway, long story short, I wasn't sure if this is a new car or not. So, if it is the same car, then it's not really a surprise at all that the 88 is up there.
So, but the fact remains that Supra up at the front of the field is awfully rapid, and it just...
Muy rapido?
Yes. Car loss. I would say car loss.
Car loss.
Car lost. But they, yeah, that Supra has been super fast, and no one's been able to really hold a candle to it. I'm not totally sure what's happened to the 111 because they were up there as well, and
well, they had some issues, if you recall, with some contact, and then I thought they had like a pit lane violation or something. They ran into trouble. They had trouble.
That's the 118, I think. The 111.
No, the 111 had trouble too. They ended up having to come in for something different. Like they had a problem.
They were.
The J&R car is off track and back on track here in the carousel.
You just fix that car up. Don't hit anything.
There we go.
Let me look at the gap chart. I want to see how long ago they fell off, because I feel like it really wasn't that long ago.
It was like an hour or two ago. It was in the middle of the interview-a-palooza. Where they started to slip away.
No. This wasn't slipping away. They lost. So 10 laps ago, they were 68 seconds behind the leader.
Okay.
9 laps ago, they were 1,600 seconds behind the leader. So they had
quite a difference.
Yes. So they had
a substantial one.
Yeah, they were in the pits for a half hour. And that has totally evaded us.
It has.
So
they were already out of contention, though. Like something occurred. I don't remember what it was, but like something happened where it was like, oh, that's gonna suck. Like, all right, well. I don't remember what that was, though. So
they're involved in 2 notes of contact.
Okay.
One of which was between them and the 123. That's still under investigation from about an hour and change ago. And there's another one between them and the 52, which, oh, that's what it was. Okay, I don't think we clocked that they never came out of the pits. But if you recall when the 52 went around and they made contact,
right?
The 52 continued, the 111 took to the pits, and and I think we were just like, oh, well, that's early, and then never followed up on it. What happened was they didn't come out for another half hour.
Right.
So that's we've cracked that.
Good job. Great blue thing.
But that's another team that I think we always talk about this, but the game is going to look completely different on the Sunday, or at least has the potential to look completely different on the Sunday, because that car should be up, as well as the 118, because we had a all super top 3 at one point.
We did.
So both of those cars, both of the Thunder Bunny cars, should really be in the fight tomorrow, and that's really going to hurt the 111 because that was a championship contending car, still is.
Right.
Yeah, keep an eye out for Sunday. I think it's going to be a different race.
Absolutely. Like I said earlier, there's a lot of people that I think we expected to have pretty good days, but I think are looking forward to Sunday. There's a lot of cars today that ran into some issues early and midway through the race that I think tomorrow, if they have everything dialed in, this could be an even better race. And this GTO race really only recently settled down. It was pretty close for quite some time today.
Honestly, it was the 111 being knocked out of contention that I think kind of broke it open.
Right.
I'm kind of irritated that it took us that long to really track that down. Because I just thought it was going to be an early stop. And there they go.
Right. My 97's coming back to the pit lane here.
Would love to get word from the round 3 camp as to what went wrong with that 997, because it was that's another one I think we'd like to see a little bit more of tomorrow.
Absolutely. When that car ran well, or I mean the similar car ran well at Road Atlanta, it was really good. That was a very competitive entry at the time.
Yeah, and that car ran into trouble in the rain you know, makes sense given what it is.
Right.
But no rain expected today.
Correct.
And no rain expected tomorrow. So hopefully that car stays in rude health for the remainder of the weekend.
I hope it stays in polite health.
Okay. I need to... Remember when I said there was a chance that the 46 might drop behind the 3 depending on how things shook out?
Yes.
The 46 appears to have fallen behind the 3.
Yes.
I
see that.
I think... Was that one of the cars that was marginal on pitting? I wonder if they've just done it early. Because they have come in. I think they've come in twice. I think they've got a problem. Potentially question mark. 118 copped another lap penalty for pit stop infraction. And the 997 is slow coming out of turn 2. We have jinxed them.
Excellent. You love to see it.
I don't love to see it.
Why? What's going on with this? What's going on with this car?
I'm looking for them on an onboard to make sure that they... yeah, it is a bit slow. Not that bad. But... Oof. Although the 118 did nearly... Was that the 118?
I don't know, man.
Alright.
I don't know.
I just work here. Yeah, that car...
I really appreciate you asking about it.
Thanks, man. But yeah, I don't... It's not a situation where I'm worried about that car being stuck out on track, because it does seem to have made it all the way up the hill into the carousel.
Up the hill.
Into the carousel. Should just be a white flag situation for a slow car making it across the track and home free. So, risk of a yellow avoided in that case at least.
Perfect. What do you think JT's doing right now? What do you think he's doing?
Taking a nap, I guess. You would just dunk on everybody who doesn't contribute to the broadcast. What's Brendan doing?
What do you think Brendan's doing right now?
What do you think
What do you think
Brendan's
he's got going on?
Probably nothing much.
Think we're going to see Scott tomorrow?
I hope so. The 450
he was available.
The 455 is in, as expected. Well, that was a little bit of a question mark. We thought they might be able to stretch it, but they have come in. But they've got a 4.5 minute margin over the 93 for TC Klein. So I think they should be good to go. They have tripped the pit transponder line, which I can assure you exists.
Does.
That's a stuck camera, I'm pretty sure.
You're a stuck camera.
Thank you? Oh, that's a shame. That's a great camera. Very informative camera.
Yes.
Hey, as long as we can make it through the next 10 minutes without all of the cameras cascading and failure, then I'm happy with that.
We'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah. I certainly
have. Oh my gosh.
Can I help you?
It just, you pop really loud on occasion, and it's always surprising.
Something is up with that mixer. I'm telling you. Because that is not...
I agree with that.
Okay.
Well, it happens more at my house, too.
Weird. Something is up with your eardrums.
I guess so. They're just too good.
Brendan says it's new. Yeah.
It's new. It is new. That's true. It hasn't been worn in yet.
I mean, maybe something's wrong with one of the cables then. How new are the cables, Brendan?
Pretty new.
Are they?
Yeah. And it works fine otherwise. It's just like pow, and it's like ah.
Maybe it's the amp. It's probably the amp, actually.
So I don't know.
How new is the amp, Brendan? Why is the 88 off? What's happened?
Trouble.
No, it is trouble. They've just lost a position to
12. That could be spicy. It was spicy earlier. Ooh, they're a full 50 seconds behind now, too, so the Spice is finished. There will be no Spice.
I wonder if they had to stop out on track. Are they going to pull it in here? No. Let me do some magic with replay and see if we can figure out what's going on with the 88. Because that should have been a locked on, a stone cold lead pipe lock for second place, and it has not happened.
Now they're dropping like a cinder block in a 2-foot creek.
As it were.
As it were. It looks like that Audi does need a splash, so they almost made it. They're very close, about 8 minutes away. The 73.
What has happened to the 88?
So now we'll see if they can stay ahead of the 118. They're multiple laps ahead of the 118, so they should be good to go. They're going to take home this 4th place here. If the 88 keeps dropping, they could be on the podium.
I wonder, the 88 is still circulating. I wonder if they've got a transponder issue. Because I don't see a bad lap time from them. We'll see when they cross the line next time.
Oh, now they're back up in second, huh? Yeah, weird. Weird. Here's the 88. It comes. 88 will be coming around the mountain when she comes.
No. Nobody wants to hear us sing.
It's 46 seconds. It's 46
I have the power to mute
46 seconds.
I can do that.
The lead. I just had to finish it, that's all.
You didn't. You didn't have to start.
Actually, I did.
Oh, no.
I've been wanting to do that for probably a year.
Well, it's a good thing I tuned it out, other than...
What?
I picked up that there was singing happening, and I immediately shut down.
Just shut it down.
Yeah.
Shut it down.
No.
Shut it down. With your hands down in a cross motion. Shut it down. That's one for the New Girl fans out there. Big Zooey Deschanel fan.
I mean, who among us?
And indeed.
Somebody suggested that the 88 had a passing under yellow, and I don't see that in the thing. The 118's got one. That's the most recent one, and I'm looking up to see if there was maybe an incident that was under review that still had one. I haven't found one yet. Not to say that there isn't one, but I haven't found it.
When was the last yellow? Like, when would that have occurred?
Well, the local yellow still counts. I don't know.
Oh, okay. That's fair. All right. You know, that's it. You know.
Oh, the 27 has been in the wars a bit in the last 5 minutes. That Rapscallion team is, they are clinging on at this point.
44 seconds for the number 88.
Yeah, if everything stays... I don't think the 73 is going to lose a spot to the 118, so it may well have been that they could have made it, but elected to just... You know, there's no point in making it marginal if you... Yeah.
Right.
Brendan, I'm telling you, it's the amp. I think it's the amp.
It's gonna run an amp.
We're not gonna run an amp. I mean, we are running an amp, but we're not gonna... Anyway.
Well, we have to get that new amp thing so we can push to PA systems better.
Ooh.
Well. We gotta buy the new thing.
All right.
I took the picture of.
Well, maybe we could pick it up from the guitar store uptown.
Did you just dox yourself?
No, there's so many different places.
All right. Meanwhile, I'll give my address on the air. It's... No.
Why? You could start that and not finish it? All right.
Correct.
Funny. Interesting. Let's see. Oh, we actually haven't had... The last note in race control was that 997 being slow, and that was nearly 10 minutes ago now. Wow, that sounded terrible.
And for all you Foley artists out there, that was person dropping cell phone number 1.
Oh, it was a passing under yellow that was under investigation. And is still under investigation, actually. So I don't think that's necessarily dusted.
It's done, but not dusted.
Yeah, passing under yellow for the number 88 up at 3:20. That does say AM, but I'm going to assume
it's PM.
Yeah. I feel pretty confident in that.
All right.
But it was the 55 that called it in. So that was the team. Oh, and it was actually during a full course caution. That is wild. So I wonder if that's another blend line situation where it's unclear who should have been in which position.
Right.
We are rapidly approaching the last couple laps of this race, as it turns out.
Muy rapido.
So I'm going to consider, because that is technically still under, basically it seems like they've applied it and then rescinded it, and that's why we saw the quirk in the timing. Otherwise, it probably would have just gone unnoticed.
Right.
But that is still under investigation, so I would consider, until that can be reviewed post-race, I would consider these results in the top 3 to be very much pending.
Are you saying there's an asterisk on this event right now?
There's an asterisk on every event. Everyone's got to run through TAC. Not everybody passes TAC. Well, not everybody, but not everyone passes TAC. Everyone's at risk of being sent through TAC, basically. So here's a whole thing. It's too boring for streaming, especially in the last 2 minutes of the race.
Yes. That's good hour 5 material.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, are we getting the white flag this time? We sure
are.
Yes,
we are. We have the white flag is being displayed. 1 to go here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course here in Central Ohio.
Okay.
That's all I got.
That is going to be...
I'm going to give a rundown. Can I get a rundown? I'm going to give a rundown.
It's going to be a little bit early for the checkered flag by like 5 seconds. So let's call that close enough.
Absolutely. So we got the number 147, Moorhead Speedworks BMW. In spite of missing a bunch of aero bits, are going to win GP1, most likely. All this is pending tech, etc. Followed by the 701 Round 3 Racing Porsche Cayman. They're going to pull a podium out of GP1. That'll be excellent. The 3 for Dale, 94 Motorsports GP1 car. It's a Chevrolet Corvette C5. They're going to come 3rd in GP1. Ginger Racing in the number 46 could not quite hold on, and then PC Racing, of course, running into issues a little while back. They both featured in the top 3 at times. And then ran in the top 5 for the number 64 Open Throttle Racing BMW. That's the V8 M3.
This 93
rumble across the line.
This 93 in for TC Klein in 2nd in GP3 is walking it home.
Absolutely walking it, just completely walking all over it.
No, it's just super slow. Okay, here they're coming around the carousel.
All right, cool. So, and the 197 Motorsports car is going to, and it's the check flag for the 34, followed by the 123. So, we're going to have to see what happens in post-race tech, as well as in the steward's room regarding the passing under yellow situation. I'm going to keep dropping my phone a couple more times, and then tap my mic on the desk as I try to pick up my phone. 147 comes through in the lead. I just want to run down the rest of the order. The 197 is going to come through in the lead of GP2. They're a full lap ahead of the number 37 Eric Foss Racing car, followed by, in 3rd place, the 122 Tooth Auto Sports and their Honda Civic SI TCA car. So they come out of here with a podium. Harrison, who had been running so well, also ran into some issues at lap 185 or so. GP3, you have the HC Autosport number 455, followed by the number 93 TC Klein car. And then the 85 AOA Racing Mazda. The 65 was in contention for a podium there, and then has just kind of fallen off the cliff. So, not sure what happened there. We'll have to follow up on that. But the 34 Hitman Racing Toyota Supra overcomes a penalty and is able to come home in 1st position in GTO as well as overall, followed by the number 88 Round 3 Racing. Joseph, do you remember this morning when that car was just plummeting through the field and had no pace whatsoever?
Sure.
You don't? You don't remember that? When the 88, I was like, why is the 88 going so far back? They came first in qualifying. What's going on with that? All right, anyway, that happened.
I had a lot of things to do
managed to
poorly
have a recovery
in that.
drive out to second place with their new sponsor. In third position, we have the number 12 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M4. And then in fourth place, the number 73 Works 45 Audi. They're able to hold on for a fourth position, just good enough to get themselves into potential dyno territory. So, you know, if this was an SCCA race, they would have sandbagged a little harder to try to avoid the dyno, as all good SCCA racers know. Hopefully they'll end up being all right. I think they seem pretty confident, I think, with their solution that they had worked out for the powertrain on that car, so that should be all right. And fifth place, the number 118 Thunder Bunny Racing. Thunder Bunny ran into a couple issues today with both of their Toyota Supras, but they both had the pace. So I think tomorrow is a new day and a new opportunity for them to come through the field and get another win. So for now, Hitman Racing can celebrate the fruits of their labor after overcoming a penalty early. I'm excited for tomorrow. Joseph, are you excited for tomorrow?
I am excited for tomorrow. That reminder, that was the 5th race that a Supra GT4 has won on track in a row. Not all of those have stood up due to issues with the tech and the ECU that we talked about.
And each time the tech has happened, I should note this as well, it wasn't by very much.
No.
It was not like, oh, wow, they got an extra 90 horse. It was like barely on both occasions. So I think fair to say that 5 in a row is a pretty good number.
Yeah, so that is just a rapid, a fast, a quick car, and I think a lot of people are going to be scratching their heads. If they haven't already, they're about to
scratch their checkbooks.
Yes, there's going to be a lot of people asking to test drive some Toyota Supra GT4s.
Absolutely. I would tend to agree with that. So we're looking forward to tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Catch us here an hour earlier. We're going to be on at 7 a.m. Central Time. We hope to see you then. Thank you so much
8
for
8 a.m. Eastern Time, which is where the race is.
Nope. We don't talk about Eastern Time.
Okay.
Eastern Time sucks.
Wow.
Central. We talk about Central or Pacific. We don't talk about Eastern Time.
Okay.
Eastern Time already has too many takers, so we're done here.
6 a.m. Mountain Time.
6 a.m. Mountain Time, 5 a.m. on the West Coast. You'll be seeing your boy JT Tammy hitting the coffee in the morning. I'm Ryan West, Joseph Moodrock. Thank you to all of our guests. Thank you to all the entrants. Look forward to coming into your rooms, your homes, your screens tomorrow morning. Have a great evening.